country, one state. Some place to be nobody. Some place to be. Some place you wouldn't know probably. Yeah. Yeah. If Chappelle moved to Ghana to find his peace, then I'm rolling where the service always roaming. I'm packing my bags and going. It's a challenging act, it's a balancing act. Visit beautiful places, it's more out here than the trap. Houses in Long Island, they always found him. House in the South, a nigga barely got out. Sunny LA, remember calls with Dr. Dre. He told me, don't let the palm trees fool you, nigga, be safe. Me and my higher self, we often would speak. Somehow we lost the connection, might meet a Joshua tree. And it's been bothering me. Too many wavy women, gotta log out of IG. Can't be my age DMing, no kidding. It's hard to move like a civilian. I write the truth cause I live it, not like you musical niggas. We did it big and they bigots. They rather shoot than write tickets. What it feel like to go get it, what it feel like to go miss it. In one city, one country, one state. Some place to be nobody. Some place to be. Some place you wouldn't know probably. Some place to be nobody. My dog bought a plane, said let's go to Paris. That's where baguettes are from, French bread that's long and narrow. I like the other definition, rectangular carrots. The concept of the song is rather esoteric. This girl said in Grenada we should go get married. Broke the meaning down of the Virgin Mary. And you got your own place. My favorite part of the night when you text me that you made it home safe. I'm contemplating at the home base how I'm used to breakfast in the ghetto sipping OJ. That's a picture right there, a moment in time. Before anybody wanted a photo of mine. Before the internet energy and social decline destroyed the vibe, fooling us with the headlines, keeping us blind. Vultures eat you alive. Take heed to the signs. Wishing I find one city, one country, one state. Some place to be nobody. Some place to be. Some place you wouldn't know probably. Some place to be nobody.
All my time is spent focused on my freedom now. Why would I join them when I know that I could beat them now? They put their words on me, and they can eat them now. That's probably why they keep on telling me I'm needed now. They tried to box me out while taking what they want from me. I spent too many years living too uncomfortably, making room for people who didn't like the labor, but wanted the spoils, greedy, selfish behavior. Now let me give it to you balanced and with clarity. I don't need to turn myself into a parody. I don't do the shit you do for popularity. They clearly didn't understand when I said I get out apparently. My awareness like Keanu in the Matrix. I'm saving souls and y'all complaining about my lateness. Now it's illegal for someone to walk in greatness. They want the same, but they don't take risks. Now the world will get to see its own reflection, and the anointed can pursue their own direction. And if you're wrong and you're too proud to hear correction, walk into the hole you dug yourself, fuck a projection. See me in my freedom taking all my land back. They said a lot against me thinking I just stand back. I got my legs beneath me, I got my hands back. A lot of people sabotaged, they couldn't stand that. I turned the other cheek, I took blow after blow. There's so much crisis in the world cause you reap what you sow. When you keep what you know is meant for someone else, did you dig for them, you might just end up in yourself. I'm in the secret place, I keep a sacred space. They keep showing their hands, but keep hiding their face. If I'm a messenger, you block me, then you block the message. So aggressive, the world you made is what you're left with. Pride and ego over love and truth is fuck reckless. Y'all niggas got a death wish, the stupid leaves me breathless.
Some place to be. Yeah. Ain't ducking nothing. Just might have to build my own city where y'all need a real nigga passport to enter. Miss Hill, we ain't going nowhere. They gonna have to deal with us. Make them uncomfortable. Yeah.
All right. Welcome and good morning. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. We are going to pick up from where we left off on Tuesday with this salty Runback. So it should be fun. I have 3 videos that will make up our stream. So that's a thing. 2 of them by Snort Burnell, and 1 of them is going to be by Red. So that should be cool. I should have, actually, I might not have that in the description yet. Ladies and gentlemen, mistakes were made. Give me just a second, actually, and I can fix all this. Okay, so while I'm doing that, let's see here. This is everybody on the lineup. Okay. It's going to take me a minute, but I can do this, so we're all good. All right, cool. Certainly by the end of this stream, I'll have everybody down in the in their appropriate spot. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about a couple of things before we actually get into the stream at hand. That's all the same. Did I actually do this in advance? I did not. I have failed myself quite a bit, and it's very hurtful. Anywho, first thing we'll talk about is what's going on right now. Okay, so DSP had a problem, has been coming up short on these on his streams as of late, being down quite a bit. I heard the other night, or maybe it was a day stream, I'm not sure actually now that I think about it, he only made like $87, something along those lines, something, sad to say the least, which I would assume there's going to be a lot of days like that. I don't know if he's ready for it or if he's even aware, but there's going to be a lot of days like that coming around the corner for him. He should be prepared for that now. I also heard that he has a new piece of equipment for his Xbox, like a new battery pack, which he should have purchased that from the rip. Only Iced Coffee or whoever it was who got him what he got him. They should have purchased that for him from like day one, to be honest. Phil of all people should have had one of those. Also though, the way he was talking about how the battery life was really terrible and he was running through batteries all that week, it makes me wonder, does he leave his controller on all night? It doesn't seem practical that he would, but it seemed weird that I should have left that. That was fine. Anyway, it doesn't seem rational or even plausible that he would do it. But it was weird because there's no reason why he would go through that much battery life unless he's buying like cheap batteries, which is very plausible in itself. I assume he's buying his batteries where he buys like most of his costumes and shit from. So make of that what you will. So anyway, he purchased the battery pack, $25. He has a double pack and whatnot. Good for him, I suppose, I guess. There's the fundraiser / begathon on Saturday, which is going to be a complete and total joke, because I feel like if you're not making the money that you need to be making right now, I don't really understand how you're going to be able to pull all of that by Saturday. Like, for whatever reason, people are not supporting you because whether they're scared of Only Iced Coffee or they just don't have the money right now or whatever the case may be. I don't know how you bleeding them in a marathon on Saturday is going to work. A marathon on Saturday for a game that you're already playing. Why can't we play a game that's not on the schedule already? Yet again, why don't we have a Street Fighter stream like 30th anniversary? Why don't we have something like that that's actually challenging, an actual marathon, something that people would actually enjoy? Not necessarily a rage-a-thon, despite the fact there'd be a lot of rage, but something just Street Fighter related. Why isn't that a thing? And that's something that personally people need to push for. But honestly, to my understanding, Only Iced Coffee is basically running the hen house over there anyway, or the pigsty, whatever you want to call it. So make of that what you will. Got a chance to watch, or listen to, I should say, more than I actually got a chance to watch it. Got a chance to listen to Big ups to Red, though. We're about to go over his video in a minute. I got to see Super Crazy's most recent video, the Ballad of OIC. Good video, to say the very least. To be honest with you, that makes him sound even more crazy than that 4D chess theory that I had on the last stream. If it's true, if that's actually the case, that shit sounds like a fucking mess. You know what I'm saying? Like, we think he's in love with the dude, which is possible. It's plausible. There's been a lot of pay pigs over there that have had a what's the word for it? I guess some type of infatuation with Phil. So I guess that's not completely out of the standard. And then there has been, if you look at DSP's history, he's had plenty of people who got emotionally attached to him in some way, shape, or form. Some people thought the theory was Gamer Nicole actually was possibly in love for Phil or had some feelings for him before Panda came into the picture. Once Panda did, she bounced out. So, I mean, make of it what you will. The big thing, though, like I said, it was a good video. I think you guys should go and check it out if you haven't seen it. He said there's going to be a part 2, so I will wait till his part 2 comes out, and then I will give my hot take on that. I'd like to see more. Vidal didn't love DSP. He was just incredibly loyal to DSP, which is actually a great point, Robert. When you look at and some people have already pointed this out, but when you look at some of the whales or aggressive pay pigs over the years, a lot of them have their own little quirks or whatever, and there's a variance to a lot of it depending on their personalities. This thing with Only Iced Coffee is the more that we speculate about him, the further we actually get from what he is and what he isn't. Now, granted, Super Crazy has some inside information. He's done some real digging to find out, what this person is, and he has like a really large paper trail. So a lot of what he says, he can back all of that up. Whereas with myself, I can only go off what I've seen, and it's just nutty. I think he's kind of nutty, to be honest. I think honestly the plan has gone left. If he was trying to play both sides, somewhere down the line he ended up losing it, or he's playing, like, what I'm saying, or he's faking it. Who could say? To be honest with you, there's so much bullshit that goes on the pay pick side of it that who knows who's telling the truth and who isn't. That's kind of one of the reasons why Anonymous gets dismissed at certain times. There's a lot of people who just kind of want to just ignore what he has to say. A lot of people give it credence. A lot of people don't even trust him. And the reason why is because a lot of these guys sat around for a lot of the bullshit and didn't do anything. Good morning. It's kind of hard to take anybody seriously over there. But who could say? If you know what I'm saying? Wait until the information comes out. But it's a good video though. It's a damn good video. I'll say the least. He had a lot of information. And to take the time to put all that together, he deserves our respect just off that. Yeah, he was. Hood. Vidal was fucked in the worst possible way. And I think to be honest, and he shouldn't have been. Like, Vidal should have been the last person to be fucked over, to be honest. Was he starting to become a bit of a liability? Yeah, kinda, but not enough though that I think it warrants him being thrown under the bus for Phil to try to save himself from Twitch, which probably wasn't going to happen anyway. Yes, that's right, Red. Every fucking cult has its zealots. Absolutely. So that's kind of a mess in itself, to be honest. But I think the money's still gonna run dry. It's gonna be a rough. Phil's in for a rough time. He's in for a rough time. So who could say what the situation is? But really what it comes down to is it's funny how, like with Brightside Viking, he came in from Medicare's old stuff. And he came into troll, and then he started to feel sympathy for Phil. And then he wanted to really help him. It's amazing watching him go through that transition. When you're looking at Only Iced Coffee, who knows if he was trying to play both sides from the jump or not. But over time, he's grown to, whether he loves Phil, whether he cares about him, whatever the case may be. It seems like an extreme case of Stockholm Syndrome. That's what it all comes across. It comes like that for all those dudes. All of those guys. Even back to, like Mort. When Mort was doing all his chargebacks, that was just clearly trolling, and it was hilarious. But then when you look at like someone like Waifu Destroyer Matt, I don't even know if that person's even around anymore. But when it comes down to like Waifu Destroyer Matt, when he ended up getting literally destroyed on Phil's stream, because Phil like basically shitted on him for like 7 straight minutes, and then you came back the next day, not only did that speak to Waifu Destroyer Matt's personality, but it spoke, I think, to the audience or to the rest of the pig cult or to the rest of the pigs in general. It made it seem like okay, if I get embarrassed by Phil, it's no big deal. It's okay for me to come back. And that right there should have been the problem. Like, that right there, someone should have said something. Instead of Waifu Destroyer Matt getting mad at Tevin, praise be, getting mad at Tevin for calling him a cuck because he was acting like a cuck, maybe he should have manned up and stood up for himself. You know what I mean? So the type of emotional attachment, and this was back in like 2017, the type of emotional attachment that a lot of these people have, not only to Phil, but to this community, was a lot stronger back then than it is now. Now it's just starting to turn into, it's starting to go left. A lot of these guys are just getting obsessed. And as you'll see in Super Crazy's video, it sounds like Only Iced Coffee wants to break free of it, and he can't. And that right there, I think, was the most pitiful part of it, to be honest with you. Hearing that. That was sad. That was really, really sad. Like, this is just internet shit. These aren't people that you know in real life. You can walk away from this at any given time. So who gives a shit? What's up, Killer? You know what I'm saying? It's not that big of a deal. It's really not. It's really not. So it was kind of weird to see that. Now, Only Iced Coffee wants to wear Catherine's skin. That's what it sounds like he's going for. That's what it sounds like he's going for. Break it free of what? That's it. Well, that's a good point. It seems to be established that what's up, James? I saw your little comment too on Twitter, sir. That was hurtful. That was very hurtful. That was very hurtful. Like I said, there's some type of emotional dependence. I don't want to ruin the video. I want you guys to watch the super crazy video. You can get it for yourself. But given the situation, the incubation period, if you will, that Super Crazy was in, it does make, Super Crazy, or not Super Crazy, that Only Iced Coffee was in. Super Crazy brings up a very good point that because of the circumstances, it makes sense how Only Iced Coffee would have built this codependency on Phil. At the same time, though, too, as you just said, Hate Army, dependency on what? Just walk away. You got to understand, a lot of these people by nature have either have codependency issues, have abandonment issues, are just kind of just weak in general. And these are some of the things that Phil looks for. Phil looks for people like this. He seeks out people like this. That's why his Twitter channel or his Twitch channel now is open to everybody, but mainly to children. Like, that's why he doesn't make his content for mature audiences only on Twitch, which it should be. Kids shouldn't be watching some of the language that idiot be putting out, but it is what it is. But that's who he's looking to target. He's looking to try to catch you early, or catch you with some type of disability, or some type of shortcoming, if you will, or some type of drawback, if you will, which sounds even worse than the first one, and try to play off of that. And his audience speaks to that. And that's incredibly abusive when you look at that in the long-term effects. It's terrible. It's a terrible way to look at it, but that's what he does. Yes, I heard that Only Iced Coffee lives about an hour away. He probably lives closer than that, to be honest. Like, he comes across as someone who's actually, even though I saw like a post or something saying that he has gone past Phil's neighborhood before, I'm sure he's been in Phil's neighborhood before. I guarantee it. I would even say, like, this is all theory though, so make of it what you will. I wouldn't be surprised if he's been trying to build up the confidence to walk up to Phil's door. So I wouldn't be surprised by that. Let's talk about the Justin Wong thing. Actually, that's actually a great point. So Justin, as of recent, had just received his 100,000 subscriber YouTube play button. Big accomplishment. Okay. With that being said, he goes on Twitter and he says thank you to all the people who support him and for helping him to get to this milestone, meaning that he's looking to go further than that. DSP should take notes. And he wanted to thank everybody who helped him get here, and he looked forward to the future. And he also emphasized that he started the YouTube game late, which is something that I'm going to come back to later. But it's true that Phil, when it comes to the FGC shit and that transition to YouTube, Phil was one of the first. It's definitely between Phil and Maximilian. I don't know who was actually on YouTube first, though. I feel like it was, because DSP is like 2008, And I'm sure Max is somewhere around that time period, but I don't know exactly where or who. So I'm not really quite sure. But in any case, it's very fair to say that DSP is one of those people with an FGC background who got on YouTube and got big early. And then Max came along. Then a lot of these other guys who were picking up on Phil's scheme ended up coming along. A lot of those tournament organizers who Phil was poaching their footage ended up, picking up on that and ended up started doing that as well. So it became a real big thing, right? And DSP is actually part of that, is kind of like the catalyst of that movement because he was stealing these people's videos and shit. So take that for what you will. With that being said, you could kind of say he was like, I wouldn't say a pioneer, but he was one of the first people to do it. As these other guys started coming into the game and started to really work at it and started to build connections outside of just the FGC, right? With actual game companies and publishers and doing all these different things. They built more in their short period of time than DSP ever has. Let's take Max, for example. You have someone who has 14 years ago. Okay, so Max beats him out. Or he's close, I should say. Okay, so here, let me finish my point. So look at Max, for example. He's someone who has made a lot of content. He has a variety of content. He's done more than just fighting game stuff. He has, in a lot of ways, continued that heritage of the FGC, not only within the FGC community itself, but on YouTube. He brought a lot of awareness to it. He allowed a lot of people who may not be tournament players, he gave them a reason to make FGC content, even if you're not part of the FGC, or make fighting game content, right? And to continue this, because it could eventually go away if there's not enough support for it. If a lot of these publishers don't see that we're supporting these games that we love and we care about, they may stop making them and move on to something else. And Max, I think, has spearheaded that. And whatever you think of Max, whatever your opinion is of him, you can't deny what he's done. On top of what Max has done in the FGC and on YouTube, he's actually built shit. He's actually created shit, right? Like if you think during the Marvel vs. Capcom 3 era, he had that little skit series where he would have his friends dress up as certain characters, and then they would go over game mechanics. Like all of that was brilliant ideas and very entertaining skits. And to see him transition from that and to move on into other things like development and other stuff like that shows how you can build a platform for yourself and launch yourself from that platform. Justin is the same thing. He's went ahead and he's in the gaming. He's actually in the gaming industry as Max is. He's actually built a lot of stuff. He has a tournament pedigree, but he used that stuff as his platform. That's not his end all be all. Now we talk about DSP. You have someone who, for all intents and purposes, when it comes to the FGC, is a failure. And a lot of the reason why people from the FGC don't shit on him is because they don't have to. It's easier just to let him assist me. Thank you. It's easier just to let Phil fade away. Like the FGC has done that better than anybody. It's easier to just let him fade away. Like he's a myth. You know what I'm saying? Like he's an asshole that only some of the old timers actually remember and don't really speak of because there's no need to. And for some of the younger generation or whatnot, they've only heard of him because of reputation. And then when they go on YouTube and look, that tells the whole story. Why do you feel the need to feed into that? It's easier just to let it go, to let him die out. And as going back to Phil's career, for all intents and purposes, he was a failure. But yet, that's the only claim to fame that he has in life. The only two things Phil can actually hang his hat on, and he does daily, is his time in the FGC, mainly his fourth place finish at EVO 2005, and being hot shit on YouTube. And now he's neither one of those things. When it comes to the FGC, he's a myth. He's a ghost. No one cares. And to YouTube, he was the conductor of his own destruction. Like he tore everything down himself, and all these other guys elevated and moved themselves up. Like everything that you could say, quote unquote, that he built, or whatever ground that he laid for the people to come behind him, that right there just gets diminished because of how he's treated those people and how he went about doing what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure. I'm not saying that Max likes DSP or doesn't like him, but he would never come out and say, I hate DSP. He would never come out and say that. He doesn't need to be honest. He doesn't need to. That's why they're so cordial with him on Twitter. And to be honest with you, when Phil tries to compliment those guys on Twitter, it reeks with insincerity. It comes across as the bitter has-been, right, who's trying to kind of butter himself up or clout chase or whatever you want to call it to these individuals, and they know it. And that's why they're so, I'm not say gentle per se, but that's why they're so comforting about it, if you will, and then they move on. You know what I mean? And DSP hates it, and he knows it, but he keeps doing it because he's hoping to try to keep his name alive. His name's dead. His name is dead. Like, he was never anything about anything. And think about it, too. Think about his actual legacy itself as it pertains to the FGC. You built all of that. Your whole FGC career is built on failure. You took 4th place in a shitty port that in a tournament at Evo, yes, but in a tournament that no one took seriously. And you still lost. It doesn't matter who you beat. It doesn't matter who didn't. It doesn't even really matter who showed up and who. Well, it does. It kind of matters who showed up and who didn't because you want to beat the best of the best. But then again, some of the best of the best showed up and he still lost. You still lost. You still failed. And yet you sat on that notion for over a decade. For over a decade, I want you to, let's put this in perspective, right? He fought to be recognized for his 4th place finish for 10 years, over 10 years. He fought to be recognized. He bitched and complained to be recognized for a 4th place finish. Think about that. Oh no, he's an absolute failure in streaming. That doesn't even count. Streaming doesn't even count. He's a failure in streaming. But he spent all that time fighting for 4th. And then you go to YouTube and you build all this up, right? And in a lot of ways, him coming to YouTube was him trying to redeem himself to the FGC to show, hey, you guys need to recognize me because these people recognize me. But that didn't happen. And essentially all he did was make more enemies as time went on. Yeah, exactly. But see, the thing is, though, about Alex Valle, Maximilian, Justin Wong, all these guys. First off, these guys have real knowledge, right? And then these guys have personality, right? And then these people aren't just dependent on the FGC. Even though Alex, out of the 3, out of Max and out of Justin, is as, you know, who's like still lives that life and has been for decades. There's still more to him than just that. You know what I'm saying? Whereas DSP, he built his legacy on 4th place and then tried to go into these other gaming genres, right? And failed miserably because he shitted on the games. He shitted on the people who like those games. He shitted on the publishers. He shitted on the developers. And he alienated himself more and more and more. He couldn't transition he didn't learn anything while he was in the FGC. He didn't learn anything. You have to have a level of tact when you're talking to people, right? You have to have a level of understanding. You can be the honest guy and not come across totally as an asshole. And this is coming from an asshole. But you can convey your message in such a way to where you're not alienating people. The problem is that's what DSP wanted because DSP got a lot of negative attention over there in the FGC until it eventually engulfed him. And so he thought, well, people already kind of like my brash attitude over here on YouTube, so I'm just going to keep doing it. And he just never learned. And with that being said, he never understood the concept of conducting business. And because he couldn't transition, he couldn't separate his personality from the business is the reason why it all failed. That's why you guys get these sad ass fucking, the beginning of his begging segments on his pre-streams. You get this sad ass segment about, guys, as you guys know, I am an independent content creator. I have no corporate backing. I have no sponsorships. I've been around for over 10 years. That's sad to hear. That's sad to hear that you've been in the fighting game community. You may have even been some of its front runners for over a decade, and you don't have nothing to show for it. The only thing he does have, to be honest, is occasionally the free game code, or maybe occasionally the free product that one of these publishers decide to bless him with. Other than that, he doesn't have anything. He doesn't have anything. No, you're right. He doesn't know jack shit about he doesn't. The fuck his business degree. He doesn't know shit about shit. What you know, what you can do. That goes back to there's a difference between book smart and street smart. Even if whether Phil did his own homework or his parents did his own homework or whatever he was able to retain from those books, he couldn't translate it and he couldn't put it into practice. Let's say that. Whatever it was that he was able to learn and or retain, he wasn't able to execute in practice. That makes him useless. And then from a street standpoint, or just being able to talk to people from a social standpoint, which is what he really means when he talks about the street, he's not able to do that either. He's not able to convey to people, hey, I really need help. This is why I need help. Please continue to support. What he does is give people false promises about just get me over this hump. Get me past this month or this bill or this period, if he will, and things will. I promise you, things will be better. It doesn't convey. It doesn't work. If there isn't any growth, then what's the point? And he don't get it. And even when you look at someone like Wings or even Low Tier God, for example, or even Rich, let's go ahead and say Low Tier God for a minute. That dude, for all intents and purposes, he didn't do it right, but I think he may have gotten further than DSP did. Like, if you've ever gone over to his chat, that shit there's die-hard loyalty over there. And even the hint of dissension is ridiculed and bumped out. There's very few people who can sit there and say $30 for the camera, and then I guess back in the day it was like $20 for the mic, and people would actually pay it. Or they would buy something from his merch or whatever the case may be. And any time that Low Tier God initiates that, he's going to hit it. He knows that. There's someone on standby to do it. Is it the way to go about it? Absolutely not. But did he get away with it? Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. It's insane how it happened, but that's what happened. And no one is ever going to be able to take that away from him. So even if you said, well, Low Tier God took some of the negative aspects of DSP and used it to his advantage, to a degree, you could say there's some truth to it. It's all wrong, no matter what, at the end of the day, but he was able to make it work. He made people understand that, hey, my time is worth something. This is how you do it. Or this is how it's going to be done, I should say, over here. When DSP sits there and shits on people and says, oh, I don't make you guys pay $30 for the camera. I don't make you guys pay $20 for the microphone or any of that bullshit. He's lying. Because look at the vest streak. Or look at the vest goal. Look at the sub goal. Or, look at the vest goal. Look at the streak. Look at the actual stream goal, if you will. You got to pay for what? The eyeglasses. You have to pay for the vest, and you have to pay for the cowboy hat. It's the same shit. It's kind of the same shit if you put everything into perspective. It's the exact same thing. In a lot of ways, and I theorized this for a little bit, the vest streak was really DSP ripping off Low Tier God's microphone and the camera. It was the exact same thing. But who could say? But the FGC has passed him up. And you're slowly but surely seeing some of these guys on YouTube, these FGC guys on YouTube, I should say, slowly pass him up as well. And what's Phil going to do about it? So all he can do is kind of hold on to them, or hold on to what history he has with them, and hope that one of them will give him a rub. And it's not going to happen because he has nothing else. He's got nothing else. What's up, Ben? So there's that. We'll go over some FGC stuff at a later time and date. There are some matches I want to go over. I would like to go over the Goji Tank stuff. I meant to do that in video form, and I still will. But maybe we'll do it on stream too, and it'll be fun. We'll see. Any other announcements or anything that I can think of? Oh, is the camera and mic is $30 for both. Okay, gotcha. There's nothing else I can think of, man. Let's go ahead and get into this Red video. Let's just go. I gotta admit, Red, I watched it beforehand. I wish I had waited. But it's very, very funny. The link is down in the description. Hopefully you guys will check it out. How's it going, Jesse? What's up, people? And let's go ahead and get started. I won't hold you guys up because we actually have, it's going to be a long one, but there's a lot of things that I want to point out to you guys. So here we go. Give me a second. I got a, I have some new stuff here. Kind of, sort of. Okay, if I do that, that will go there. So let's hit that. And actually, one more thing. Someone was like, "Hey, you should announce to the other channels that you're over here now, and just to let people know what you're doing and how you're doing and so on and so forth." Which is, like I said, is a great point. I'm hoping to, in like September or October, to get some activity going on back over there. I'll try to do something before that to let people know. Just like how someone had tweeted me this morning and was like, "Hey, tell people about your new Twitter and let them know." Eventually they'll find me. There's a few people that I'm already kind of following. Some people have already found me. I'll put it out there eventually. Or it's in the on the main page, on this main page I should say, up there in the banner. I also have that as well. So it's something I'll do periodically as time goes on. So but I appreciate you letting me know that. But like I said, I'll say something as time goes on. Because I do plan to go back. Because there's so much to do. All right, guys, it's time to go ahead and post your coffee emotes in the chat. Let's go ahead and get started on this first video. Which is hilarious. Like I said, if it's too loud, or if it's not loud enough, please let me know, and I will make adjustments as I do. Here we go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to episode 2 of Feasting with the King, my brand spanking new show where I share an entire meal with you guys live on a stream. Today, per what you guys have voted, we're checking out Sonic. Yeah, Sonic. Yes, Sonic. What do you mean? Not this Sonic? Not that, not that kind of Sonic. Oh, it's a different Sonic.
Now, we're going to go over the longer formatted version of this at a later time and date, but I still very much am of the belief that this was a backhanded slap to Christian. I don't care what nobody say. I will stand alone on that. But I honestly, here, let me drop some snort bucks in the chat for y'all. I say, get your snort bucks out. You're going to need it. But I honestly think this was a backhanded slap to Christian. I honestly think it was, without having to actually say it. This was a backhanded slap to Christian. Because everybody's out there doing their Christian stuff, and it's really working out, right? So this would be a much more convenient play on it, if you will, for him. This is just my thoughts, though. Who could say, and whatnot. The fact that he did this, though, still shocks me. It shocks me. Because oh shit, you know what? Actually, hold up. Real fast. My bad. What's up, Arizona? Holy shit! It's kind of Super Saiyan level. It's kind of it's Super Saiyan Blue, to be honest with you. But that's an insult to Super Saiyan Blue. And let me hit Arizona with that. Okay. But big ups though. I'm surprised he actually did this, to be honest, with this whole Sonic hat thing. Because let's be honest, the Pay Pigs have been clamoring for this. They've been doing their highest of snorts for this for the longest time, and he refused to do it. Even when people were willing to put money behind it, he still refused to do it. And the fact that he did it now, I'm telling you, it's because of Christian. It's because of the Christian shit is what made him think, you know what, let me put this out here and let me make this shit happen. It makes sense. But like I said, maybe that's me overthinking it. But it's DSP, and Christian is a hot topic right now. It's going to be for a while. You're telling me he would pass that up? You're telling me he would literally pass this opportunity up? Just throwing it out there.
What we're actually doing, it's called Sonic Drive-In Restaurants. Here's their logo, okay? And I've only had Sonic.
Yeah, and Red brings up a great point. And which goes back to what I was telling you guys. He doesn't need to get a better camera. I mean, yes, he needs to get a better camera, but in actuality, he just needs green screen. He needs a green screen. He doesn't need a better camera because all it's going to do is expose more of his flaws, if you will, that he has, that, you know, of his body in general. Like, his body is working against him, right? It's slowly but surely falling apart. And he doesn't need people to, he doesn't need that to be exploited. He doesn't need that to be put out there. If nothing else, a green screen would really take away attention from that, if you ask me. But I'll save that shot. But that's just my initial thought, though. I don't think he's ever going to do the webcam thing. But he might as well get a green screen. He might as well. It's not. He might as well. Like I said, the dude's falling apart. And like I said, he's not gonna. One day he's gonna have a stroke or something, or he's gonna have a heart attack on stream, and that's not gonna be the way that you want people to remember you. I would think you wouldn't anyway. But for some people, they'll go ahead and take long-term infamy in any way they see fit.
Maybe like 4 times in my entire life. Twice was over 7 years ago.
And that's kind of a lie too. Someone had pointed that out on Kiwi Farms. It's on his bucket list, I think. Between with him and Panda, that they had talked about, you know, they found a Sonics in Connecticut, or one had opened up, and they were like frequenting it. They were frequently going to it like as often as they could. So don't make it. So don't let him. Don't feed into his bullshit about how, oh, I don't have a whole lot of experience with Sonics. Matter of fact, what he ordered here is exactly, or is, let me reword that, is extremely similar to what he was ordering back then too. Same thing, a burger. Usually a bacon burger, of course, cannibalism, a hot dog, and some type of shake or slush. It's the exact same thing, same Depa style. No, I haven't gone over that video yet. We will though. Not going over. Yeah, I haven't done that. There's like 3 or 4 Mr. Huff Stuff videos he's done that I need to go over in succession. So I'm kind of, I'll save him for that. But yes, that's on the list though for sure. All right, let's go back.
Before I moved to the West Coast, and then twice since I've lived here. Once was quite some time ago, and once was about 2 years ago. I specifically remember going to this drive-in one with my wife and eating in the car, because that's one of their gimmicks, is that they'll actually take your food out to the car for you, and you eat in your car, or you can eat inside too. They have seating at certain restaurants as well. But this is a fast food chain I've almost never gone to, and was pretty much non-existent when I lived on the East Coast. Even out here, it's not common. They're pretty far away. Just so happens there's one that's about half an hour away from me, so I was able.
Here's the thing: he feigns ignorance on certain things because he wants people to drum up. He wants to continue to drum up interest and give people and plant the idea that, wow, I would like to see if Phil's trying this for the first time, or for the first time in a long time, he may do it again. And so he's kind of implanting the idea that, oh, well, I don't know too much about this fast food chain, or I don't know too much about this type of game or this category of games. But if you guys support this, maybe I'll go back and I'll at a later time and date, and we'll get into it. We'll play some more, or we'll experiment with it a little bit more. That's how he tries to drum up interest. To be honest, it's a really weird type of manipulation. But it's just him constantly conditioning people. Poorly, by the way. But this is him constantly conditioning stuff. Thanks, man. I don't know about every stream, but every couple of streams or whatever, I'll change up the fonts a little bit until I'll just keep changing them up and we'll see what happens. I kind of want to start changing the color of certain stuff too, but you got to learn how to walk before you learn how to run.
For this show, and earlier today people helped me pick off the menu what I would order and try live for my new show, Feasting with the King. First of all, to drink.
Speaking of which, for that Saturday event, is it Feasting with the King or is it DSP Tries It, by the way? Because if it's DSP Tries It, that's him punishing the audience. If it's Feasting with the King, then it is what it is. And more importantly, if we're trying to get this money up to pay for our mortgage, why are we spending money on fast food? why are we spending money on fast food if that's the case? It is DSP Tries It. Oh, big up Anley. I see you there. Guy with 2 names. Big ups. Okay, so it is DSP Tries It. All right, fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
This is called Ocean Water, and what it is, it's like a blue soda. From what I'm going to understand, it's a mix of like a lemon lime soda like Sprite with like coconut flavoring and stuff like that. It's blue. They actually dye it like blue. See that? You see a little bit on the top of the plastic there. I've never had this before. Okay, so we're going to try it live and see what it's like. I've never had it before. In addition, we ordered a bunch of stuff. Okay, we ordered a burger. We ordered some cheddar peppers. I think they're called cheddar peppers, which is supposed to be jalapeno peppers stuffed with cheddar cheese, deep fried with a dipping sauce. We ordered a double bacon supersonic cheeseburger. Okay, and what I would argue, the piece de resistance of all of this.
Oh, man. I saw someone say bacon water. That was pretty funny, actually. And yeah, man, I was going over the tax saga. I think it's going to be really interesting. I think that's really going to be interesting revisiting that. So I do kind of look forward to that. It's going to be a long one, though. But I do look forward to how that plays out. I really do look forward to how that plays out.
The foot-long cheddar cheese coney dog with chili. So chili cheese coney dog. Foot-long. It's so big, the camera is filled. Look at that. That's actually the size. Like my arms, if I stretch them out, can't even reach the ends of the dog. That's how long the dog is. Okay? Actually, here it is. It looks a foot long to me. It actually looks legitimately like a foot long. Okay? Pretty cool. Now, we are going to try all these things one by one. All right? Let's try them in order here. I think first we should...
Here's where the fun begins. Holy snap. Here's where the fun begins. Speaking of which, I am sorry, I did not do proper introductions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here with Red. We're here with Red. Devour Live Sonics. This video came out August 9th of 2021. The link, by now, is down in the description. Big ups to Red. Oh boy. When the warning comes up, viewers' discretion is advised. That's when stuff gets fun. So here we go. Yeah, I like the production he does with the videotape thing too. Like it's a really nice touch. It really is. It kind of, actually, I don't know if Red has intended to do it this way, but if you think about it, at least for me anyway, it harkens back to like those old shitty videos Phil used to do, where he was kind of holding the video camera towards the TV. It has that kind of charm to it, but with a purpose, if you will. It's not just pure laziness. It's done this way to convey a message. It's really, really cool. It also kind of fits into the narrative that Phil's a dinosaur. And so, you know what I'm saying? Phil is outdated, so use an outdated piece of like technology to convey that message, right? To kind of to present that to people. I think it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It's the little things, ladies and gentlemen. It's the little things. All right, here we go.
So, you thought it would be grilled? That is definitely not grilled. That's probably...
He has like... Sorry, I'm sorry. He has like the... Red even has like the old school like he has like the old school porn music playing in the background too. That's hilarious. That's so hilarious. Oh shit. Oh, that's brilliant. That's so seductive. So seductive.
I would assume dead. So about ready to go. Well, I think we're gonna have a chili dog. Right? We should always dress the part. If you're gonna have a chili dog,
Yes, pork hub. That's exactly what that is. It's pork hub. Oh my god, that's so good. That's so good.
not stick. There you go.
And this part right here, I don't even know what this part is, but I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out. Oh my gosh. Here, I'm sorry. Let's see here. Can I do this? I can do that. Yes. This whole thing with this dude in the wheelchair wearing gloves eating this messy ass chili dog. I don't know where he found this. I don't know what this is, but Jesus fucking Christ. Matter of fact, hold up. Real fast. Let me do this really quickly. Let me do this really quickly. If I can do it. Excellent. Let me drop this down in the chat. I want you guys to, if you guys get a chance, I would very much appreciate if you would go ahead, check out Red's channel. Check out this video. I appreciate you being, hopefully this is the link. It's the right link. But check out Red's channel. Check out this video and whatnot. Here, let me actually pin this too. And whatnot. Show the dude some love. There's a lot of great stuff over there. So I would hope that you guys would take a little bit of time. Like I said, give him a sub, check out the video, give him a like if you enjoyed it. Funny stuff. Now here, I don't know where he found this thing from. This whole this thing with Sonic in the wheelchair nonsense. I don't know where this came from, but this shit is crazy. Wait till you see this. It's like an alternate universe Sonic. Like, I don't know what this is. I don't. And like, I hope this isn't like a real person like doing this. Like, in the fact that like it's not a real person that has a disability, I should say, who's doing this. I hope this is just supposed to be like some gimmick or some shit. If not, it's, you know, Shield Badman. But holy shit, that's just a crazy. And this is a mask, right? Like this whole shit right here is a mask. So he literally has to shove the hot dog through the mask just to get it into his own mouth. And the way he does it, the way he devours it. It's like when Phil bites into something, he has like that look of pain on his fucking face. It's like that shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's like that shit.
What? The hot dog tastes good.
And look at this guy. Look at the cameraman right here. He's like, "What the fuck am I doing this for?" like, what is this? Is this shit for science? What is this? Like, even he's sitting here looking at the madness. Like, what are we doing this for? I'm getting paid for this, right? This isn't just me volunteering, is it? Holy shit! No, I feel you. I feel you. That's an old meme. It's just holy shit, dude. Holy shit! And what the hell is this? What's up with this sideways bite? Like, I don't even know if he actually took some of the paper with it or not. But what is this? The madness! The madness! Holy shit! So good! Oh my god. Oh shit. Thank you very much, Ann Lee, for dropping the original there. Yeah, thank you for that. Holy shit. Yes, that's gonna be useful later. Let's go ahead and just copy that. That's gonna be useful for later. Oh my gosh. Thank you very much, Ann Lee. Thank you very, very much. Holy shit.
So, Sonic, out of the 4 items I tried, 3 were good, 1 was outstanding. The hot dog was outstanding. And then 1 was insanely disappointing, just flat out wrong. Okay? Smash the like button. Take your mouse or take your finger on your touchscreen device and absolutely destroy the like button on this video. Just go.
Oh, the madman. Oh, Red. You said in the last stream that I was really, really going to enjoy that. And I believed you. But Jesus Christ, that felt so right and so wrong for so many reasons. That was so good. Oh my God. All right, let's get together. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Red. Like I said, the link is, the top pinned comment is the link to that video. By all means, please check out the channel. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. You know what I'm saying? If you want to see more of that greatness. Holy shit. Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Holy shit, that was beautiful. Whew. That was good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, sadly, well, not sadly, we're going to get into, now we get into the dirty stuff. That's the reason why we did that one first. Kind of get you guys lighten up, get you guys that first sip of coffee or cappuccino or espresso, you know, some good music. It's sensual, you know what I'm saying? It's seductive, if you will. But now we're going to have to start getting into the brutal stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with Snort Burnell, DsPgaming, addressing Twitter drama. This is from May 18th of 2018. Link is down into the description. Do you guys want to know what Twitter drama we're talking about? Allow me to elaborate. Do any of you guys remember when Phil Burnell, DSP, DarksydePhil, was going through, as he ended up telling us later, his depression? And he decided to go on Twitter and call all of these... all of his fellow YouTubers, Twitch streamers, game writers, game reviewers, whatever the case may be, he called them all shills. He basically said that you guys don't deserve this. You guys are hurting the business. You're hurting gaming. You're doing all that. And it's unfair. And it's not right. And none of you guys are even real gamers. You guys don't do this for the love of it. You do it for money. Any of you guys remember that? No? Well, hopefully I can go ahead, refresh your memory. Should be fun. Now, I'm going to go ahead and play it initially, and then I will silence it just for a minute, because I know that the intro is kind of loud, and I don't want to blast anybody's ears out. So, matter of fact, let me do that now, and I'll continue talking as we go along. But this is going to be a nice bit of history. There's a lot of meme and a lot of nonsense in this shit, and I really, really want you guys to take it all in, especially the stupidity of, I know you remember Jesse, the stupidity of, when I tweet out something, I just thought it goes to my followers. I didn't know everybody gets to see it. stuff like that. Or, oh, I know I do stupid shit, but it's not what makes me different from other people is when I do stupid shit, everybody knows. Everybody finds out because I got these people following me all the time and they overblow my stuff. Well, maybe you should just stop doing stupid shit. Maybe we could try that. Maybe that's a thing. You know? Maybe not. So let's see here. Is that the right video? Yes, addressing the Twitter drama. Because that's always fun. And voila.
This is how I play the game.
All right, so that's what you guys have in store for our next video. Should be fun. For a lot of you who may not have heard of some of this stuff, this will harken back. This will be a bit of a back in time, if you will, or this will definitely be a blast from the past. For some of you guys who have heard this will be a bit of a refresher, which is important. Here we go.
That is an epic fucking intro, dude. And I have to warn everyone. Warning. What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Big up, James. Like I said, I'll catch you later, man. Have a good day. Thanks for coming by.
Good.
A lot of people immediately have already been asking me, what have I been doing when I was away? I'm not going to give you guys super specific details, simply because, as I said to you guys, the more that I reveal about my private life, the more people, sadly,
All right, one more time. Let me give you guys the big ups on this. Uh-oh, there's TJX. What's going on? Let's see here. Yet again, we are here with Snort, Burnell, DsPgaming, addressing Twitter drama. This is from May 18th of 2018. The link's down in the description for anybody who needs it. And let's see here. Here we go.
to attack me. But what I will say is this. I did some spring cleaning. Alright, cleaned up the house a lot. Did a lot of outdoor work outside.
I know you're lying.
In regards to the backyard, which is why I'm sunburnt. I put on tons of sunblock. And it's funny because I put it everywhere. I put on my arms, my neck, shoulders that are exposed to the sun, my face, and my ears. My ears typically are what burn the worst. Alright, and, had some good time with Kat. We went out for to eat a few times, and did a few fun things. Although most of them were just, very basic local things. But I'll be honest with you guys. I was very much enjoying having the time off, but at the same time, the fact that I was doing work during the time off kind of sucked. Like, now I'm all sore. Like, no lie, my legs are sore, my back is sore, I'm sunburnt, and I'm kind of like, man, I really kind of wish I just took the time to relax.
This guy has, no social skills whatsoever.
The 26th, potentially, maybe my next day off. Wow!
Now, guys, let's go through the schedule. I want you guys to know what to expect here on Twitch, as long as I'm able to stream on Twitch. Alright?
Lol.
And what I mean by that is, obviously, if something happens and I'm, suspended or prevented from streaming on Twitch, obviously this schedule will be suspended. And at that time, I will have to think about what I want to do moving forward. Alright? Whether it's just playing games offline or the like, without streaming or the like, I'll let you guys know. Right now, I've, heard nothing, but at the same time, you never know. You guys remember.
Now, let me explain this situation too. So, like I said, he went on Twitter and he shitted on pretty much anybody and everybody who is in the gaming community who gets early copies or review copies of games and are able to profit from doing so. This shit hit Twitter running. Like, this shit was all over the place. Like, every detractor back then that was active was talking about it and retweeting it. A lot of other prominent people in social media ended up taking a look at it and seeing it. A lot of them looked at it as, DSP being a dumbass as usual. A lot of those people who ended up getting early copies, this was stated to K2, by the way, a lot of them just kind of shrugged it off like, go back to begging, DSP, I don't give a shit about you. And a lot of other people were like, dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, I do this for a living. I do this because I give a fuck about this. And you have no right to speak on me like that. And this shit was really working against Phil. So he put the tweet out and then bounces from Twitter for 6 hours. And he swears to God, I didn't see what was going on. I left Twitter and went on, because this was on his day off. I'm off, I was off spending time with my wife. I wasn't keeping track of what was going on. And then I show back up 6 hours later and everything's crazy. That's a lie. He was watching the whole situation the whole time. The problem was, and this is when he started coming back and responding, is when some of these Twitch streamers were sitting there direct messaging, or not direct messaging, but tweeting at Twitch and being like, hey, is this allowed to happen? there were people being like, hey, I'm going to report DSP for this bullshit. And that shit started to really gather legs, or it was starting to really gain traction, I should say. Now, keep in mind, back then, Twitch had said, hey, for our partners, the way, we can basically slap you for an infraction when you're doing something on our platform and when you're doing it off of it. You represent our company on and off of our platform. And that got DSP scared, because when people were talking about, hey, I'm going to report him, DSP, a lot of people started saying that. DSP was like, oh shit, I could actually get fucked off Twitch for this. Or at least he thought he was going to. So this is why he's sitting here and doing his little apology. This is why he believes that he was going to get kicked off of Twitch. It's because of that. Now, trust me, there's been plenty of Twitch streamers have put some vile shit on Twitter. Twitter itself is vile to a degree. Well, not even to a degree. It's kind of vile. It can get worse, but it's definitely vile. But to think that he would be kicked off of Twitch over this, it wasn't likely back then. It was another one of those gouty gin dreams of his, if you will. It doesn't mean anything, I don't think. But he really turned the Twitch audience against him. A lot of these bigger streamers who may have just laughed at some detractor content, or even some people who actually used to defend him for saying that he doesn't deserve a lot of the shit that he gets, they came out at him at force, or with force, I should say, and full force in a lot of ways. And we're like, dude, you have no right to say those things. You have no right to do any of that. You don't watch our streams. You don't watch our videos. You don't know what we do over here. So who are you to come off the handle like that? So it was an interesting situation. Let's watch it go by. Big ups, Paul J. Matter of fact, I got to drop something on you real quick.
It was a couple months ago. We were right in the middle of a stream, and the stream just crapped out on us.
And all of a sudden, a message pops up and appears in my stream chat. This account has been suspended from Twitch.
And that's really sucked. That really did suck. So, again, this schedule is pending the fact that I'm able to continue streaming on Twitch. If I'm not able to continue streaming on Twitch, I'm still going to be playing the following games that I'm about to mention. Alright. But I obviously, guys, have no control over this kind of stuff. At any moment, anything can happen, as you guys have seen in the past. So I guess we'll find out what happens, alright? I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping now that I'm back from time off, new games, are starting up. Want to do constant fun gameplay streams for you guys, covering all the latest stuff. But it is what it is. It's life, right? So we'll see what happens together.
Twitch is now gone. I got the chair.
Please do not, bring in drama to the stream. This is not the place for it. Please, God, we've all had enough drama this week. We don't need any more, okay? And I wholeheartedly have apologized for that, and I apologize again. Sometimes people are stupid.
Man, I'm stupid.
I'm not, I'm certainly not.
Oh, you're welcome, Paul. Let's see, what's the date on this video? It's May, I believe I said it was May 18th of 2018. Yeah, it's May 18th of 2018.
Immune to that. And sometimes my stupidity causes unneeded drama. I want to keep that off the streams as much as possible. Alright? So please, no ridiculous questions, no drama. Keep it off the streams. That's where it belongs. We don't need it here. We're here to have fun, to watch fun gameplay, to have positive interactions. That's the deal. Okay, guys?
We need more money. We need more money. That's what this stream is about. Shout outs!
Punisher6574, who cheered 50 bits, said, in our modern digital age, do you feel that constant trolling is worse and more impactful than a direct threat against somebody? Well, here's the thing. It depends on what you mean. Alright? So allow me to give you an example. If someone just comes up to you and says, oh, you're an asshole or whatever to your face, that can be considered a threat or an insult. It's just words. Someone coming up to you physically saying, I'm gonna fuck you up, I'm gonna fight you, I'm gonna beat you, I'm gonna break your
See, that statement right there is kind of bullshit, though. Here, let me bring that back for you. Because remember the guy that came to his Twitch chat and said something about this doesn't sound right, or this might be a scam, or whatever the case may be, and Phil hovered over his name, over his profile picture, I should say, called him out for having a blue beard or blue hair or whatever it was, and, basically shitted on the guy, and then Phil ended up getting temporarily banned for that. So take what he says here with a grain of salt. Like, it's clear that that's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
Punisher6574, who cheered 50 bits, said, in our modern digital age, do you feel that constant trolling is worse and more impactful than a direct threat against somebody? Well, here's the thing. It depends on what you mean. Alright? So allow me to give you an example. if someone just comes up to you and says, "Oh, you're an asshole" or whatever to your face, that can be considered a threat or an insult. It's just words. Someone coming up to you physically saying, "I'm gonna fuck you up, I'm gonna fight you, I'm gonna beat you, I'm gonna break your bones," or hell, someone actually coming after you trying to hurt you, right? Obviously, that's far more dangerous in the immediate sense than ongoing trolling. However, you are correct to say in the modern digital age, ongoing trolling, especially when taken too far, for example, swatting, DDoS attacks, things that could be considered illegal, because they are, but because you're anonymous when you do these things, chances of being caught are incredibly slim, okay? These can all be incredibly hurtful to a business. Personally, I've been the subject of all these attacks. In particular, if you want to talk financially, the biggest impact hit that I ever took was in 2015 when...
Phil's threatened a shitload of people. Phil has threatened a shitload of people over many, many years for various reasons. Most of them are petty, to be honest. And to be honest with you, with his little... and if nothing else, the threats he made behind the scenes, which caused some of his mods to get exposed, or shows some of the abuse that his mods took, I think is even worse. So trust me, he's never been above a threat. He's threatened quite a few people, especially in his FGC days, but he was lucky to dodge some bullets on that. Make of that what you will.
False copyright strikes were put against my YouTube channel, DsPgaming. Alright, and because I had to remove every video ever that had fan art used in it for fear that all these copyright strikes could come through an automated system. And by the way, I was instructed to do this by my partner manager company as well as directly by YouTube at the time. I was told this is the only way to avoid having DsPgaming shut down erroneously. My YouTube channel, DsPgaming, lost millions of views because I had to delete 2 to 3 years of pre-stream videos, okay? And when I did that, the viewership dropped so much that YouTube's, again, automated system said...
Oh, did you guys hear that? Because this is what I was telling you. We talked about this like one or two streams ago, about those videos being deleted or privated or whatever the case may be, and I told you it's when the Down the Rabbit Hole was made, that was the narrative at that time, even though Phil had admitted before that hey, I actually deleted those videos. But I told you that there was a time where he did say that. It's right here.
You do these things, chances of being caught are incredibly slim, okay? These can all be incredibly hurtful to a business. Personally, I've been the subject of all these attacks. In particular, if you want to talk financially, the biggest impact hit that I ever took was in 2015 when false copyright strikes were put against my YouTube channel, DsPgaming, alright? And because I had to remove every video ever that had fan art used in it for fear that all these copyright strikes could come through an automated system. And by the way, I was instructed to do this by my partner manager company as well as directly by YouTube at the time. I was told this is the only way to avoid having DsPgaming shut down erroneously. My YouTube channel, DsPgaming, lost millions of views because I had to delete 2 to 3 years of pre-stream videos, okay? And when I did that, the viewership dropped so much that YouTube's, again, automated system said, well, your channel, if you're deleting that many videos, something's obviously wrong, you're in the wrong, and it basically destroyed my channel in search rankings, and to this day, DsPgaming is a shell of what it was. I can't get those outside viewers who normally during, say, the hardcore gaming season, the fall, the end of the year, would come in and start searching for new games. I want to see Red Dead Redemption 2. And they'd search for it, and I would be on the first or second page of people playing the game. Now I'm on, like, page 17, And it sucks, because, I was one of the longest-running YouTube channels for gaming.
I'm only here for the drama.
Now, sorry, I wanted that clip to play out in its entirety, but one, I don't think that situation happened. I honestly think he panicked. I've said this for years now. I think he panicked because he sent the message out to Twitch or Machinima. He sent a message out to Machinima. He sent another message out to YouTube, and he waited to see who would respond. Sorry. Neither one of them got to him right away because he's not a fucking priority. Let's be honest. He freaked the fuck out, and he just started deleting videos. And by the time Machinima reached back out to him, they were like, what the fuck did you just do? Because think about it. If he had privated those videos, right, then they would tell him, okay, we'll get this worked out, put them back up, right? Or edit that part out or whatever the case may, or cut that part out of it, whatever the case may be. But you telling me that an MCN who's making money off of you told you to delete millions of views worth of videos. You're telling me YouTube sent you an email saying, delete all these videos. Does that really make sense to any of you? To any of you, and keep in mind, he's not saying, oh, Machinima told me to do this, but YouTube didn't, or YouTube told me to do this, but Machinima didn't. He's saying that he has 2 emails saying that they both told him to do it. Or YouTube told Machinima to tell him to do it. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? He screwed himself. That's the reason why DsPgaming is dead. He did that to himself. All he had to do was wait. Even if the channel went down, right? Let's say the channel did go down. Let's say it went down for a day. Let's say it went down for the weekend. No big deal. It's going to come back up Monday. It's going to come back up Monday. Just put those videos on one of your other channels. This was 2015. So King of Hay Vlogs. Just put it over there. And that's if even Machinima would have made him wait that long. We've talked about it on a previous stream where he had a strike, an active strike against his channel, and Machinima was able to give him back his streaming privileges. That shouldn't have happened, but it did. So you're telling me that he got one copyright claim, excuse me, because of fan art, and all of a sudden he just starts deleting videos. That's his paranoia that did that. That was Phil being Phil. That has nothing to do with anybody else. I don't even think, whoever it was that were behind those ops, I don't even think they expected that to happen. I think it was funny that it did, but I don't think they even expected it. So that's what fucked him over. Yeah, he did it. You're right, absolutely. You're absolutely right. He did the exact same thing with the Twitch clips, which his Twitch clips were shit anyway. They weren't, I don't think they'd have been hit for DMCA, but maybe. Dad, you're right. Superhound beat the fuck out of him. Superhound beat the shit out of him. So keep that in mind. So when he talks about this mythos about the trolls are the ones who fucked over my channel, remember this moment, ladies and gentlemen. Remember this moment.
36 years old now, guys. I don't care about this drama crap anymore, all right?
And what you consider, oh, it's just innocent trolling, false copyright strikes. No, false copyright strikes.
Exactly, the same type of paranoia that got him running around looking for people, intruders in his house. Exactly. And this was a point that was made either on Reddit or Kiwi Farms, I can't remember where. But if someone does, I hope no one does, to be honest with you, because there's no need to touch the poo. But if someone does decide to take that step, that fatal step, if you will, to bring the fight to Phil's doorstep, it won't be a detractor. It won't be a detractor. It's going to more than likely be a fan. It's more than likely going to be someone on that side of the spectrum. It'll be on someone on that side of the fence, more than likely. Oh shit! What's up, Declan? Matter of fact, Declan, I thought I already hit you with this though. Pretty sure I did, but if not, there you go. But yeah. So like I said, if anything ever happens to Phil, it'll be because of a fan. It won't be because of a detractor. That's my personal opinion. A detractor, troll, hater, or critic. It would be more than likely from the inside.
Are breaking the law. Okay, they are 100% illegal. If the people who did those lived in the United States and were identified, they could be arrested. Okay, and the bottom line is, it concretely hurt me.
Stop being a drama queen. Overdramatic, drama queen, toxic. You guys may be living in the future. I'm in the past, baby. You're living in the past. You need to move on. It made it so that, sadly, just doing YouTube for a living wasn't viable anymore. I had to try to find other ways. I really need your support right now, folks. I still need your help. So I got to try a way to drive people back to subs and everything, right? I really need the money to keep this house. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. Tips, I needed them pretty badly. And I need to raise a lot of money this month. I need your help. I'm going to need your guys' help. I really am. I'm going to need your support. I need it. By the way, I really desperately need the money to help with my tax situation. So, hint, hint, save the house. Save the pig. What the heck? A pig with a party hat. Hello, Mr. Piggy. The sick piggy. Save the pig, the game. The whole game you're trying to save the pig's life. Hell! I need a sip.
To balance my income, like Patreon and then eventually live streaming. You know, at one point, just doing the DsPgaming channel was fine. And then when I lost all that viewership because my channel didn't show up in search anymore, I had to go through other desperate measures to make ends meet and pay my bills. And it sucks. Because ever since then, people say, oh, Phil, you got to do advertisement or whatever. Dude, why do you think I have to do it? You notice before then, I wasn't doing constant advertisement. I wasn't doing, you know, anything like accepting tips and stuff like that. None of that existed.
That's not necessarily true, but whatever. But keep in mind, he was shitting on other people who were accepting tips or accepting donations, like Angry Joe, for example, as well as others. He was shitting on those people. He was talking down to those people. You know what I mean? Making him sound like he was above all that. Oh, you're just greedy assholes. And then all of a sudden, he fucks himself, and then he uses that as the justifiable reason to go ahead and do those other things too. And then got mad that other people called him out for it. Oh, well, my circumstances changed. My situation got really bad. You know what I'm saying? You guys don't have any reason to do that. Well, you don't know what those people's situations were. You don't know what their circumstances were. And you chose to do it without any reckless abandon, essentially. So you reap what you sow. You know what I'm saying? As you give is more than likely how you're going to receive. It's funny how that's just a reoccurring thing with DSP as well.
Until that happened. And it sucks, but that's just reality, right? So there's a concrete example where the online trolling hurt me huge. Was it a physical threat where someone said, I'm going to come kill you or stab you? No. But it's something that's hurt me, and the impact of it has never gone away, and I've never recovered from it. You know, and I'm never going to be back at that level. I'm not. DsPgaming will never, ever get back to the level it once was because of the actions of these few trolls. So yes, in the modern digital age, constant trolling can actually end up being worse overall than just a physical threat. There you go. That's the God's honest answer.
I used to do the Ric Flair woos. Here's what it sounds like now. Woo! 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 Woo!
Lincoln Simpson
Sounds like a dying owl or something. Or an owl that caught gout. That shit sounds terrible. I guess that's what happens when you have weak lungs.
said everything will be okay, Phil. Don't worry. You know, I hope so. Like I said, sadly, I am an idiot sometimes. And I make really ridiculously stupid mistakes. Like any human.
Pig with a party hat did a 100-bit cheer. It said, hello, Mr. Piggy. Like, DSP is a pig with a party hat.
Sadly, my mistakes are broadcast to a worldwide audience, even though I don't have a worldwide giant, you know, audience of people who watch my streams or videos on YouTube anymore, really. Let's be real here.
They don't have to, and that's what it means about being infamous. There's a couple other you. There's a couple other you might catch a wrench, too, now I think about it. There's a few of you. I might have to change the color of the mods. Well, I don't like thinking of you guys as mods. I kind of like what Raven said, and just thinking of you guys as reporters. To fall into like that news theme. I'm gonna have to change the color of the reporters, because if not, we're gonna have just all blue. We're gonna have to switch that up. But anyway, it's yet again, it's something that he's kind of brought on himself. Some of you actually pointed out earlier on that his parents are kind of deserve the blunt of this, and to a lot of degree they do. They're enabling him to get away with the type of mindset that he has certainly hurt him in the long run. And to be honest, that's kind of one of the reason why that he was so desperate to get the fuck out of Connecticut. I think he wanted to get away from his parents, mainly his mother. I think he really, really wanted to do so. And because of all of the sheltering his mother gave him, and his father to some degree, he didn't learn the lessons that he needed. And because of that, you see how he acts out in this current day and age. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like me saying and doing stupid shit on a stream is one thing. I don't have anything to tie to this. I can't lose anything over this. DSP, on the other hand, everything he has is tied to this. Back in 2018, if Twitch goes down, he's kind of fucked. If YouTube goes down back then, he's kind of fucked. And now you guys kind of see the repercussions of that in our current day and age in 2021. But I will say, think of it as a bit of a what if. I wonder what would have happened if he did lose Twitch, if he got kicked off of Twitch. Or not kicked off, if he lost his partnership on Twitch back in 2018 and it was like that for like a year. I wonder where DSP would be at now. I really, really wonder where his situation would have been at this back in those days. That'd have been very, very interesting to see. It really would. Because he was a mess. Can I change the color of the mods? Yes. in the script, there's actually a section there where you can do that. I haven't actually done it yet. I can actually change the regular color of the regular stream chatters too. I can change that color as well. And then like if I had like different types of not announcements, notifications, like if someone subs or if someone like subscribed or donated or whatever, you can change all those things as well. But I'm sorry, back on subject. Yeah, his parents definitely deserve the blunt of it. Certainly. But at the same time though too, he should have enough like real world experience to understand you can't act out the way you do. And that's the reason why he isolates himself in his home the way he does. It's the reason why he only goes out when he needs to. I mean, let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if groceries are actually delivered to them. I really wouldn't. Oh, no, not in YouTube. No, just the overlay. My bad. I should have explained that better. But I wouldn't be surprised if he has groceries delivered at this point. To be honest, I just don't see it. I really don't see it. I think on their days off, they go out, they get food, they walk around the mall or whatever, they get their daily exercise, probably do a little bit of shopping and then or window shopping even, and then they just come home. Outside of that, I don't think they really do. It's not as strenuous as he says it is, to be honest, because he's looking to complain just to complain, and he spends the majority of his time on Twitter. To be honest, because that's how he's getting all his gaming news and everything. Which is sad because there are still gaming sites that exist that he could go to and get all that information. But what are you going to do? Bold of you to assume that they actually get groceries and get DoorDash 3 times a day. That's another thing too. I mean, that's actually an even better point. Who's to say that they ever go out on their days off at all anymore when they could just get everything delivered? And DSP says that he has that program with DoorDash where it's like $10 a month or whatever the case may be, and I don't know if he gets express. I don't know if it's like express delivery or does he not have to pay like a delivery fee, or I don't know what it is, but because I don't use it. But in whatever case, he's definitely putting mileage on it. Dash Pass, thank you. He's definitely milking that for everything that it's worth. So yeah, another money pit. I've heard people say that it's a waste of money doing that. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but DSP thinks he's getting a deal by doing it, so by proxy he's going to do it. No, I did not. What was his late night tweet about? I know he was tweeting. He was doing SOS tweets for low tips and everything. I've seen that, and I know he's trying to push this Saturday begathon to its fullest. But no, I didn't actually see what he did this morning. I'll take a look though. Big up Rocket Cars. I see you there. It's about money. Of course it's about money. Okay, so it's for each delivery and then reduced the tax fee. Oh. Well, yeah, he definitely gets deliveries more than 4 times a month. So yeah, I guess that is worthwhile. Even still, he would if him and Catherine really wanted to spend so much time with each other, you would think, honestly, that they would just stay home and cook meals with each other. To be honest. Oh no. We got a link to a 3:30 tweet. All right, I'll check that out. Holy shit. I see Bullet Wound. I see Alive and Well from Israel. I see Jacob. Holy shit. All right, let's continue.
Yes, do I have a lot of people who watch? Yes. Anywhere near what it used to be? No. But I get the negativity coverage. If I do something nice or positive, no one cares. But if I do something, stupid, boneheaded, terrible, or dumb, immediately the entire internet knows.
You mean I have to change my behavior? Negative, toxic behavior on Twitch.
But what has he done that was nice or positive that warrants any of this recognition? Can anybody at all want to do... Oh shit, what's up, Chio? Actually, matter of fact, let's do this. Bam. All right. Morning, Chio. Big ups. What has he done that's warranted him to have for any positive recognition? What has he done that is positive at all about anything that people should boast about that? Oh wow, he was up until 4 o'clock this morning playing WWE. Whew. Or his faction was. What's the name of his faction, if you don't mind me asking, Anley? Just out of curiosity. I'm just curious. Damn, 60% of the faction? Yeah, he was probably Sons of SmackDown. All right, thank you, Declan. Yeah, I can see. Then Phil was probably in the mix too. I don't know if there was like a faction. Was there like a faction event or some type of meetup or something, or is this just a grind session? If I was to guess, he's back in the Sons of SmackDown. No shit. He did nothing wrong. Oh shit. Holy shit. All right, let's continue.
If I lose my ability to stream, it is what it is, guys. You know, I can how much I can do about it. I mean, I'll be real with you. Yes, I'm worried about it. Obviously, it's a huge thing. It's a big part of my income. I make more money on Twitch than I do on YouTube. So if I can't stream on Twitch, that's pretty much a huge blow, and I don't know how I'm going to pay my bill.
There's currently 2 faction events going on. Okay. I suppose that makes sense. Jesus Christ, bro. Whew. That might explain why he's so desperate to get them tips in, bro. I wonder what's going on this weekend that he needs this money so desperately. It's not going to be enough for a new PC unless someone drops like $5,000 on him. Not that he needs to spend $5,000 on a new PC, but you get my drift. Oh, praising him for being a walking ATM during the FGC. I'm telling you, bro. He was the cow that just kept on getting milked. That shit was funny. Embarrassing, but funny.
Real talk.
The money is mine, and I want the money.
You know, it could be hugely crippling to the point where that's it. Then I have to decide what I'm going to do when it comes to moving forward because I can't do this anymore. You know, I don't know. It's going to be terrible.
Actually, real quick, I have a theory about that too. Because back in Phil's day, you had your casuals, you had your money matches, and then you had your tournament matches. A tournament match and a money match are looked at on the same spectrum. Shit, most most money matches are taken more seriously even than a tournament match. So for Phil, theoretically, you could say that, oh, well, he was willing to put money up and he was willing to play at this level, right? Because if he wins, he can't say it's not a fluke or nothing. He can say, hey, I played you at your best. We had money on the line. I win. I'm better. That's one way of looking at it. But even still, he failed, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter either which way. He still got milked. Pigs produce milk, right? Ew.
So, we'll see what happens. I hope nothing happens. I have heard nothing to any effect that anything is going to happen. It doesn't mean that it won't, because things happen behind the scenes, and, you know, it is what it is. So, shout out to the Lollipop, who cheers at first year here. I hope the stream will be positive and things will return as normal. It will be by the power of Selsun Blue. Thank you, Lollipop, and you cheered again. Yeah, it's a good thing you...
Yeah, TJ Gamebox is on point with that. Him and the other guy, the guy who initially broke the story on Kiwi Farms, he has all the details too. He has all the details too. No, I'm good. I'm good playing with your beliefs. That's funny though. That's pretty funny though. Holy shit.
Apologize for what you said on Twitter. It's the right mature thing to do, and some people are happy that you did. Others, of course, will still shit on you. People don't understand that you're just human. No, what it is this. It's very simple. I'm someone who there has been crazy amounts of negativity about for years, and most people only know about me from the negativity. So when they hear, oh, this guy who's known for these negative things did something else negative, they just shit, and they throw their shit at me, okay? And I get that. It's just a shame that I've been around for 10 years. There's been how many, crazy positive things that I've done. I'm one of, if not the most prolific gaming YouTuber there is.
What? What the fuck? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, no one knows that. They only know the negative. It sucks. They don't want to hear the positive. They just hear the negative, and that's what...
Now, keep in mind, when he says prolific, he just means that he's put out a lot of garbage. The problem is, ladies and gentlemen, or the chat, it's just that it's garbage. So no one's going to recognize you for putting out trash. Nor should you expect it. Why would you want something like that to be tied to your name? That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. Yeah, I know. I know, Declan. Just being a dick about it. But no, you're right. But why would you want to be recognized for garbage, for trash? But then again, ladies and gentlemen, chat, big ups, Chris. It's the same thing that we said about that 4th place finish at Evo. that he had defended for over a decade. Same thing. Whatever little thing he can latch onto, we just go with it. And that's it. And that's terrible. That's terrible. That really is. Oh, don't worry. There'll be more wrenches passed out. Don't worry. Everybody's going to, sooner or later, all y'all are probably going to end up catching one sooner than later. So, give it time. Give it time.
Come all about, right? So, you know, sometimes it's my fault, sometimes it's not. In this particular case, it is my fault. I own up to it. I'm an idiot, and I did something very stupid. I made a dumb tweet on Twitter. It blew up. It's annoying that it did, because obviously I read back the tweet hours later. I'm like, I didn't mean to fucking say it like that. That's just reading it back. I'm like, that is stupid. That is not even close to the message that I wanted to portray.
Silver-tongued talker, right? Oh, I'm just going to say it one way, and hopefully you'll believe it, even though that's not the truth. And that's literally what's happening here. The guy's a liar. The guy's a fucking blatant liar and lying to everyone. But people are believing it because they don't know any better.
You know, so it is what it is. You know, you gotta live it. You gotta live with your responsibility for stupid shit you do. At least, you know, I was able to go out there and say, you know what, I didn't mean to say it like that. That's definitely not my overall feeling about anything. But it is what it is, right? The Lollipop cheered again. He says, this might be a weird question. Do you think you have a good vocabulary?
People think I'm like the dumbest person or something. I'm not. I'm actually way more educated, and I know way more about business than most people who use fucking YouTube.
Good vocabulary.
It's a shame that he was never able to exhibit it. You know what I mean? It's really, really a shame for someone who has boasted about his business degrees, right? Or his business degree, right? And all of his business acumen. And we haven't seen a lick of it. We have not seen a lick of it. Even when you go back and look at some of the stuff that he endorsed or whatever the case may be. A lot of that he was already purchasing, and so he just went ahead and put it out there. For all the other stuff, he didn't actively go out and look for sponsorship, as most people do now. And it's not a bad thing. He looks at it as, no, you bring the sponsorship to me, and then I decide whether I want to do it or not. And even back then, that was a really stupid mindset. Like, as a content creator who has, 100,000 plus subs on YouTube, for whatever that's worth, you essentially have the pick of the litter. All you got to do is shoot out an email. It wasn't that difficult, right? And especially in that whole gaming sphere, he had anything and everything at his fingertips. A lot of it he turned down because he's a fucking idiot. And a lot of them, he was just too lazy to do it. He liked the prestige of it all being presented to him. That's the reason why he never went back to, what was that? I'm sorry, oh my God. What was the name of that convention? What's the name of that convention? That big one they have in California every year. E3. That's the reason why he never went back to E3. Because he was not invited to come back out like he was the first time. If Phil, let's paint a scenario. Instead of him being presented, not MagFest, but that's actually another good one he's gone to. But I meant E3. When you think about if he actually went to Machinima and was like, hey, can you get me tickets for E3? He probably would have done it each and every year following that. But because Machinima reached out to him and was like, hey, would you like to go to E3 for us? He just went ahead, he took that and he ran with it. So every year afterwards, he was kind of expecting the same thing and it never happened. He actually says that later on in some of the pre-streams, being like, well, hey, Phil, why didn't you ever go back to E3? They never sent me any tickets. They never invited me. Goutfest, that's funny. They never invited me back out. I don't know what the problem is. I didn't do anything wrong. What's up, Alpha? And because of that, he screwed himself over. You should never wait on people to present you with opportunities. If you can go out and get it, go out and get it. Period. You need to go out and get it. You can't expect everybody to pass you or hand you or present you with everything. You're not going to get anywhere like that. You're really not. Like even James the Lesser, and I see Playing With Your Beliefs saying something similar. James the Lesser gets games sent to him now, last time I checked. You know what I'm saying? You have to put yourself out there. You have to be willing to. I mean, how hard is it to put an email together saying, "Hey, could I get a game code? Could I get a review code? Could I get whatever?" You know what I mean? It would have been easy, and he just chose not to. That's the only reason why he brought John out there. Yeah, he brought John out there to drive the car, to carry the camera, to do all that. And then here's another thing too. Damn it, we need to just go over that video one day. It's a Mr. Huff Stuff video. They had passes. They had like media passes, right? For from Machinima. And yet these idiots were, well, Phil's the idiot really, because John didn't know. Phil should have known, because if he had read the itinerary, he would have known. They were sitting there waiting in line when they could have easily have skipped the line. You guys are media. You guys are kind of VIPs, so to speak. You don't have to wait around. You can just go ahead and skip the line on that stuff. John actually ended up finding that out because he went off to look at some game that Phil wasn't interested in. And he was waiting in line, and one of the guys was coming up, and he was like, hey, you got media passes, man. Just go ahead and go on in. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, it says right there, media pass. Just go ahead. Go. You don't have to wait in line, man. Just go ahead and go. And then he eventually let Phil know, hey, we don't have to wait. So their first or second day, I think maybe even both of those days, was wasted in line. There are so many other booths they could have hit. There's so much stuff they could have done, right? If Phil wasn't fucking just a lazy asshole and asked some questions by his Machinima partners before they got out there. Fuck that. He could have even talked to other people, other Machinima partners who were out there and spoken on that. But instead, him and John were just stuck. They were just stuck for the most part. There was so much time wasted. Just so much time wasted.
Okay. I don't know what that means. Do I have a more diverse vocabulary than the common English-speaking person? Maybe. When I was, in school, I went through a lot of higher-level classes.
What? I'm good at lying.
Including, British literature.
Yeah, playing with your beliefs actually brings up a good point. It's even right now, like in this day and age, I should say, it's even easier. Well, no, it's been like this, I assume, the last couple years. It's been easy. It's never been easier than ever to reach out and get basically swag or merch or getting endorsed or getting sponsorship. It's as anybody can do it if they really want to. Anybody can do it. It's really like an open market when it comes to, yikes, sorry about that. It's really an open market when it comes to these type of things. But yet again, Phil wants the prestige of it. Phil thinks that all the popular YouTubers and the popular Twitch streamers, all that stuff is just sent to them through email. And a lot of it is. But a lot of that stuff they reach out to. You know what I'm saying? If there's a publisher who has a game coming out that they're really waiting for, they reach out to see if they can get their hands on an early access code or whatever the case may be. And more often than not, they'll get it. Or I've heard stories of people just reaching out to them on Twitter in a DM or something. Same concept. So even with the email process, you can kind of skip some of that stuff. You know what I mean? If you're willing to take the time to do so. But yet again, Phil's not about that life.
And the like, and there's a lot of vocabulary words and things that we learned that are words that I still use today, although I don't hear them used in normal dialect. I'll be honest, the older I get, the dumber I'm probably getting. So, yeah, probably a lot of things that I used to say or do, I probably have lost. Alright. Do you want to play the fucking game? I don't know. I guess it would be more of a question for you guys, the viewers. Do you guys think that I have a more diverse or a good vocabulary?
No.
Shout out to Vulcan, who cheered and said, what's up with that tweet, Phil? I already explained. I'm not going to go on. Here's the best explanation I can give you guys, alright? Of why on earth...
It's only shilling if you're literally trying to get your hands into everything or on everything. Like, if you're sitting there shilling for a game that you have no real interest in, but the paycheck is big, kind of like what people used to say about, what is that? Raid Shadow Legends, for example, of one of many. That would kind of be considered shilling. The concept of shilling is still almost like a negative taboo when it comes to YouTube or when it comes to just online in general. And that really comes from a lot of the early abuse that people did with it. You know what I'm saying? That held a lot of communities back, like the Call of Duty community especially. For a number of years, they got held back from because they assumed that every piece of paraphernalia that came out would be just shilling. A lot of people thought the same thing for G Fuel for the longest time. For the longest time, people thought G Fuel's bullshit. If you're doing that, you're just selling out. Whatever the case may be, you're not gonna know until you try. First off and foremost, but I think if you're literally trying to advertise every little thing, then that would be considered shilling. If it's something that you really believe in, and they've sent you a sample of something and you really like it, right? Or you believe in it, then obviously you can put it out there. And as you said, they sent it to you. You didn't reach out to them. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of opportunities that are going to come to you that you're not going to be behind. You're not going to be comfortable with, or whatever the case may be. You don't have to do it. You know what I'm saying? Take your pick. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff that can be just passed off, to be honest. I just think it really comes down to, as long as you believe in the product and you trust it, then I would assume you would believe, you would care enough to tell other people, to be honest. If you're just trying to spew everything out there, that's a whole different, that's a whole different story, to be honest. But people shouldn't be, yet again, when it comes to sponsorships, when it comes to endorsements, people shouldn't be afraid of those things. If it's presented to you, it's an opportunity. And I think it's and like I said, as long as you believe in it, then by all means you should do it. But even still, even if you decide to go out there and pursue it, yet again, as long as you believe in it, that's all that matters.
That's what I have done that stupid tweet, because I want to get this out of the way so we can just move on. And I have a very matter-of-fact way that I can explain it to all of you. And I know a lot of you on pre-stream, who are sitting here artificially, inflated the stream numbers and everything to hear me talk about this. In a nutshell, here's how I can explain it. Alright? It's very simple. I'm stupid to the point where I think that I'm going to tweet something publicly, and it's only going to go to my viewers who understand me and the frame of reference and the context. Okay? That is incredibly dumb, but for some reason, I keep thinking this. So I'll tweet something that is incredibly, abridged, incredibly not fleshed out. Basically, just the snippet of a full thought. But I'll tweet that thinking, well, the people who follow me on Twitter know me, they watch my streams, they understand the situation, right? And they're gonna get it. They're gonna know what I mean. And I tweet that out, and the next thing I know, people are like, what are you talking about? What's this? What's that? Fuck. I did it again. And it's been a while since I did something stupid like that.
No, I want you to hear the logic in that. Here's the thing. He knew that he was trying to draw a response from his audience, right? He knew that. He knew that. That's why he's mad that he got exposed. Because he didn't want it. He wanted to say what he wanted to say in his own little echo chamber. And he didn't want any pushback. He wanted to say, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you guys are a bunch of idiots who've been following me for a long time anyway. So you'll get what I'm saying. And this way I can go ahead and sneak this or just shit on other people. And you guys will go with it because, you guys know how I get down, right? And then everything's cool. Him getting exposed is what pissed him off. Let me replay that for you.
That are words that I still use today, although I don't hear them used in normal dialect.
Not this part. This part doesn't mean anything.
I'll be honest, the older I get, the dumber I'm probably getting. So, yeah, probably a lot of things that I used to say or do, I probably have lost. Alright. Do you want to play the fucking game? I don't know. I guess it would be more of a question for you guys, the viewers. Do you guys think that I have a more diverse or a good vocabulary?
No.
Shout out to Vulcan, who cheered and said, what's up with that tweet, Phil? I already explained. I'm not going to go on. Here's the best explanation I can give you guys, alright? Of why on earth would I have done that stupid tweet. Because I want to get this out of the way so we can just move on. And I have a very matter-of-fact way that I can explain it to all of you. And I know a lot of you on pre-stream, who are sitting here artificially, inflated the stream numbers and everything to hear me talk about this. In a nutshell, here's how I can explain it, alright? It's very simple. I'm stupid to the point where I think that I'm going to tweet something publicly, and it's only going to go to my viewers who...
Actually, let me cut into that. I can't remember exactly when Dark Dave Mirrors stepped into the game. I can't remember exactly what year, to be honest. And I kind of feel bad for that. Because he's such a staple with Dark Dave Mirrors and Raw DSP. But I don't know if Dark Dave Mirrors was around at this particular time. They might have not have been, but it's kind of funny seeing the impact of Dark Dave Mirrors and of Raw DSP over the years, right, or over a period of time, because now back in this day, unless Tevin was restreaming this, you essentially had to go to DSP and hear the drama, or you waited until Snort Burnell or Mr. Huffstuff or David Davison or somebody like that was actually cut it all up and presented it to you. Now that you have Dark Dave Mirrors, now that you have Raw DSP, you can cut all this bullshit out now. So all those drama views that Phil used to say that's overinflating his stream numbers and that he doesn't care about and they don't even need to be here because they're only here for the negativity. Now that negativity is gone, now look at what his streams look like. That shit is hilarious. That shit was hilarious because he knew that he was okay with the drama views. He knew he was okay with the trolling bullshit because it made his numbers look good. It made it look like, or made it seem like he was actually worth more than what he was. But once that market got filled up by the restreamers and the automatic restreamers, he died off. He died off. There are nights where you can see that Dark Dave Mears clearly has more people watching his streams than DSP. And so DSP did it to himself. He did it to himself. You should have appreciated what was going on at that time. Just like him getting rid of the comment section on YouTube. That was one of the contributing factors to killing DsPgaming as well. Once he deleted all those videos, he needed engagement more than ever. But then in 2016, he ends up killing the engagement off because he kills the comments and he fucks with the likes and dislikes, and he kept screwing around with his what was that little section they had where like not associated accounts or associated channels, like recommended channels and whatnot, because you can mess around with that a little bit too. And he kept changing that up because detractors were coming up in it, and he only hurt himself as well doing that as well. He hurt himself doing that as well. So you're seeing a lot of his missteps as time goes on, which is kind of funny. Kind of stupid too, but certainly funny.
Understand me and the frame of reference and the context, okay? That is incredibly dumb, but for some reason I keep thinking this. So I'll tweet something that is incredibly, abridged, incredibly not fleshed out, basically just the snippet of a full thought. But I'll tweet that thinking, well, the people who follow me on Twitter know me, they watch my streams, they understand the situation, right? And they're gonna get it. They're gonna know what I mean. And I tweet that out, and the next thing I know, people are like, what are you talking about? What's this? What's that? Fuck. I did it again. And it's been a while since I did something stupid like that, okay? In fact, it was hilarious because someone actually quoted, I guess sometime in 2014, when I did exactly the same thing at that time, and I said, man, why am I trying to relay these kind of ideas on Twitter?
See, and you make a very good point about, what engagement leads to. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, dude, if you don't like it, you don't have to look at it. You know what I'm saying? We all know that Phil can't take criticism, right? He's terrible at it. I get that. 100%. We all know this, right? You don't have to look at that shit. At the end of the day, that it still helps you. If you don't want to engage with it, if you don't want to talk about it, if you don't even want to give it the few minutes to just read it and see what they have to say and then move on with your day, that's up to you. But that shit is actively affecting your channel. And as I've always told you guys, sooner than later, he was going to have to come back to Gaudi Rome. He was going to have to come back to the Gaudi Coliseum. Sooner than later, it was going to happen. And guess what? It happened. And now look at him. Now he's drowning over here. And it's hilarious to watch. And it didn't need to happen. Because if he had a little bit more forethought, right? And especially since Patreon is almost exclusively attached to the YouTube audience, he could have gotten his money over there on Twitch and still gotten his money over here on YouTube and still was able to cultivate some interest. Just in case it ever comes back here. We talked about it on the last stream or the one before that, about how he says, oh, I want to diversify. I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. You're full of fucking shit. Because all you did was, when YouTube started to fall apart, you threw everything that you had on the Twitch. And that was it. And then when Twitch fucked up, you had to run back to YouTube. And then you had all these problems with you didn't have a valid AdSense account, or you lost monetization for another reason, or your channel goes down because of Spamgate, or whatever the case may be. All he's doing is jumping from one person or from one platform to another. He's just monkey barring instead of working on both of them equally. You know what I'm saying? You stream over here, you build content, and you continue to build a community over there. And then you try to build crossover. Pure and simple. You know what I mean? Instead, he wanted to just hop over here to Twitch or hop back over to YouTube and hope everybody's going to migrate over there. They're not going to. And if you decide to go that angle, fine. Then try to build a new audience then. Or try to, let's reword that. Try to cultivate new people to come into your already existing audience, right? But he never did that. He's too codependent on the people that he's used to having around him. Now he's fucked. Do I think he will eventually go back to Twitch? Yeah, I think so. I think if he qualifies for an affiliate, he's going back. All that bullshit he talking about now, all he crying about how it's a bad business, they did wrong to him, yada 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 yada. He's a cocksucker. The moment that he gets affiliate, because I don't think he's going to get partner back. I could be wrong. But the moment he gets affiliate, he's right back over there. I guarantee it. Same thing with Wings. The moment if Wings qualifies for affiliate status in about 6 months, give or take, he's back there. And if I remember correctly, Wings lost his partnership probably at the end of July, maybe something along those lines. So he wouldn't be able to go back, or will go back and make money over there till like January, let's say. But Phil can go back in like November, like October, November-ish. He goes back. It's just a matter of time. It's just, you got to wait him out. But yes, I do think he's going to go back. He doesn't have no pride. He doesn't have no pride whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? And don't be wrong, circumstances change, so on and so forth. But most people with common sense, you don't sit there and shit on other people for doing something that you may eventually have to do yourself. Especially since he has no other outlets. You know what I'm saying? He can't do anything else. This is all he has. And he's alienated himself with everybody over the years just because he could. Just because he thought he had high ground, if you will. And in actuality, he was just as vulnerable as anybody else. He did it to himself. And I promise you he's going to go back. So yeah, in the winter. So as far as we all know, ladies and gentlemen, winter is coming, and we'll see what his play is. But because right now, especially given what the current situation is, because I know Ann Lee has his most recent begging segment, those things are becoming more and more pathetic and becoming more and more apparent as the days go on. He's not going to be able to last too much longer over here. Unless he can really get gifted memberships is what we have over here. Unless he can get gifted memberships, it's not happening. And then there you go, playing with your beliefs. This whole monthly or bi-monthly marathons or fundraisers or begathons or whatever you want to call it, he can't keep doing that either. Not that anybody would hit him for it, but not that he can't keep doing it because he's running out of ideas. And eventually, what happens when DarksydePhil runs out of ideas? He has to start doing what people want. So maybe, what's up, Diva? Maybe we can start getting those Street Fighter marathons. Maybe we can finally get Code Vein. Maybe he'll actually start doing what people want. And he'll do anything he can to fight against that. Which is weird. Which is very weird. What's up, old man? It's really silly how that happens. But time will tell. Yeah, the oil. You're right, Robert. The oil well is almost dried up over here. Which is ironic in a lot of ways. And then let's go even further. Let's say they don't accept him back in the winter. Then what? What if he applies and they say no? And they say, hey, you can still stream over here, but you can't make money with us. Then what happens? Then what is the situation? Because now now we're talking about shit gets really ugly at that point. Now shit becomes a problem if that's the case. So yet again, time will tell on that.
Where there's no way I can flesh it out. This is stupid. And he's like, I guess you didn't learn. You know what? I guess you're right. I guess I'm still stupid.
Man, I'm stupid.
I mean, it's just stupidity. Why am I doing that? You guys here, all right, who are here on the streams, who have been here on the streams, have heard.
And like I said, I hear a lot of people saying end game, he crying on Twitter, so on and so forth. But let me throw another scenario at you. Do any of you think that would be the push needed? Maybe. More of a byproduct than anything directly. That now, hey, Kat, you can start making content or you can start streaming. Does anybody think that? What's up, Ring? What's on the agenda today? Going over some old school stuff. Well, you missed Red's initial video, but that's the pinned comment at the top. If you get a chance to watch it, please do. We're going over the Twitter drama when he called other streamers and YouTubers shills back in 2018. And then we're going to go over, well, I'll tell you what the last part is once we get there. But that's what we're currently talking about at the moment. Fun stuff to be had, to say the very least. But does anybody think that right there would be the push needed to be like, okay, Kat, you can go ahead and make YouTube videos, or you can do content, or you can stream, or whatever the case may be. Because at that point, what does he have to lose? And if she's in her office playing games anyway, you might as well let her stream it. You might as well let her stream it, to be honest. And he's already talking about going down to 2 days a week anyway, which I doubt he can. I have two ways of thinking about that. One, I think if he did go down to only streaming 4 or 5 days a week, he could actually make more money because he wouldn't bleed out his audience. Yeah, Robert, it's probably a no on the cat thing, but it's still an interesting thought to put out there. So I think that he should reduce the amount of days he streams, and then he can consolidate more money in the long run. I honestly think. At the same time, I mean, yeah, actually, I don't have a second thought on it. It's really that. especially now. Especially now, him working 6 days doesn't mean jack shit to anybody. It doesn't mean anything to his audience. It doesn't mean anything to Twitch or YouTube. It doesn't mean anything. You know what I'm saying? It's just a pathetic way of him trying to be like, oh, I'm working harder than the average streamer. Who gives a shit? They make more money than you. They have more than you. They accomplish more than you. So who cares? Who cares? And the only place that probably would have meant anything is on Twitch, and even then it didn't really matter. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the point? Yeah, I heard about that. It was I think that was an Ann Lee video too, or it might have been a James the Lesser video where they were listening to that soundbite. Like I said, that relationship is non-existent though. But that's the thing though too. I don't understand what keeps her from streaming or making videos. I don't understand why she doesn't do it. After this many years, she may not even care now. But as Tevin had pointed out, as a lot of people had pointed out, she threw money behind that, whether her money or not. She threw money behind that. So essentially, it's just going to waste. So you might as well. And if she's only working, let's say 3 or 4 days a week, that's a lot of time that she ain't doing shit. So if she's already playing the games, let her stream it. Or let her make a video on it and do some commentary or something. You know what I mean? I mean, it'll be, and trust me, it probably wouldn't take long for her to meet the criteria needed to start monetizing and just let it happen. Who could say? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, Paul. That's a very good point. But like I said, they must not have much of a relationship if he spends all that time doing that. And then on top of that, think about the money that he's probably receiving behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Because everybody's so scared now to give him money, especially with Only Iced Coffee in play. If you think about it, Only Iced Coffee being in play is even more of a justifiable reason not to give Phil money out in public anymore. It's so much easier to just go ahead and tip him directly to his PayPal behind the scenes. Who gives a shit? Matter of fact, isn't there a way that you can tip people on Twitter now? I mean, I don't know why he's not pushing that. And maybe he does push that. Maybe that's the reason why when he tweets, he's like, hey, why don't you guys come by support, or you can just give me some, or you can just, you know, drop a donation by, or whatever the case may be. Did he forget he can actually catch donations on Twitter? Through PayPal? He can do that. And maybe he does. And maybe he's just a slime ball about it. A very greasy slime ball.
Very, very much in detail, flesh out my opinion on early release copies, people getting advanced access, elite selection.
Oh, you know what? You're right. Actually, I just saw someone say that. Yeah, you're right, Mac. Actually, Twitch does dox the fuck out of you for that. I didn't. You're right. I mean, it doesn't matter. Phil's gonna do it eventually anyway, so we're not losing anything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Phil's gonna do it regardless. If let's call a spade a spade. If DSP doesn't dox you to his mod chat, then Only Iced Coffee is going to eventually try to get somebody to do it. And if he don't do it, then eventually he's going... so Only Iced Coffee, himself, or whoever else that he has behind the scenes doing it. One of the three. There's always going to be someone over there that's going to put you in danger. All right, Chio, thanks for coming by. I'll catch you later. So, it's a thing. That's another thing too. Actually, playing with your beliefs. Not exactly that, but have you guys seen that little feature? Because I've seen it on some music channels I follow actually that actually like make like custom beats and shit, or instrumentals, where like there's like a tip me button on their YouTube channel. Like I think you have to be monetized to have it, but like you can actually tip under people's videos. Has anybody seen that yet? I think it's still in beta. I think. It's still in beta, but it's a thing that they're implementing for channels that are monetized. Has anybody seen that yet? I'm surprised DSP hasn't done that yet, because outside of PayPal, as I said earlier, which is kind of directly tied to YouTube, he could have that. Super thanks. Thank you so very much for that. Yes, super thanks. Why did he not qualify for it, or do you have to apply for that, or what's the case on that? That's right. I did see it over there on Ricada. Nick Rekieta has that shit. Actually, Nick Rekieta did a stream, it must have been like a couple months ago, where he said that he was like number 7 or number 8 in the United States for super chats behind Dr. Disrespect. I thought that was really, like, it was kind of fascinating about that. And he said, like, the top, like, 4 or 5 were, like, VTubers who have, like, get massive amounts of super chat. And the first person who came to mind was LSB. I was like, oh, shit. I was like, big ups to LSB and Rocky. If that was the case. Oh, you have to have comments enabled. Rip. Rip. Yes, Ring. It was very... He was very eager to stuff that, to deep throat that hot dog. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Holy shit. So you have to have your comments enabled. I don't know, let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, Phil's a whore. So that shouldn't matter that he would have to enable his comments to make that shit happen. That shouldn't be that big of a deal. To be honest, especially if they don't let him back into the Twitch affiliate or partnership. I bet you anything that starts to get enabled. I bet you. Oh, big ups to Piece of Peace. I see him in the chat. Big ups. Holy shit. All right, let's continue.
Preferential treatment to get games early and play them on stream for profit, which is what I was actually referencing in the tweet and did not properly say at all in the tweet.
Oh, you know what? He could flip that into, hey guys, I'll turn the comment section back on, but you have to support me with this super thanks thing. Yeah. Is there an animation attached to that? Oh, it does have an Oh, it's an animation only for you. Yeah. I could see him doing that. I could see him definitely doing that. Matter of fact, and someone just brought it up, he could monetize the This Is How You Don't Play super comments. So that KO community creation program for the few people out there who remember that might be something in play for him. Yo, that might be kind of wild. Let me sit there and think about that a little more and see how I think he would try to play that. But now I think... Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. You guys are great. Because that opens up all kinds of angles now. That opens up a bunch of different angles. Holy shit. I don't look at it as... I don't think that it's obsession. I think it's investment. Like, if nothing else, DSP has a lot of people invested in seeing how it ends. It really do. Because if anybody has deserved their up-and-comings, it's been him. And he's been very, very fortunate to dodge it. And the thing is, too, in reality, that I don't think any of us want to see him gone from the internet. We don't want to see him... we don't want to see him gone. We want to hear him talk about how hard shit is. We want to hear him go to that 9-to-5 job, right? Or go to whatever job he can even get. Let's be honest. And then have to come back on stream and rant for like an hour and a half about how everybody has these advantages. Everybody has all these privileges. Everybody has all these nice clothes. There are people walking around in suits. I don't get a suit. I can't afford all this. How was I expect to come to this job and have any of that? That's not fair. That's not fair. Like, people have these really nice desks and these really comfy chairs. I don't have a comfy chair. How's that fair? Why do I have this huge workload and Tommy, that's like 3 desks away, just got promoted and actually has his own office? I want to hear that. I want to hear Phil drive himself crazy in the actual workforce. I want to see that. I want to hear that. That's what I want. I want him to come back to YouTube. I want him to come back to Twitch. Only do like just chatting. Because when I go to Twitch, that's all I'm going to do. I'm going to do some just chatting. At least till Street Fighter 6 comes out. And I just want to hear him rant. I want to hear him rant for like 2 hours. And watch how much money comes through for that shit. And watch the memes that come out that bitch. That's what I want. I want that. And then I want Catherine on YouTube to be streaming in her own room, doing her own stuff, and you can hear Phil bitching through her microphone. That's what I want to see. That shit would be hilarious. That shit would be hilarious. That's what I want. So yeah, I don't think of it as being obsessed. I think it's just investment. It really is. It's really investment. Obsession makes you want to actually act upon it. You know what I'm saying? If you were obsessed, you'd want to act upon it. You'd want to do something to try to hasten his demise. And that requires a lot. More so than most. So that's my that's my initial thoughts on it. Losing his house. I don't know. I don't know if he'll ever lose that house. I mean, eventually he will. If he ever refinances his home, he's going to lose that house. Because he can't do this forever and he doesn't have a backup plan. You know what I'm saying? So unless mommy and daddy Burnell pass away at some type of, somewhere in that timeline, or he has like a family member or something who leaves him some money for whatever reason, he's kind of done. I don't know if I say he's like a drug. I wouldn't go that far. If that was the case, I would probably be streaming every fucking day. And there's just not enough time in the day to do that. To be honest. And that if he was really a drug, you're talking about I would essentially follow all of his nonsense on all the social medias and shit. I would be in all the fucking chats and everything. I just don't have it in me for all that. It's a lot. To be honest. It's a lot. It's a lot. It really is. There's actually some people that are really, really invested in this shit. But not like that. Not enough to get, like I said, I've definitely been mad about this. We've talked about this before. But to be mad at someone else because they have an opinion, because they don't like my opinion, or because of, or maybe of a way of handling a situation or something like that, I'm not that invested. Not to be getting mad like that. That's not worthwhile. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Whether it's on me, whether it's on DSP, whether it's on the community in general. None of us should ever want to take that away from anybody, to be honest with you. And not everybody's going to agree with you. Not everybody's going to like you. That should be okay. That's no different than the real world. Everybody's going to have their idea of it. Yes, if the detractor community was more like the Wings community, DSP might have already given up. Maybe. Or if not, it would have been a whole lot worse. And a whole lot worse. And, yep, piece to piece is right. Like, dude, you gotta step away from this shit every once in a while, or you have to limit it, or whatever the case may be. Because it wears on you after a while. It really do. And I think some of that is done on purpose by DSP. Like how he tried to kill off This Is How You Don't Play. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. It's like that. But at the same time, though, too, there are a lot of people who have something to say, and I think they should say it. And so the concept of new detractors coming in and giving their feedback on something old or something new or whatever the case may be, it's welcoming. It's something that you want to hear. It kind of gives you a chance to break it up and get someone else's perspective on something. And the more people that are talking about it, the better. Because the concept of, oh, well, you're keeping DSP's name alive. DSP is actively trying to kill himself. So it's funny how the very people who he says that are hurting him are the very people that are keeping him not relevant, because DSP is not relevant, but keeps him known, if you will, or continues to prop up his infamy, if you will. What's up, Endless? So that's my initial thoughts on it. Because there's nobody that I know of, I should say, that I know, who thinks about this dude 24/7. You guys still have life to go to. Once you guys are done with this stream, for example, you know what I'm saying, you'll check out some more videos and then guess what? You're right back to life. Or some of you are dealing with life while listening to this or while doing whatever the case may be. DSP doesn't have that. You know what I'm saying? If nothing else, the detractor community is more of a drug to DSP than the other way around. And all these years, he just hasn't figured out a way to profit from it, which is fucking hilarious. Matter of fact, real fast. Where are you at? You are right there. Bam. I've been waiting to hit Endless with that. Let's see. The trolls are very much the reason for his success, to be honest with you. I mean, as Ann Lee had pointed out on the last stream, a lot of people like Tevin, well, for me, it was Tevin, Theo, and Argent, You know what I'm saying? Who really wanted me, who really kind of inspired me to make content. But like, it was the detractors who came before who pointed out his bullshit and in a lot of ways encouraged other people to come in and speak what they had to say about it. And that's kind of essentially how it grows. The real interesting fact about it is that the detractor community has lasted as long as it has, because a lot of people will tell you DSP shit is boring as fuck. So what makes you want to sit down and listen to a lot of this shit? Because no matter what he says, there is a lie, there is a stretch, there is some new lore, there's something in what he says. And he knows that. And so that right there is I think what makes DSP content relevant, to be honest. Like I said, I watched a little bit of like SOK stuff, but that wasn't really what got me into it. And Theo used to be Theo's a champion now, but back in the day, Theo kind of played a little fast and loose. To be honest with you, he was funny. Same thing with Argent. Argent actually just did a stream maybe a week or two ago on some DSP stuff and whatnot. But back in the day, he was trying to be neutral, but goddamn, he used to bash him. He used to bash Phil. That's okay. Got you in the Theo. You know what's funny? Actually, talking about the SOK for a little bit, or for a second, I should say. I always thought that what was that guy's name? That member. There was a member up there. He was part of the main panel. He was the one who had that really long twit longer, and he didn't even have anything to apologize about because he wasn't in any of the bullshit. But was it Rad? I think his name was. I think it was Rad. Where he plays a lot of video games, but he plays like a lot of fighting game stuff back in the day. He may still do it, and a lot of people knew him because of that. I think his name was Rad, but it is Rad. Okay, cool. I always thought that, especially when shit was starting to get shaky in SOK, that they should have brought Theo in and let Rad and Theo kind of be like the faces of SOK and everybody else being like the supporting cast. By doing that, that takes a lot of the heat off of some of the guys who were doing some of this extra shit, and essentially they would have probably been able to salvage the good name of, if you want to call it that, of SOK if they had done that type of thing, to be honest with you, because they needed a strong public face. And once a lot of this stuff came out that supposedly Freddie Boy and some of these guys were doing all this extra shit, bringing those two in and having them lead, if you will, or being the face of SOK while Fred still has the power behind the scenes, might have been the better play. Excuse me. That's just my opinion, though, given the situation. But I always thought that would have been a thing, and that I would have really liked to see the camaraderie between a Theo and a Rad. I wonder how that would have worked out. I feel like those two would have meshed really, really well, to be honest. But I don't know if we'll ever find out about that, though. I don't know if we'll ever get to see that out. So time will tell. All right, let's see. What else was I saying? But yeah, very much the detractors keep him relevant, and he hates it because he can't profit off it. That's true, Ring. That's very true. Let me take this. Hold on a sec.
Right? You know my opinions. I don't have to go into it because I've talked about it multiple times. All right? But
in this business that I'm in, if I'm not the first to do something, there's a strong chance that I'm not going to get that view and I'm not going to get that business, right? Day one views, day one inflated views, make the money.
I tweeted in a very, first of all, incorrectly worded. It was incorrectly worded to begin with. And an abridged version of that, basically trying to say, listen, guys, I know there's people who already are playing State of Decay 2 way early, before anyone else can even get the game. It's not fair to all of us, right, that these people get preferential treatment and literally are doing this on Twitch and getting crazy amounts of views because they're playing the game early, right? And we all know it.
Very, very, very hypocritical. King of hypocrisy.
But I'll be playing it on Friday. I'll be buying the game. and I'll be giving you my honest opinions, which you guys cherish because I buy the games, play them on release date, and I give you my valid and genuine opinions then, rather than getting a early copy, and now everyone's hype about the game because the game's early and you're seeing it early, right? That's really kind of the full tweet that I wish I could have said, but even then, just saying that, if you don't know my full opinion on pre-release copies, you still wouldn't understand it. You know, when I was tweeting that, I meant nothing about journalists or anything like that at all. But reading this stupid tweet I put out, that's what it sounded like. It sounds like I was saying journalists who get early copies, you know, are shills, and everyone, you know, it just was a terrible, terrible fucking tweet. It was really stupid. And, you know, the bottom line is, if it were a normal workday, I would have tweeted that, and immediately when I started seeing negative response, I would have said, oh shit, why did I tweet that? And I would have deleted it immediately. But it just so happened it was a day that I was off. Right? So I wasn't checking social media or anything. I wasn't checking Twitter. I wasn't, you know, doing it.
Did you hear that? Oh, if this was a normal work day, that's funny. Anyway, if this was a normal work day, and I had tweeted that out and I saw all these negative comments, I would just immediately backtrack. But since it was my day off, I just let it fly. What the fuck kind of logic is that? What kind of logic is that? It sounds like you went into it knowing that you were going to get a response, probably a negative one. And you were like, oh, whatever. And it is what it is. God damn, dude. And like someone pointed out, State of Decay. All this shit was over State of Decay. Out of all the games you could have called people shills on. What the fuck? Yikes.
Any of that stuff. And then I come back 6+ hours later, and the internet has exploded on Twitter about this. I'm like, what the holy hell did I do? I had to go back and read my tweet. I was like, what the fuck did I say here? Boy, this was stupid. Okay? So, you know, it sucks. It basically sucks that I did it. But what can you, like I said, what can you do? You can't turn time. It was a perfect storm of bullshit. It was me being a moron. It was me being a moron on a day when I wasn't going to go back to check my moronic mistake and get rid of it, you know, before it blew up. On a normal day, it certainly wouldn't have ever blown up. But it was the perfect storm of bullshit. And I do want to apologize to any of you, alright, who maybe, were negatively affected by this, especially if you're a fan of mine, and now for an entire day, if you were following me on Twitter, all you saw was negative shit. I apologize for that. That's my fault. I man up and I fully accept that.
This shocks me.
That tweet was not accurately representative of any of my true opinions on anything.
That's 100% a lie.
It was poorly worded. It was poorly timed. It was poor. It was stupid. So there you go. I assumed that people who were reading the tweet were basically my biggest fans, alright? And they were going to be understanding because they already knew the full situation. They already knew the fact that
I'm stupid.
They knew that what my opinion was. And all I was trying to do was very briefly reiterate that opinion and say, alright guys, get hyped, because even though the game's basically boiled all over the internet already, I'll be playing it on Friday. And instead of doing that, I said it in the stupidest possible way, and I apologize. So there you go.
Shout out to Rave Comic, who said, C-U-C-K-O, C-U-C-K-O, Cuckoo? Oh, what a wonderful day. I came out as gay. I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay, totally gay. Welcome back, DSP. Wow, what a message. So I have no idea if that's legit or not. But anyway, thank you, Rave Comic, for the cheer. Maybe you were just trying to get me to say something funny, and I blew it. I don't know. Anyway, Mr. Lark did a 100-bit cheer. And he says, Phil, ignorance is bliss. Not everyone is always going to like you. That is certainly true. Alright. That is certainly true.
You're absolutely true. Yes, not everyone is always going to like me. However, it would be nice if... The one thing that I think is very sad is that I have
I want to bring that back for you real fast. No, actually, let me bring it back. Let me let it run, actually, and then I'll jump in.
10-year legacy.
10 years making gameplay videos on YouTube. Laziness.
10 years I've been covering games. And let's face it, I made many mistakes during that time period. And if you watch my evolution over the last decade that I put out videos, boy, have I changed. Boy, has the kind of things that I say and do in my videos changed. You know, I've become a much more intelligent, wise, educated.
Wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong.
And, what's the word I'm looking for? Mature. Even though, yeah, I'm immature in a lot of ways still. I openly admit that. I've matured in a lot of ways, too. Okay?
What?
Okay, I'll bring it back now because that was stupid. Here's the thing. I like how somebody tells him, hey, Phil, not everybody's going to like you. You kind of have to live with it. You kind of have to deal with it. It's just the reality of it. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. But I'd like for people to give me the benefit of the doubt. Let me go ahead and just give you the piggy translation and whatnot from his pig speech, or pig speak. He wants people to give him the benefit of the doubt. He doesn't want people to bash him for the dumb shit that he does, while him still being able to bash everybody else, which is insane and stupid, but certainly insane. Like, at the end of the day, the reason why he's hated is because of him. Like, you know what I'm saying? He brought this all upon himself. The detractors, trolls, haters, and critics intensified it, certainly. But he has been the architect of his own demise. And he's done a very, very good job. He's killed himself multiple times. And somehow people were able to resurrect him. And then he figures out a way to kill himself again. It's scary and kind of stupid. But it is what it is. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Here, give me a second.
Yes, not everyone is always going to like me. However,
okay, that's what we want. But it's what he did, man. That's what he did. Yeah, exactly. He's willing to go ahead and take shots at everybody. He can shit on everybody. He can call everybody else greedy or not authentic or whatever the case may be, right? But you can't do that to him. It's not fair. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's so goddamn vulnerable that he can spew venom, but he can't have it spewed back at him. Which is, yet again, sad. But that's also what makes it even more funny. That's what makes it so much more funny. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what happened. He kind of wore out his welcome with a lot of people. You know what I mean? And that's why him keeping the YouTube audience was important. Because if he could at least kept them in pocket, right? If he could have kept them in pocket, if something like this was to happen where he had to leave Twitch and come back to YouTube, he has a devoted fan base here who, if they were supporting him on Patreon, maybe they'd be willing to support him on YouTube. That's why I'm saying it's connected. Instead, he tried to funnel everybody or herd everybody over to Twitch. And once Twitch died out, most of them were like, well, hey, Phil, I'd like to help you, but there's other people here that I have to watch. You're kind of, you know, like, I don't need to follow you back to YouTube or whatever the case may be. I have more than enough entertainment. I hope things work out for you, or maybe if you come back, I'll be willing to support you, but I'm not going to jump back over for you. And that right there is what he wasn't expecting. And I think that's what got him. Exactly. That's what makes a low. You're right, movie. That's what makes a low cow a low cow. Threw a hatchet at my face. I can't. You really think he'd be able to throw anything at anything? What's up, Jay? Do you really think he'd be able to toss a hatchet? I doubt he would be able to swing that hatchet effectively, to be honest with you. Catherine's going to carry the day when it comes to that. That's just me. But Catherine is going to be the one to carry the day on that one. If someone broke into the house in Catherine's home, I expect her to put up way more of a fight than DSP ever could. DSP is going to do what DSP is good at. He's going to lock himself in the room. He's going to go ahead and grab his phone, and he's going to dial. He's going to sit on the phone, and he's going to sit on the phone and wait for the police. All the while, Catherine is actually out there. Catherine and Jasper are out there actually, you know, getting shit done and carrying the day. That's my thought. But we'll see. We'll see.
The one thing that I think is very sad is that I have a 10-year legacy.
10 years making gameplay videos on YouTube. Laziness.
10 years I've been covering games. And let's face it, I made many mistakes during that time period. And if you watch my evolution over the last decade that I put out videos, boy, have I changed. Boy, has the kind of things that I say and do in my videos changed. You know, I've become a much more intelligent, wise, educated.
Wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong.
And, what's the word I'm looking for? Mature. Even though, yeah, I'm immature in a lot of ways still. I openly admit that. I've matured in a lot of ways, too. Okay?
What? What?
Like I said, I'm one of, if not the most prolific gaming YouTuber there ever was. Okay? But no one will ever know that. Because the common person just knows all the negatives. And that's all they care about. That's all they hear, that's all they care about. And that's what's sad is, well, you know, you're never going to have everyone like you. No, I know that. But it would certainly be nice if at least people had the facts. Like, you have no idea, you know, what I went through. Whoa, I said what I went through. Didn't really go through because I didn't read all these tweets. I mean, a ridiculous amount.
That's a lie. He read every tweet. He read every single tweet. Just like how he's on Kiwi Farms and he reads almost every post. He can't help himself. Most lol cows can't. Amber Lynn, for example, has admitted that when she reads, she has admitted that when she was on Kiwi Farms or reading Kiwi Farms, she read all those threads. She read through a lot of that. She probably made Becky do it too. You know what I mean? Chantel's another one who's admitted to reading their own Kiwi Farms thread. Anybody who has a Kiwi Farms has probably read their thread if they have a Kiwi Farms thread, I should say. You know what I'm saying? Ralph has tried to actively take his down for a hot minute, a long time. So of course he has. He's read through a lot of that. Can I say he's read through maybe all of it? No. But he also comes across as someone who, if he left off on page 4,000 something, he would go back to the most recent page, read those, and then jump back to 4,000 and continue reading. He comes across as someone who would do that. He's more obsessed with himself than anybody. Certainly. For good or bad. For good or bad. It's just what he is. And more importantly, he says that it'd be great if people just had the facts. The facts are all out there. The tractor videos are the facts for the most part. You know what I'm saying? Especially a lot of the edited content. It's all there. It's all there. And he hates it. Even though it's his own words being used against him, he hates it because he doesn't have a rebuttal for it. He said it. He knows he said it. He's even admitted. He's like, hey, there are people out there who have clips of me saying stupid shit. What can I say to that? I said it. I may have, and then he tries to backtrack and say, oh, I didn't mean it, or they took me out of context, but you already admitted to saying it. You're already admitted to saying it. That's why he has that beef with Rich from Review Tech USA. Because Rich called him out on, hey, you calling your fans lazy is a dumb move. And this is why people hate you. And this is why people don't want to support you. This is why the people dislike you. And because Rich tweeted that out, and he knows that Rich has a large audience, but then there's also a lot of people who watch his tweets as well, he's like, that hurt me. It hurt me to say that. Why didn't you just tell me that in person? Why'd you have to do that out in public? Well, because not everybody's a fucking snake in the grass about that shit. Rich isn't your friend. You know what I'm saying? A friend will reach out to you behind the scenes, in air quotes, and go ahead and approach you. Unless you're acting like a real asshole, and then they're going to tweet that shit out publicly. Because that's what's going to get your attention. And for Rich, I think Rich understood. He's like, hey, if I tweet you, you're just going to go ahead and memory hole that. But if I put that shit out there in public, it's going to get your attention. And it did. And it did. Ralph from the Ralph Retort is who I'm speaking on in particular. So, and that's what it comes down to. But yet again, that goes back to, oh, I'm going to go out and read all I want, but I don't want anybody to read back at me. So, yet again, he did it to himself.
Tweets, negative stuff thrown my way over the past 2 days, of course. But the insane amount of misinformation, just insanity. All the crap you guys have heard for years, that's completely untrue, just basically blew up again. Well, don't worry about his stupid tweet, because that's that pedophile. That's that guy that masturbated twice in front of thousands of children on Twitch TV. What? When did any of this happen? None of this is true, but this is all fact now. In the minds of the ignorant people who want to propagate drama, this is fact. This is all fact about me. It would be nice if you're gonna call me out for the stupid shit I've done. That tweet, okay, fair enough. That tweet was really fucking dumb, and I wholeheartedly agree with you. But the stuff that then people bring up afterward to gang and dogpile on, right, that's what I wish would kind of go away. But it's not gonna. You know? It's not gonna go away. It's not. It's gonna continue on. It's gonna be worse and worse.
Basically, I've become the legendary tall tale of the worst gamer on the planet, the worst guy on the internet.
When in reality, none of it's true. And it's
the hell it isn't. Okay, those are very, very true statements. To trademark, twice, if during a Mario Sunshine, actually, during Mario Sunshine, he there was a sound bite. There was a segment where it sounded like either our boy was listening to porn, or it sounded like he may have been flapping off. No one really knows what that sound bite was. But yeah, they thought he may have accidentally turned the mic on instead of the camera. I think it's actually a Mr. Huff Stuff video. Actually, I think it's a Mr. Huff Stuff video. So that's some pretty funny shit. If you guys haven't heard that, it's pretty funny. That's why he's saying twice.
all just propagated by people who love negative, immature shit, you know? And it's sad. It's sad that right now there's actually people with giant followings on YouTube and Twitch who think that stuff is true. Because they didn't do 2 seconds of research. Instead, they just repeat the drama, you know? But it is what it is. That's life, I guess. That will be me for the rest of my life. There's not much I can do about it, right?
He was the guy that got caught masturbating in front of children.
It's the guy watching his Twitch.
Is that really him? Is he the one that got caught?
Yes!
Really?
That's right, I'm a huge pervert, guys. That's all I do. I just masturbate constantly in front of children.
But
on purpose. I got completely exposed.
Yeah, you're right, Ring. But like I said, the monster is of his own design. He did that to himself. He can blame nobody but himself. And he can't take responsibility for it. And see, he has little moments like this where he laughs it up and shit, and he thinks that he's like, this was the last real engagement I think he ever had with anybody. Because this was during the Friday the 13th multiplayer stream. I think that was the last real encounter he had. And he was scared to death. But he tried to play it off. He tried to wing it like, you know, oh, it's no big deal. I can laugh at it. And it looked like a valiant attempt. But then he gave up on it. Which shows why he doesn't want to have any real human contact with anybody anymore. It's kind of sad, to be honest. Oh yeah, he was definitely embarrassed. And he should be. And he should be embarrassed.
Unless I move to, I guess if I move to like Zimbabwe and I live in a grass hut somewhere where there's no internet, maybe then I'll be immune to it, but I doubt.
Brian and Kekken was for profit, and that was safe. He didn't have anything to worry about with those two. Even though Brian had a pretty good laugh at Phil's expense, Phil kind of took it on the chin, but those guys were relatively safe. Until Brian started to get more attention than Phil did, and then all of a sudden that stopped too. Because Brian was kind of funny. And actually, Brian and Kekken were actually a pretty interesting 1-2 punch, to be honest with you. I thought they were kind of funny. And it was taking more and more attention from DSP. And even though DSP is getting his money, right, these other guys are getting more of the notoriety. And Phil couldn't have it. Yeah, Apex. I think that was Apex Legends, Jesse. I think it was. He doesn't know how to socialize with people, though. Like, DSP needs people who kind of already know or understand who he is. He can't branch out and actually really meet people and talk to people like that. He's too scared of it. He's too scared of what they may already know about him. To be honest. He already needs the benefit of the doubt, if you will.
That's ever going to happen, so...
Huh? Well, let's see. So if you're a racist, bigoted asshole who constantly says insulting things on the stream to get a rise, or if you're a no content, no life, no worth titty streamer whose only value in life is showing off your body for money, basically you're a whore. Oh no, you can't make a living on Twitch anymore. Oh, shucks.
Spooky Fan resubbed for the 3rd month in a row. He says, it's none of your business. If a company decides to give early access to someone, you need to do what you like and not complain that someone else does what they like. Well, bottom line was I wasn't complaining that someone was doing something they like. In fact, it's quite the opposite. But again, I'm not going to get into it. My full thoughts on early access stuff.
Did you hear that? He said how I wasn't complaining about people doing what they like. already coming to the assumption that, oh, these people are all shills, right? And they're only doing it for profit and they don't give a fuck about the game. Even though most of the people who had early access to the game were people who were like real diehard players of the State of Decay 2. Let me give an example. Like, I'll use 7 Days to Die. That's a great example. So Alpha 20 is about to come out, yeah? And a lot of the people who are going to get early access to that are YouTubers or Twitch streamers or YouTube streamers, whatever, are YouTubers and Twitch streamers who are known for playing that game. Those are the people who are called, I don't know if it's like if there's like a partner program between the Fun Pimps and those streamers. I don't know if it's something like that or if they're already on a list. I can't remember what the details are. Because Games for Kicks talks about this a little bit. But there is like an arrangement between the two of them, right? So he's gonna have early access when right before the game launches, as a lot of these guys will. Skippy is gonna be another one. Glock 9 is gonna be another one. All these guys are gonna have early access once that alpha comes out, but they don't have any early knowledge, if you will. They can't tell you exactly what the build is gonna be like. They can only tell you, hey, when they drop the alpha a couple of days early or a week early or whatever the case may be, I'm gonna play it. So you'll be able to see it before it actually drops. And stuff like that. No, I actually play 7 Days to Die. But as in waiting for a final build, who knows when that'll be, to be honest. But Alpha 20, though, does look good. It does look very good getting over. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. Yeah, sure. At least you're not toxic like the pig roach. So that's a bit of a thing. All right, here we go.
Already been fleshed out. There's no reason for me to go into them yet again.
Do you want to play the fucking game?
The Lollipop series. Aren't you friends with Twitch people? You talk to them about it, or am I wrong? I'm not really friends.
Twitch loves me and my streams. You know, I love Twitch. Twitch is the future.
With anyone when it comes to this kind of stuff. As I've said many, many times over the years, I'm pretty much an island.
And I might eventually stream it. You know what I'm saying? It's still a possibility. But right now, dude, we're at Alpha 20. We're at Alpha 20. And as as some of the builds have gone on, like some people have had some minor problems, some people haven't. Like I said, I'm kind of enjoying it on my own time. But eventually I will play it, and eventually I'll stream it or I'll make videos. Sooner than later.
I always have been. I don't have like a group of buddies on YouTube or a group of friends who stream. I mean, do I every once in a while have positive interactions with other people? Sure. But I, every single day, wake up, work my butt off all day, right? And that's it. I don't have time. Like I said, when I'm away from streaming or recording, one or the other, and I'm not uploading or whatever, I'm doing other stuff. I'm trying to spend time with my girl. I'm trying to maybe watch some television or basically do everything possible to stay away from gaming.
I love gaming.
So basically, he doesn't have friends. That's to make a long story incredibly short. Can we go ahead and get a couple of F's in chat for not having any friends? It's a sad situation, ladies and gentlemen. It's a sad situation, but that is what that is. And the thing is, though, too, is I would think, I mean, him and Arturo are still on good terms as far as I know. And there certainly have been bigger streamers who have tried to reach out to him to do collabs, or even smaller ones, to be honest, and he always turned them down. He's okay being on an island of his own. Gout in chat. What is a gout in chat? We decided, I guess I kind of decided that Catherine was a sweet potato, so let me put that there. Let's see. Bacon is bacon, so we all know that. Salt is that. I might have to come up with an emote chain for gout. Clown mode is clown mode, and we'll put that one there. I don't know. I'll come up with an emote chain for gout sooner than later. Let's go ahead and get some sweet potatoes and some bacon, some salt, and some clown faces in the chat, because this is very much top tier clown mode, to say the least.
In general, overall, I have improved as a gamer over the years.
Yeah, I'm a gamer! to stay away from Twitch and YouTube, because if all it was, my entire life was encompassed with that shit, I would hate it. I can't have my entire life be encompassed by my work. I have to have other endeavors and other things I like, so that when I go back to the work, it's refreshing.
Does YouTube allow custom emotes? I'm not sure. Oh yeah, actually they do. They do allow emotes, like outside emotes. Because there's actually a few people I'm gonna need to talk to about that at a later time and date. Or are those emotes or are those badges? Now that I think about it. Huh. Let me think. Oh shit, is there a foot emote? Oh, that might be a good one for gout. That could work, chat. That could work. That might be the play. All right, give me a second. That might be the play.
Not that work 100% of the time, I would hate it. So no, I purposely don't have a bunch of friends who are Twitch streamers and a bunch of friends who are YouTubers, and I realize that's very different. You got these groups and communities out there, they all look after each other, they got each other's back or whatever. I've never had that. Again, I've always said I'm kind of an island. I'm out there on my own, and everything else goes around me, and I'm the one island out there that still exists after 10 years. And somehow the climate change and the global warming and the ice caps melting haven't sunk the island yet. Perhaps the shores have receded a bit, but I'm still there. Wow, what a dramatic analogy that was. Okay then.
Stop being a drama queen.
Shout out to M. Lark, who cheered again. He says, damage control isn't the solution. Actions speak louder than words. Well, you're right. It doesn't matter how many times I say that tweet was stupid. Okay? If I do another stupid tweet right away, then it doesn't really matter, does it? So, what I gotta do, like I said, I gotta be better. What I need to do is use Twitter for business purposes and basically stay as concise and to the point and talk about my stuff only and not keep veering off the track, okay?
It's funny how I want to talk about my stuff only, but I know what everybody else is doing. I wonder if you could do a foot or a pig hoof and then that red icon, that might work too. We'll have to experiment with it. There's a bunch of different combinations though. We can make something work. What's up, Zero? There are possibilities. There are a lot of possibilities.
Just being real talk here. You know, I need to basically be better and not do stupid shit. And like I said, I even said immediately after this happened, I said I should just use Twitter.
No, no, it's not even surviving. It's existing. He's given up. It's not surviving. It's existing. I swear to you, it's just existing. That's all it is. That's all it's ever been. That's all it ever will be. To be honest, because he believes that everybody's trying to exploit him, or people are trying to take attention away from him. He wants to be able to exploit other people for clout, and recognition, and to be able to grow off them. But he won't. He doesn't want anybody to do that to him.
For positive messages and schedule updates and work-related stuff, and instead of, let me now use Twitter to talk about a controversial topic. This is really stupid. Why would I do that?
I have no fucking self-control.
But like I said, it was a stupid tweet. I gotta be better. So you're absolutely right, Mr. Lark. It's one thing to apologize or backtrack or, what is it called? The mea culpa or whatever. But there's a different thing entirely to change and be better. And that's what I gotta do. You know? Alright. King Swag Series says, you made changes to the yard and stuff. Can we see an updated house tour? No. I'm not doing a house tour. I'm done with it, dude. I'm serious. I'm done with it. I kind of explained this already. There's no reason to do them anymore. If there's a holiday and we're putting up a Christmas tree and we have Christmas decorations, will I take pictures? Sure. You know, home decor every once in a while. If there's a holiday, during the fall, I'm sure we'll put out some Halloween themed stuff. I'll show you that in a picture on Instagram. I'm not doing house tours no more, dude. It's over. I told you, that era is over. I can't, man. I can't. It's that simple. I can't do it anymore. Sharing personal stuff always blows up in my face. And who's to say that someone won't get something, oh my god, did you see? There was a power cord hanging off a wall, and I did the research, and that power cord plugs into a $4,000 computer that Phil hides in his bedroom. Some stupid shit. I'm just tired of it. I'm done with it. I'm not doing it. So the answer is no. YOLO Dobber cheered again. He said, you shouldn't go so hard on yourself. You expressed your opinion, and nobody has the right to insult you for it. But YOLO Dobber, what you don't seem to understand is that tweet was not my opinion. That tweet was horrible. It was not even close. Okay, sad backtracking, but keep in mind, the only reason why he's backtracking is because he's on Twitch and he's scared
that Twitch is gonna ban Twitch is gonna suspend him or ban him for making that comment. So that's the reason why he's shitting on himself right here. But that's all it is. He doesn't legitimately feel bad for it. And keep in mind, this is the same idiot on Twitter who has hot takes on people who like a particular game. Like any game, just it doesn't matter. Just any game that is good. He's like, "Oh, you guys are just hyping it up. The game's really not that good, but all you guys are saying it because you're paid shills, or you were given the game for free, so you can't bash on it, so on and so forth, yada yada yada." So let's be honest. Should anybody get bashed for an opinion? No, not necessarily. But you do on the others. What you do on the others will eventually happen to you, and it's always been that way. And he's never understood it, and he'll never understand it. At the end of the day, he's put himself out there as like this lone wolf, if you will. No, actually, someone has a better analogy. Give me a second. Someone tried to equate him to like the Gowdy version. I'm going to say it's the Gowdy version. They didn't say this. He's trying to emulate CM Punk, essentially. And it might have worked for a little while if that was what he was doing. But it doesn't work now. Like now, people kind of expect you to grow up. And if you have a particular hot take or whatever the case may be, and you get some pushback, lone snort, I like that. That might work. That'll work. If you get some pushback, you should be able to have a conversation about it. And publicly, if he could do that, it would probably work out. The thing is he's so dismissive, right? And he really enjoys calling people kids and all this other stuff, talking down to people, that it completely kills his narrative. He'll never get anywhere like that. So people just dismiss him outright, and he hates it. He hates not being acknowledged, and he hates the fact that he's being forgotten. And that's the reason why he clout chases the way he does. I don't know if he's going to play Hades or not. It would be interesting to see him play it, but once he figures out like how to cheese it, because there's a way to cheese every game, then it's just going to become boring. Or blocking people and calling them idiots. I mean, Jesus Christ, this guy blocks people who have never even tweeted at him. So, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Oh, to my full thoughts on the subject. That tweet was just plain old wrong. Factually wrong. And it should never have been put out that way. That's why I'm being hard on myself. Not because, I have an opinion people disagree with. That's completely different from what I put. My opinion is not even what I put on Twitter. That's why I need to fess up and say I need to be better. Not because my opinion is not a popular one. TechVisor cheered. He said, "Isn't it a bit silly to say other streamers should do a bit of research on you when you're too busy to watch other people's content? I'm sure they're busy too and just want to join in on a shitstorm." Well, okay, fair enough. But here's the thing. Alright? Here's the thing. So, it's easy to say, to be an armchair quarterback, I think they call it, or to be a backseat driver, or to actually be the person in that position. Alright? I completely disagree with a certain practice. I disagree with anyone getting advanced games. And I think not only does it directly hurt the business in general of gaming, but it hurts the common gamer, it hurts other streamers, it hurts a bunch of people who get hurt. So
Now, keep in mind, this cuck son of a bitch is the same piece of garbage who has benefited from that practice. He has participated in it, he's benefited from it. It'd be different if Phil has never shown any history of getting sponsorships or endorsements or getting free copies or early copies or whatever the case may be. It would be different. But to this very day, this idiot gets review copies or influencer copies or whatever they call them. And half the time he doesn't even disclose them. So let's be honest. Exactly. Fallout 4 is a great example. You know what I mean? So it was funny how when yet again, like I was telling you guys earlier on, when all that stuff is being presented to him, it's all gravy. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? Hey, these guys recognize me and they recognize my content and they recognize that I'm somebody who's important in this community and that's why I got it. That's why not everybody else got it. But if he's not getting it, then all of a sudden he wants to be butthurt. But keep in mind, with this whole State of Decay 2 situation, this is the same idiot who paid like $20 extra, right, to be able to play the game 4 or 5 days early, only to drop the game later. He dropped it like after like the exclusive period was up. He dropped the game. So he played it for only like 4 or 5 days or whatever it was, and then he dropped it. So he wasn't a real fan. He knew there was a big community for that game, and he wanted to cash in on it. Period. And he was getting butthurt that even though he was paying the extra $20 to play the game early, other streamers and content creators got it even earlier than that, and he was getting butthurt about it. That was his problem. Yes, there you go. Mario Sonic Olympics. When he sat there and didn't disclose that until he got pressured. Because I remember how that situation played out. That shit was kind of funny. He was sitting there playing this game, right? And because he said, like, prior to it, before he started playing the game, that he wanted to play it, but he didn't know if he had the money. Then all of a sudden, someone donated the money, allegedly, or whatever, he started playing the game. And that's what the assumption was. Either he bought the game or someone gave him the money to play the game. Once people weren't feeling the game and said, this is stupid, why did you spend $60 or whatever the case was on that game, he comes out and says, oh, I didn't buy that game. I didn't buy this game. This game was sent to me. It was an influencer code or whatever. And then, then people started turning against him. They were like, whoa. You didn't buy this game? This was sent to you? Well, why didn't you disclose that? There doesn't say anything about influencer copy in the stream chat or in any of your videos, and you're right. He almost got himself into shit for that one. He should have kept his mouth shut. But no, he wants to. He always wants to be like. He always wants to have high ground. And once he was getting some criticism, he wanted to try to find a way out, and that's what he did. And he exposed himself. So now, this is the argument that I've been pushing. Now, who's to say that he's been paying for the majority of the games that he gets? For all we know, and I've been saying this for a long time, for all we know, the majority of the games that he plays are actually given to him by publishers, and none of us would ever know it. We have no clue. And I'm just talking about from that point up till now. Who knows how many games he had played in the past, and that shit was just given to him, and he didn't disclose it. Who could say? So this con man has been probably getting over on people for a long ass time. Oh yeah, $55,000 in business expense, a month in business expenses, exactly. So who knows how long he's been getting away with that? I don't think we'll ever know. I don't think he'll ever disclose that. But that's some crazy shit in itself, and that could potentially get him in a lot of trouble. You know, this is bigger than just what you think about being worried about public opinion. This is now like legal ramifications. What's he gonna do?
Speak up against it, okay?
Oh, you're right, Devo. Plague Tale was the first one because the second one's not out yet. Plague Tale was some bullshit. That was some bullshit how he milked them for that. That game cost what, $40, maybe $50, something like that, $40, $50. And if I remember correctly, because that's a Mr. Huff Stuff video as well, he milked like $570 out of them, $600. He got a lot of money out of them, out of his fan base for that shit. He got a lot of money out of that, and he got tips when he was streaming the game, and he made ad revenue on it too. So he bled them 3 times. So it's rather crazy. I don't know, Black Doom. We'll see. Probably not. There's one more video after this. So, oh, my bad. He got $750. Okay, my bad. I was giving him too much credit. Or $750 from that game. He bled them up to the very end. It was really fucked up. And if you think about it, go back to DJ Runo and Untitled Goose Game. If DJ Runo would have let that go, let that $20 go and be like, oh, Phil, you had to use it for another bill. Okay, no problem. DSP would have definitely done that again to somebody else. He would have definitely done it to somebody else. How do I know that? Because when the PlayStation VR came out, right, there was either a Star Trek game or a Star Wars game that someone wanted him to play. And they donated $50 for him to play that game. They tipped it to him. And he said, oh, well, because Phil was talking about wanting to play it, but he said he didn't know if he could afford it. And someone tips him $50, and he's like, oh, that's really nice of you and everything, but you can't tell me how to use my tips. I'll use my tips for whatever I see fit. And I really need the money right now, so you know, it is what it is. The chat ends up shitting on his ass. DJ refund, that's funny. The chat ends up shitting on him hard for that. So he's like, Phil backtracks and he's like, oh, okay, you guys make a point. Hey man, I can't remember who the guy's name was. If you want me to refund you your $50 or whatever the amount was, I will. You know, I apologize if I may have led you on or whatever the case may be, but I will give you your money back. The guy ends up tipping him another 50, and he says, "Don't worry, Phil. Just keep the money. I was just trying to help you out because you sound like you're really interested in the game. Just keep the money." And he's like, "Oh, for real? Oh, I can keep the money? And you tip me another 50? Well, thank you. Like I said, man, I really need the money right now. I'm really in a bad spot. But, I appreciate you understanding and doing all this." Then the guy tips him another 50 and says, "No problem, Phil." So he fucked that guy out of like $150. He fucked that dude out of $150. So it's some bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. Oh, it's disgusting. I think Viking. I think that was the game that I was just talking about. We might be actually talking about the exact same game. Yes, getting over a lot of simps. There certainly are a lot of simps. But that's how Phil got over. That shit was crazy. But Viking, I think we may be very well talking about the same game. It's very possible we're talking about the exact same game.
So, fair enough, right? Now, other streamers should do a bit of research on me when I'm too busy to watch other people's content. First of all, I don't need to watch a million hours of someone's content. I don't even need to watch a single second of someone else's content to understand that my belief on pre-release games, them getting games early and them getting ridiculous amounts of views, early views just because they got the game early, I don't need to watch their stream to know that. Alright? I don't need to know. I'm not criticizing their stream style. I'm not criticizing their gameplay style. I'm not criticizing anything about the content on their stream. The only thing I'm criticizing is the fact they're playing a pre-release game early, okay? They're getting it before anyone else can get it. They've been the selected privileged few, and they're getting ridiculous amounts of views just because they're playing it early. That's what I'm criticizing. So just the fact knowing they're streaming it early is enough for me to give the criticism that I'm giving, alright? Now, for one of these people to come out and say, well, I heard Phil's a pedophile, and Phil's this and that. I'm sorry, alright? That's ridiculously different than just saying, well, I heard that this streamer is playing a game early. Oh, by the way, it's factually true. You can just look on Twitch's dashboard, and here they are doing it. Alright? That's black and white, completely different. Alright? Saying ridiculously slanderous, defamatory comments about someone without a lick of any kind of proof is fucked up. It's completely irresponsible, it's immoral, and it's sad that there's thousands of people now on the internet who believe that stuff about me because people have spread it as fact because they didn't do the research and just reported the rumors, reported the drama, repeated the rumors, the drama, and the slander. Alright? It would be one thing if the things about me that were said were things that were...
Alright, big ups to Sunspot. I see you there. Actually, I saw your tweet with the where you're adding all these different things to Phil's office and whatnot. I retweeted that. I thought that shit was hilarious. I thought that shit was hilarious. Holy shit! I think I said oh fuck, I can't remember what I said now. I think I said "Where's Waldo?" is meets the King of Gout or something like that. What fun! So something along those lines. It was a pretty funny. I thought you had a great tweet though. That shit was hilarious. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? Okay, now we're all up to date. All right, cool. But yeah, that shit was pretty funny. That was really, really funny.
Matter of fact, all right, I put out a bad tweet. You're right. Matter of fact, you can criticize me till the cows come home about that. It was there on Twitter in black and white. I did it. Good. Criticize me for it. Tear me apart. Rip me a new bunghole.
Shoved my hand up the pig's butt or something and ripped out his colon.
That's fair criticism. To now propagate stuff that's completely untrue because someone told you is bullshit. Okay? And that's the difference. Actual black and white evidence of something that leads to valid criticism versus I heard something and now I'm going to repeat this really derogatory, defamatory thing about someone. You know? The thing I disagree with is that people get these pre-release copies early and play them and get tons of artificial views.
All right, big ups, Raven. Like I said, we'll see how that goes. Is it called? It's time limit. That should be good. Wait a second. Did we do the? But sorry, let's going from something positive, talking about this music thing. Let's go over to DSP for real quick. Didn't he do the exact same thing to Pro Jarrett? We took all this nasty stuff that we really couldn't confirm yet, and we wrote it out. We wrote it out like it was the truth, and then on top of that, we decided to go ahead and make a couple of follow-up tweets to that went air quotes viral. And then we did a debunking stream based off of that tweet, based off this guy's like situation, this other guy's situation, because supposedly he insulted DSP in a tweet 3 years prior. Huh. Isn't that interesting? Yes, that's the song. Yeah, I'll listen to it later. Thank you very much. Big ups. So we did that to Pro Jared. So it was okay for Pro Jared, but it's not okay for him. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's okay since he never... oh, yeah, that's right. He didn't tag him. And he purposely didn't tag him. Even though it was like 3 tweets. But the first tweet he started off with, I think it actually said Pro Jared's name in that tweet. I just think he didn't tag him. But the other 2, everybody knew what he was saying after that. Everybody knows what he was getting ready, what was going to happen after that shit. Shit was insane. That shit was insane.
Because they get the games before anyone else and profit, and it hurts the industry, in my opinion. Okay, it does. You guys already know how I think that.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but I don't think it hurts the industry. I think it's just advertising. I clearly think that's what it is. To be honest, it's not that big of a deal. And the thing is this shows you that even though he's on Twitch, right, you still see that YouTube mindset. Like, I need to have the games day one. Matter of fact, I think there's a quote that is not really used anymore by Snort Burnell that's actually about to pop up. I think it's about to pop up. But the point being is that if he doesn't get it day one, if he can't play it day one, then he's behind. He's out. He's completely out the mix. And that right there is a terrible mindset to have. It's not about who plays it first or who does it first. It's who's entertaining. And who is it that keeps you coming back? You know what I'm saying? And he's right. He's been saying that shit. He's been saying that shit for years that it hurts the industry, and yet the industry's fine. There's enough bullshit in the industry that he could call out, that he sees on Twitter all the time, and he don't talk about it. Let me give you another example about something that was going on in the FGC that he had plenty of opportunities to call out, but he didn't until recently because now it was getting a lot of buzz, and he wanted to throw his name in the hat. That shit with Mr. Wizard. He said that was the rumor and the reputation about him going on for 20 years. Never said nothing. Never said a peep. Kept saying, oh, those West Coast guys, they had the SRK forums. They were running Evo. They had all the power. So what was I going to do? What was I going to do? But then this one kid that you know that supposedly is a victim, right? Is allegedly a victim, I should say. He comes out and says, Mr. Wiz did this to me. And then all of a sudden DSP is like, oh yeah, I heard all about that. It was terrible. It was terrible that was happening, but that was the rumor going on. That was the situation. Okay, Mr. Stand-Up Guy, where were you at back then on SRK calling him out for that? You supposedly called out the Cannon brothers for that whole, for, not GGPO. No, maybe it was. Maybe for GGPO, talking about it wasn't as good as they said it was, as it was being advertised. You called them out for that, and they got you banned, right? Why aren't you calling any of them out for this? Didn't say nothing. What's up, Aladdin? Matter of fact, bam. But yeah, so where was all that tough talk then? Where was any of that supposedly that didn't sit right with me, and I have to say something because I know that's not right? Where was any of that back then? So supposedly all these boys are getting touched on and everything, right? By these West Coast guys that you're trying to impress, that you ain't put yourself into credit card debt multiple years to go out there and prove to them that you were worth something. But supposedly all this situation is going on and you don't have nothing to say about it. That's weird. That's not even weird. That's disgusting. That's really fucking disgusting if that's true. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're exactly right, Raw. He was dumb as fuck getting mad at Microsoft because he exposed his own code on stream. No one told you to do any of the setup like that on there. Maybe you should have just gone ahead and killed the background for a minute and see what pops up. He could have done it, but no. Microsoft should have had it in mind that streamers are going to do setups on stream. Well, yeah, but most streamers have common sense. You know what I'm saying? Most streamers have common sense. And now that you're in this digital age, Phil, because I know you're still in the Stone Age, we're in this digital age where a lot of this information can be conveyed through text messages, through all these things, and they give you these options. You should have did it yourself. You know what I'm saying? Well, you only fucked yourself. or set up the console around. Exactly. But he's a fucking idiot, and he wants everything to be catered to him. And the funny thing is, that is completely and totally his mistake, and yet he wasn't man enough to accept it. Oh wow, I did something really stupid. No, it's Microsoft's fault. Amazing, just amazing.
People should be very much more patient. They shouldn't rush out to buy games on release day. Wait a day or two. We don't need these early reviews. You know all this. I'm not going to get into detail about it here.
And then about the concept of early review copies, or people getting early reviews, or people waiting a couple of days. Why should anybody have to wait? If I watch, let's say, Playing With Your Beliefs. If I'm watching Playing Beliefs getting ready to play a game a couple of days early or whatever, or I don't care if he gets it early, I don't care if he gets it when it comes out, whatever. How does that hinder me on whether I want to play that game or not? If I'm already set on playing that game, and I see Playing With Your Beliefs or James the Lesser or Agent Proper or anybody else already playing the game, that doesn't hinder my decision. I'm still going to go out and do it. He really thinks that there are people out there. Well, there are. To be honest, actually, there are some people who do wait and watch their favorite YouTubers or streamers play a game before they go out and buy it themselves. That's very true. But then again, that feeds back into my argument that the advanced copies or influencer copies or whatever, it's all advertising. It's all advertising. It helps the business. He wants the consumer to wait. Do you know how that hurts a video game? How it hurts a movie? How it hurts closed sales? How it hurts anything that's coming out on an opening day and people decide to wait 2 or 3 days? Do you know how much that hurts? That could actually hurt sales. It can hurt it by a lot, especially with game releases. No game company is going to put a project out or an IP or whatever and then be like, okay, we're going to have a 24-hour buffer, maybe even a 48-hour buffer where no one's going to play it, and then we're going to play it. And then, or that no one's going to play it or buy it, and then people are going to buy it. No one thinks like that. That's stupid. That's absolutely fucking ridiculous. That makes no sense. If that's the case, DSP, let's play with that same logic. If DSP thinks that's actually sound logic, who's to say that I need to watch DSP play that game day one? Why do I need to watch Playing With Your Beliefs playthrough day one? Maybe I can wait the weekend, and then I'll just catch up on the playlist. Right? That's a thing, yeah? Well, how does that affect Phil? How does that affect any of these other guys? How does that affect their streams? How does that affect their views on YouTube? See, he don't think about stuff like that. Or if he do, he'll just go ahead and memory hole it so he can hold on to his own little narrative, which is pathetic. It's pathetic to think that's a smart idea. He would rather have a company hurt itself just so he can go ahead and get day one views. Just like the situation with Metal Gear Solid 5. You guys remember that? When Kojima was going through that whole situation and people were saying, well, people were just trying to figure out whether they wanted to support the game or not because the game publisher was fucking him over. And Phil was like, oh, why are you guys doing this? You guys are supporting the devil by buying that game. I understand it's Kojima's last game, but he's already been paid for it. You are actually supporting the people that are fucking Kojima if you play this game. And then someone was like, well, are you going to play the game day one, Phil? Oh, well, I got a business, I got a business to run, and there's a lot of people who want to see me play this game. So I have to play this game. But that doesn't mean you guys have to buy it. I have to play this game, though. But that doesn't mean you guys have to buy it. You guys can just come and watch me play it. That's literally what he was trying to feed people. And he thought it was going to work. So, just to give you guys an idea.
But that's very different than saying, oh, well, this guy's a pedophile. That's insane. And if you think it's the same thing, if you actually think that's the same thing, you are silly. So there you go. So thank you, Infinite, for the top cheer for the day. Appreciate that. And Infinite says the following. He says, hold on. Hey, Phil, good to see you back. I don't think you should be apologizing for excising your freedom of speech, even if what you said was a mistake. This tweet nonsense is a non-issue as far as I'm concerned. I disagree. I absolutely disagree. Because, not to say that what I said was even that bad, even if I did believe that what I said was factually true, which I don't, it still wouldn't have been that bad. But what if someone goes on Twitter and immediately says, I think that all people of a certain race are inferior and everyone else is superior and they should be exterminated? Well, do you think that should go on Twitter? Of course not. That should not be allowed, and people should be held accountable and obviously be judged for that kind of a situation. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, we learned from history that's insane, right?
Okay, so all those comments on YouTube, all those comments he made on Blip TV, all the shit he said on Twitch, we can judge him for those things because he has said those things, right? Right? Right.
So, that should definitely be held again. No, people should not be able to have these insane beliefs that things. If it's harmful to others, it shouldn't be allowed. Was what I said on Twitter harmful to others? Yeah, I think it was. I honestly think it was. Is it physically threatening? No, but we already talked about this earlier on this pre-stream. That bullying or misinformation.
I like how he's admitting that what he said was malicious and it could be hurtful to other people and he did it on purpose. I like how he admitted that right here. That's really, really good shit. Here, let me bring that back. I like how he admitted that, yes, I did this malicious thing on purpose.
That all people of a certain race are inferior and everyone else is superior and they should be exterminated. Well, do you think that should go on Twitter? Of course not. That should not be allowed, and people should be held accountable and obviously be judged for that kind of a situation. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, we learned from history, that's insane, right? So, that should definitely be held again. No, people should not be able to have these insane beliefs that things. If it's harmful to others, it shouldn't be allowed. Was what I said on Twitter harmful to others? Yeah, I think it was. I honestly think it was. Is it physically threatening? No, but we already talked about this earlier on this pre-stream. That bullying or misinformation that's on the internet can be harmful to others. And what I said was factually wrong and should be called out for. So I actually disagree with you on this point, Infinite. I think that what I did was wrong and fair game that people should step up and criticize me for doing it because it was my mistake.
And I need to admit mistakes and grow. Okay? It's that simple. I'm good at lying.
Now remember, this is 2018. How much growth have we seen over the years? Anybody? Chat? Anybody? Any massive growth at all? We've seen him get more and more milquetoast. We've seen him become more and more boring, which has only yet again hurt him. Detractor content's going to come out no matter what. He can't stop that. That's always going to be the case. But he's only hurt himself. He's only hurt himself. Exactly. 0. Very good, chat. Very good.
I'm exploding. Excuse me.
I got an anonymous dollar tip, and the person says, I've been a fan since you played Fable 2. You said you don't like people playing pre-release games. I recall you playing Fallout 4. Yeah, listen. As I've said many times, because again, I've addressed this a million times in the past, I'm not infallible, and there were actually, if I remember correctly, 3 distinct times in 10 years. 10 years. Hundreds upon hundreds of games that I've played. 60,000 plus videos that I put out on the internet. There were 3 games that, if I remember correctly, I played them early. One was Street Fighter Cross Tekken, one was Fallout 4, and one was Dark Souls 3. So on one hand, I can count the 3 times that I went against my own personal philosophy of pre-release games for various different reasons. Every single one actually was a completely different.
Well then, what good is the philosophy if you don't even abide by it? He's admitting that he broke it 3 separate times. So what good is the rule if you're not even willing to follow it? Something to think about.
Reason. If at some point in the future we want to discuss this and get into massive detail about it, we can. But considering that this pre-stream is 1 hour and 42 minutes long, alright, I don't really think that we should get into the specifics of it right now. But basically every situation had a reason where I had to weigh pros and cons and say, do I bite the bullet and do I go against my own personal morality and belief philosophy and do this against my own belief system for the good of what? Various things. For the good of my viewers, for the good of myself and my business, And a lot of the times, it's what's the word I'm looking for?
This is pathetic. This is pathetic that he would throw his fans under the bus, or not even throw them under the bus. He would use them as a shield to break his own personal philosophy or code. The same personal philosophy and code, ladies and gentlemen, that he was willing to go on Twitter and spew out to other people, saying that they are wrong for doing this. They have no right to do this. This is unfair and hurting the business. It's hurting the overall gaming community. It's hurting other streamers. Remember that whole hurt? Well, he didn't mind breaking that personal concept of his own 3 separate times. 3 times we decided to go against our own personal philosophy, our own personal code, our snorts of honor, if you will. For what? For manufactured excuses. because he was falling so far behind. He was falling so far behind that he needed every little advantage that he could get his hands on, which is no different than what he does now, to be honest. He's just really, really terrible at it. Okay.
Lesser of two evils, I guess, right? In a lot of cases, and that's really what it was in those situations. Okay.
Yes, actually, you're right. There are a lot of detractors who would leave him alone. You know what I'm saying, or who'd be willing to have a lighter touch on him, if you will, if he could literally get his head out of his own fucking ass. But he can't. He can't do that. It's one of the pillars that's holding up the Gaudi temple, if you will. He can't let that go. He can't. But his whole philosophy and thought process is flawed because he'll go back on his own word if he feels that it'll benefit him. And when it ends up actually hurting him, then he blames people. Then he blames circumstances. Then he blames whatever else. You know what I'm saying? There's always going to be an excuse. There's always going to be a reason for it. He can go ahead and try to play all high and mighty when he feels like his hooves aren't dirty. But once he has to get his hooves dirty, well, this is the reason why I had to get my hooves dirty. This is the reason why I had to do things the way I'm doing it. He can never change. As long as there's some wiggle room, he'll always take that way out.
So in that regard, you're right.
3 times ever in 10 years where I went against my own personal philosophy for various reasons, you got me. Okay then. Very, very, very hypocritical. Pretty hypocritical, I agree. Shout out to my girl Kat yet again, who bought me another nice shirt. Look, she got me a cool shirt. It says classically trained with the classic NES controller on it. I love it. As you guys know, I grew up playing the NES and then Super NES. Super NES was the big one, but this was a nice shirt that she got me. So another cool shirt to wear on streams. Thank you, Kat.
By the way, I am real. Just for all the people who think I don't exist, I am real. Actually, I'm pretty confused right now.
It was just so different. What did I just do? I just denied their privacy in terms of service, didn't I? How do I play the DLC? I don't even know. Extras? I don't even know where the DLC is, because I do have it. Single player? No, how do you do it? How do you play the DLC? I have no idea. Store? How do you do this? I don't even know how to do it. Single player new game? There it is. Boy, was that hidden, huh?
Burn in hell, Burnell. And now I'm going to burn in hell for the rest of eternity because of it. You can't change who you are, I guess. What pasta do you prefer? I prefer a penne. Oh! Easy to eat. Oh! Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. Phil's a beggar. Phil's a racist. Phil's a scammer. DSP's a pedophile. DSP is a thief. DSP is a greedy fuck.
This guy's a bitch.
I have a micro penis. Alright, I'm not dead, but I swear to God I wish I fucking was.
That's actually pretty funny. Alright, chat. We will take a vote. There is one more video on the docket. We can go through this video, or we can wait and do it another time. I will go ahead and tell you what that video is. It is, let's see, DsPgaming, thanks begging. $16,000 needed, help, going lower and lower. What's the consensus, chat? Holy shit. I will take a minute to let people decide on that. And if not, we can save it for another time. So, but that's 16K is gonna. Oh yeah. 1 for yes, 2 for no. So let's go ahead and do that. Sorry, that was actually a good point. Actually, here. We could do 1 for yes or 2 for no, or we can do. Nah, we'll yeah, 1 for yes, 2 for no, and I'll give you guys like 30 seconds, I guess. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was a classic one. Phil had a bunch of meme shit in there. Holy shit. I wonder if I can pull up. I'm gonna have to learn how to pull up polls on this. That'd be helpful. you put it. I'll leave it. All right, fair enough. One it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and go into our third and final video that will make up our stream. Let's see here. Let me set this up. Actually, I think it's already set up. I just need to go ahead and get it started. Let me do this real fast. Did I do something wrong? I did not do something wrong. There we go. Okay. So, yet again, ladies and gentlemen, this right here is going to be fun because there's a lot of things that I've said that is inside this video. So this will kind of coincide with it. We are here again with our last video by Snort, Burnell, DSP. Oh no, I gotta adjust that. Snort, Burnell, DSP, thanksbegging, $16,000 needed, help, and going lower and lower. This is from November 23rd of 2018. The link is in the description. Here we go.
What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. My streams, the purpose of my streams, alright, is to basically entertain you with gameplay and honest reactions to said gameplay, to have a chill environment where when you come to my streams, we can actually relax and not have to be bombarded with all of those dramatic topics from real life. I'm good at lying.
This question's from Toddle. And he says, Phil, the House of Representatives is trying to create a copyright small claims court to lower the cost of suing copyright infringers. It's called H.R. 3945, aka the Case Act. Awards would be capped at $30,000, but you probably wouldn't need to spend $10,000 to get a lawyer to start your case. What do you think about this? How would it make it easier to go after people that repost your content? I have had ridiculous amounts of problems over the years with people illegally, without permission, stealing my content off of YouTube and using it for various purposes.
Oh my god!
So what Toddle is saying is that, I guess, finally, our government in the United States is trying to catch up with the times and realizing, oh shit, copyright is digital now. It's not just like, oh, someone's selling a knockoff t-shirt in a store, or someone, you know, is selling bootleg movies on the fucking streets.
Does anybody, I don't know if any of you guys were on Twitter at the time, but does anybody remember the infamous DSP O-face blanket? Or basically his his jerk-off face. Someone actually made a blanket out of that. And I don't know if they were trying to sell it or if they were just kind of like, you know what I'm saying, like teasing it or whatever. But that was the thing on Twitter for a hot minute. Phil was butthurt about that shit when that shit made its rounds. He was super butthurt. Another thing, I think someone said that this is around the time Jasper just popped up. And he was talking about making a shirt with Jasper's face on it. Now, Jasper, for all intents and purposes, is just a generic cat. There's a lot of cats that look like Jasper. So some other people were talking about making a shirt too and putting it out there. And he's like, no, they can't do it. I'm going to copyright it. They're not allowed. They can't do it. And obviously, no one was going to. I think it was just being funny about it. But that was a thing for a minute. Yeah, you would have to find. I don't know if anybody has a picture of that on Twitter. But someone actually made a blanket with DSP's face on it, with his head all thrown back. It's like, oh, someone actually made a blanket out of that shit. Nightmare fuel, but it was a really well made blanket. And if someone, people would have bought that. People would have legitimately bought that if that was the case. You see a lot of that in the Amberlynn Reed community, where they'll take little sayings of hers and they'll put them on shirts and sell them. So that was a thing that was big over there for a minute. Holy shit.
New York City. Instead, people are constantly stealing everyone's content on the internet and fucking doing shit with it illegally, and maybe we should put some kind of fucking protections in to stop that, right? So, the truth of the matter is, I agree what should happen here, alright? What should really happen is, we should have a system that is completely separate from the long, drawn-out bullshit systems that we have in the courts right now for copyright, for digital copyright. And it should have to do in particular with on-demand video use, streaming video use, because this is a huge industry right now. And we need to have it catered, maybe, okay, someone stole my content, okay, and they made a really nasty video that really hurt my reputation, and YouTube won't fucking take it down, number one, you should be able to sue that person directly, and number two, you should be able to sue YouTube for facilitating that video and not taking it down, even though you notified them that it was slanderous to you, okay? And basically you should go to court for a minimal fee, by the way. It shouldn't be, thousands of dollars, a couple $100 maybe. And
all right, chat, for the next stream, I will try to find that. I'll try to find a picture of it. I'll try to find a picture of that blanket, and I'll have it on stream for you guys so you can see it. It's hilarious. Even if it's photoshopped, it's still really fucking funny, and it's really, really good. So like I said, I will look for it, and if I find it, we'll have it on the next stream.
The court will hash it out. Gee, was this video defamatory? Did it use content without permission? And then royalties get generated based off of not only how much money that person made stealing your content, but also damages to your own reputation.
In which case, I'd be a fucking millionaire. Because if I hadn't been slandered all over the internet for the past 5 to 6 years, I still would probably be one of the top YouTubers for gaming.
And I never would have had half the negative shit that happened to me to put me in the situations.
I know you're lying.
I like how delusional he is, because let's be honest, he's been slipping. I think most people say he started slipping really heavily in like 2013. So he's been slipping for a really long ass time. You really thought you were still going to hold your relevancy for all these years? Wow. How? Even, and let's play hypothetical Pignosis, our favorite game. Even if he didn't have the situation with the copyright claims in 2015 and he didn't delete all those videos, he would have eventually diminished. Would he be in the situation he's in now? No, but he would still be in a really bad spot. Right now, he's pulling what, 700, 800,000 views a month. If that shit didn't happen in 2015, maybe he'd still be pulling 2 million views. Maybe, possibly. But that's a long way from 13 million views a month, ladies and gentlemen. That's a long way from 13 million views a month, if you really put things into perspective. That's how bad of a spot he was in. So, it's ugly. It's very, very ugly when you put things into perspective.
Ever happen? If YouTube actually were responsible and not allowed nasty, defamatory, bullying content on their fucking website.
Ow! Why did you?
If that's, and with that being said, if YouTube wouldn't allow this defamatory and this fucking nasty content or whatever, all those rants he makes about video games, that shit should get booted too. Then that shit should get booted right the fuck up off, because whether he thinks about it or not, or anybody else sees it or not, when he shits on a game, he's implanting the thought, or he's putting the thought in somebody's head that, you know what, that's a really shitty game. Maybe I shouldn't buy that. And even if it is only one person, even if it is only 10 people, maybe it's only 100 people, that still hurts people. That still affects something, right? So if it's good for him, or if it's fair for him to be able to have people taken down who criticize him or critique him, then the same thing should happen to him when he does shit like that to games. And when he calls developers dumbasses and they're stupid and they should lose their job, he should be hit for the exact same thing. He should be put under the exact same fucking mandate. And if that happened, what would he do? He would squeal. He would fucking squeal freedom of speech. But it's funny how if I do it, it's not freedom of speech, it's slander. But if he does it, I'm just giving my opinion.
Why did you do that? Why'd you just go to bite mommy? Wow. All right. So you see what pigs can do.
As a business practice, I'd be in a much better position than I am right now.
A lot of people have asked about the future. Phil, would you ever get engaged again? Phil, would you want to get married? I mean, the way things are going, yeah.
Like, things have been amazing this year.
And laughing it up because of the hideous scam of me saying that I had tax issues this year, right? Phil's a scam artist.
No lie, things have been really positive. I really do feel Kat is my soulmate. I would love to spend the rest of my life with her.
This guy has...
Yeah, take all this in, because this is where it gets kind of meme heavy. It's going to get kind of... Here, let me throw some snort bucks for you guys out in the chat. You guys are going to need it, because things are going to get kind of silly. Because remember, we're in the honeymoon phase of Catherine moving in. Not them getting married yet, because they didn't get married for another year. We're in the honeymoon phases. So let's see. Let's go throw some coffee. Let's throw some tea. Everybody likes that. All right, let's like take it all in. Take it all in. Here we go.
Like, no social skills whatsoever.
All right, but when you have things that are uncertain, it's hard to take that step. You know what I mean? And even though, yeah, oh, how would Phil even buy an engagement ring? He has no money. You have to realize that engagement rings don't even have to be expensive. You can get one for under $100. It's just not a fancy looking ring. It's the meaning behind the ring that's more important. The thing is, we would never be able to do things like oh, let's set a date or let's do stuff like, we would never be able to do anything like that because of what's going on financially with me and everything.
Numbers wise, financially, the streams have been great this year. In fact, I made more money again on Twitch this year than I did before.
Which leads me to think, because remember, he got married in April of 2019, so the next year over, okay, because we're in November of 2018 at current. It makes me wonder, it makes me think, how long did it take for his parents to plan that wedding for him? Because let's be honest, his parents planned it. So how long were they planning that? You better take a sip. You know what I'm saying? How long was that a thing? Big ups to Tevin. It makes you wonder. Just something to kind of get your noggin jogging.
Last year was a really good year. This year was even better.
What I want to do, guys, is basically tell you guys about the bad stuff, okay? This is, sadly, some of the stuff that's been going on in 2018 I really haven't told you guys about at all, on purpose, because I didn't really want to discuss it until basically it became an issue or something that you guys needed to know. So let's get to it, but quickly I'll do a few shout-outs. So let's talk about the negative stuff that's been going on behind the scenes, alright, guys? So I'm going to be very honest with all of you, alright? Sadly, one of the issues that's been an ongoing thing that's still, to this, it's still giving me problems, is the biggest problem from last year. If you guys remember last year, 2017, my stuff was actually getting good. Like, I was starting to pay down my debts because of the money I...
Absolutely. I'm passing, like I said, go ahead and place your orders. I'll sit, they'll be sitting down range. I got them all coming up. You know what I'm saying? I'm only one pup getting it all together, but I'll make it happen. Also, I want you, because there is a fundraiser / marathon coming up, I want you guys to hear about what was going on in 2018 a little bit and how, oh, I was supposedly starting to get my taxes worked out. Oh, I was supposedly going to have some money put away. Oh, things were looking really good until they weren't. So take all that in. Big ups to DJ White Wolf, because I think I've seen you in here before. But so, like I said, keep all that in mind.
was making on Twitch, the increase of money on Twitch, it was to the point where things were looking positive and good. Then all of a sudden, in the fall of last year, I got notice from the state income tax department for the state of Washington where I live, that basically I was supposed to be paying state business income taxes for 4 years that I lived here, and my accountant who was doing my taxes from back in Connecticut did them all wrong. And I was like, oh shit, oh, it's a little bit of money? Oh no, it was a ton of money. It was a ridiculous amount of back taxes that I owed, plus fees and interest and all this shit that they accumulated on top of everything, because I wasn't doing my
Wait. Movie sign what? There's a second fundraiser coming up in 4... Oh, no. Okay, I got you. I almost read that wrong. Holy shit. Yeah. Like I said, that's going to be a reoccurring thing while he's on YouTube. I guarantee it. Really? Tipster was talking about DSP back in 2017? I almost forget how long that guy's been around. Damn, bruh. Yeah, Snort will be definitely putting in work. Every 2 weeks, yikes! Every 2 weeks, ugh, yikes! But yeah, Snort will definitely be putting in work, and yeah, this is probably going to be the way of life. This is the second one within the last 4 weeks. Okay, yeah, I almost misread it the first time. My apologies. Like I said, this is going to be the way of life for a while. This is how the Gout Palace is going to be. It's going to be rough for a minute. It's going to be rough for a minute.
Right, for years and years and years. Okay. So, you guys, if you've been following along me the last year, you already know what happened. Basically, number one, I needed to raise a bunch of money by January to pay taxes for January that I was going to owe. Then I needed to raise a bunch of money for about April to pay the back taxes. Excuse me, not April, it was around June. I needed to pay all these taxes for June that were going to be due at once. In the meantime, I had to pay a tax attorney to fix all of my back tax situation, which was completely fucked up, okay? So, rather than really get you all inundated with all the fucking annoying details, by the end of the day, alright, I owed the state over $5,000. I owed my tax attorney over $5,000 for the work that he had done to fix all of this. And basically, I had no money to do it. So all of that money, that was phantom money that I didn't have, got charged to my credit cards.
What?
Now, How many now? Granted, I don't have the all right. I don't have like his bankrupt documents in front of me, so like I couldn't tell you exactly what some of the account balances that he had. So I can't I can't maneuver on that. But let's say, for example, or just for the sake of argument, how many different credit cards did he have to charge that on? Like over how many different credit cards, I should say, because he had some credit cards with some really high balances on it, like, you know, certainly over 10,000, but not all of them. So think about it. He may have had to charge all of that over multiple credit cards at once. Think about that. Think about that. Over multiple credit cards. Holy shit, bruh. I'm surprised he didn't take out a business loan for just that.
What? What? What?
And completely and utterly maxed out any remaining credit that I had was maxed, getting rid of this state taxes issue. Now, the good news is I'm now in line.
Wait. Real quick. He filed for bankruptcy end of 2019, right? Ann Lee, you're right there. When did he filed for bankruptcy at like the end of like 2019, yeah? Or anybody really. I don't mean to just single anybody out. Because now, yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, I get. I think it was like the end of 2019 is when he initially went to talk to a tax attorney. I should say, I think is when because obviously it was in like 2020 is when he actually had the hearing and it all went through. But I think in 2019 was when he initially he said he went to get a tax attorney and he ended up getting it all worked out. Okay. So, here's the thing. That's too much of a timeline, though. Or was it in October? Because this is a year prior to that. So, I'm wondering. There's no way he could have thought that far ahead to start maxing out cards. I'm going to have to think about that now. This was unexpected a little bit. I'll have to think about that. We're going to have to think about that. Interesting. I don't know if I could say Phil is evil. I think he's too... well, I don't know. Look at what Chris Chan did and whatnot. Like, if you're willing to... Not to say that Phil would do that to his own mother, but I guess Phil, if he is evil, he's evil in his own way, I should say. He's definitely manipulative. He definitely doesn't give a fuck about anybody. He would step over his own mother to do what he has to do to get over. But I don't know if I would say, I don't know if I can go that far with it. Let me think about that. Let me think about it. Because he's kind of too stupid to be evil. But then again, that's what evil kind of depends on, though. Yeah, the chick who docks Chris Chan is fucking evil. But like, yeah, she's definitely evil. Jesus Christ. But that's a different type of evil, though, getting over. That's a different type of evil. Let me think about that. I'm going to think about that. Let me think about that. Oh, no, he's definitely selfish and a sociopath. He's both. He definitely has, like, antisocial type issues. For sure. But would I come out and say, though, that he's just fundamentally evil? I'm going to have to think about it. Because he has all of the qualities. He has a lot of the qualities, I should say, of evil. I have to think about it. He's definitely evil in his own... I mean, I suppose he's evil in his own way. I don't know. Let me think about it. That's a good argument. There are things that he does that certainly comes off as evil, for sure. There are a lot of things that comes off that he does that are evil. But does that make him fundamentally evil, though? I have to think about that. I guess I have to really give that some thought. But don't be wrong, he does commit a lot of evil acts though, for sure. And he's ass backwards in a lot of his thinking and a lot of what he does. And as Lotus Lux says, isn't it evil to live backwards? And he is very much backwards as fuck. Which one is his biggest out of the... Hold on, I just saw a really interesting question. What would be his biggest sin out of the 7 deadly sins? Oh, that's hard. Because that's between, for me, it's between greed, sloth, and anger. Is it anger or rage? I think it's anger. It's between those 3 for me. I mean, honestly, he fits into all 7 categories. But if I had to say his worst one, oh fuck, that's hard, man. That's a really good question. It has to be between wrath. There it goes. I think it might be wrath for me, to be honest. Yeah, he's greedy as shit. Yeah, he's definitely a sloth. He fits into all those categories. But I don't know. I think his wrath. He doesn't have. I mean, though he suffers from pride, so to speak, he doesn't have pride. He doesn't have real pride. But it's fair though. I don't know. I think my big. I'm gonna have to go with wrath. For me, from how I interpret him, it's his wrath, especially what he was doing to people behind the scenes. That's just my opinion. It's wrath, but he falls into all of them. To be honest, matter of fact, chat, go ahead and give me your top 3 sins that you think qualify for DarksydePhil. I'd like to see what some of you guys think. But I think my top 3 for sure is definitely greed, wrath, and sloth. For sure. Yeah, low tier god's definitely pride. Wings is Wings is actually he has wrath, but he doesn't have it like that. It's probably sloth. Wings probably gets sloth for me. Maybe. Feels like a situation he has no control, I agree. Greed, sloth, and envy. Yeah, I see that. Oh, envy is actually a good one, too, for DSP. But that feeds into his wrath, though. that feeds so much into his wrath. Let's see. Gluttony, greed, sloth. That's a good combo. Wings is definitely a glutton, for sure. Gluttony, wrath, and lust. For John Rambo's penne. Shit. Savages. Oh, we got some good ones though. I see a lot of people with some really good ones. Good shit. All right, here, let's continue. Yeah, I guess you could say envy for the doc, if I'd have to say. But at least he plays the part though. When Dr. Disrespect comes up there, it's like it's every day. It's lights, camera, action. You know what I'm saying? DSP just comes up there and just plops himself down, and he just expects good things to happen. And that's not how life works. But I see some good ones. Yes, I guess you could definitely switch sloth for envy, for sure. Because he is envious of everybody.
What I need to do for my state taxes. It's not a lot of work for my tax attorney to file them every year. It should be a very minimal charge for him to do it. I know what I'm going to owe around the end of the year. I should be able to afford it. And I think state taxes from now on, I'm good. But the cleanup job of doing this cost me over $10,000 that I didn't have and went to credit cards, which I shouldn't have maxed out, but I had no other way to pay this, okay? So that's one thing going on behind the scenes here that sucked. Now, this all basically was paid as of June this year. What I was hoping was, man, now I need to start working on my taxes for federal, because I owe the federal government taxes. I'm self-employed. They tax you, and they're going to want me to pay, what I owe them every year for my federal taxes. But I had just literally overextended myself to get rid of this state tax issue. I paid off the taxes, I paid the attorney, I paid everyone with credit cards, and now I had no money at all. Nothing, no credit, nothing to pay anything else.
Silver-tongued talker, right? Oh, I'm just going to say it one way, and hopefully you'll believe it, even though that's not the truth. And that's literally what's happening here. The guy's a liar. The guy's a fucking blatant liar and lying to everyone. But People are believing it because they don't know any better.
Which is why, if you guys haven't noticed this year, a lot of the times when something happened, like when my PS4 was dying, I was like, I'm just gonna have to keep playing on the broken PS4 because I can't afford it. You know, I didn't have the credit to even go out and buy a new PlayStation 4. Same thing with my TV. You know, people were like, well, you're getting a new PS4, but you don't have a TV to take advantage of it. I couldn't afford a new TV. The very few things this year that I bought and that were new. I think earlier this year I was able to afford one hard drive to back up my video files. And the games this year that I bought for the business were all financed by your tips. Okay, so it was actually...
See, here's the sloth right here, where we're so lazy and we're so incompetent that I'm going to keep messing with this laptop. I'm going to keep playing on this broken PS4. I'm going to do all these. I can't do anything for myself, but I run a successful business and people need to respect me. That's sloth right there, for sure.
Your tips on streams that paid for all that stuff because I didn't have any credit on my credit cards or anything to buy anything anymore. It sucks. It's terrible. But that's the situation that I'm in right now, okay?
You have to be brain dead fucking stupid to believe that.
Now, what I was hoping would happen, and what actually looked like it would happen, was that, okay, well, that sucks, but maybe because my Twitch is increasing, and I know for a fact that my Twitch is making more money, that I'll make more money on my Twitch, it'll account for that, and maybe I'll be able to pay off that shit, so that now I can afford my taxes, you know, moving forward this year. Maybe I'll be able to pay down my credit cards a little bit, and then, okay, my first tax payment's in, I can afford it, or whatever, okay? And at first, it looked like that's what was gonna happen. Like, around June-ish, it looked like, wow, I am making a lot more money. In fact, if you remember, around June-ish, July-ish, I was saying, wow, these are the best streaming months I've ever had. I actually got a little bit extra money, right? Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm gonna reveal to you some of the stuff that happened behind the scenes that I've not talked about whatsoever until right now. The full...
That's bullshit, because that right there feeds into the narrative, oh, things are getting so much better, I can now pay my taxes, and then maybe I can save up some money, maybe I can finally purchase this to make the streams better, yada, yada, yada. Bullshit. Let's see, a 7 deadly sins, or a 7 deadly snorts flavor for snort bug. I do not know. That sounds really cool. I would have to talk to Chio about that. That would have to be a distinct blend, though. Like, that's going to take some time. It would have to be 7 distinct flavors. 7 distinct flavors. God damn it. I need to find out how to do a poll up here. I will eventually. It'll come along. 7 different distinct flavors. Chat, I need 7 distinct flavors for a coffee. For a coffee flavor. The 7 deadly snorts. I need 7 distinct flavors of coffee. Someone throw it out there to me. Someone give me some ideas. 7 distinct flavors. For Wrath, I want something distinct but spicy. Cherry, maple. Those are good flavors. Black coffee, no cream, no sugar. That's what Kat likes. Funny enough, that's what Kat's sister likes too, actually. The way she talks about the way she talks about people. Maple, caramel, mocha, berry blitz, hazel. I'm really gonna... Ooh, sriracha. Yeah. That might be good. See, you know how hard it would be to blend those flavors up like that? Raging lag. A hint of mint. Mexican spice mocha. That's actually a great choice. That's actually a really great choice, actually. I'm gonna have to think about that a little bit further. But that would be kind of funny, actually. I'm gonna have to poll the chat for some new coffee flavors anyway. Some names for some new coffee flavors. El Cheapo. The blocking special. The T-pose. Ghost pepper for Wrath. Bubba tea. That would be good, actually. I like that. Italian cappuccino, custom made. Cannabis. He'd probably be a lot easier if he was... He'd probably be a lot more mellowed out if he actually smoked weed. Goji berry. Bacon grease tea. Yeah, boba's delicious. Boba is absolutely fucking delicious. Can I bust? That's funny. Oh my god. Sugar spaghetti sauce. Okay, let's continue. That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm gonna have to poll you guys for some of these flavors, and I'll get with Chio. It'll be hilarious. It'll be absolutely hilarious. Holy shit. That would be funny.
Story of what happened between me and YouTube and my partnership network Curse, because I never told you the truth. I didn't feel like it was going to benefit anyone until right now to tell you what actually happened. For those of you who don't know, around this...
See, toilet water either needs to be a tea, or it needs to be like a flavor of or like an iced tea or something. That's what that should be. I guess it could theoretically be a water, like an energy water or whatever, but I'm thinking like a tea for that one. That would be funny. King Tut's iced tea or iced coffee. That would be good. That would be good. An Emerald 7 blend would be good too, now that I think about it. For the memes, people, for the memes. All right, let's continue with this, and I'll keep looking at what you're saying. I prefer a penne with 6 cups of sugar. Oh shit.
Summer, I had to leave Curse. Curse was my partnership network on YouTube. They provided...
Oh, I just saw somebody. Toxic toilet juice. I like that. Sour grape flavor. I like that. Cow glazed. Is that Greek toilet tea? Oh, so good. I'm seeing some good suggestions.
With the highest paying advertisements of the whole, website on my videos. I was making good money.
For that snow Carl cone, are we talking about like an ice cream, or are we talking about like a snow cone? Nose drip tea. Oh, that's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. All right, here, let's continue. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Yikes. Always lukewarm. Holy shit. I'm seeing some great ideas. It's a snow cone. Okay, fair enough. Post nasal drip tea.
And everything was good. Never once did I ever get a complaint from Curse that I had done anything wrong. Everything was good. Everything was in line. They were making money on me. I was making, decent money on YouTube. It wasn't as good as it used to be, but it was a certain consistent level every month.
Okay, Robert. This video right here, I'm sorry. You guys are hilarious. Oh my god. Let's see here. Let me pull this up for you really fast. All right, this video right here is Snort Burnell, DsPgaming. Thanks begging. 16K needed. Help going lower and lower. This is from November 23rd of 2018. I have the link in the description as well. But this is him. This is Thanksgiving of 2018. Or at least his black shirt begging video for that holiday, I should say.
So that, okay, if YouTube stays consistent and my Twitch is going up every month, now I can afford maybe pay down those credit cards and afford my taxes, and everything would have been fine. So here's what happened, okay? I think it was about July, I want to say. It might have been June, but I think it was about July. I got contacted by Curse. Now, this is the first time I'd ever been contacted by Curse, like, personally about stuff. And they said that we need to talk to you. And it's not something that we want to put in writing. It's something that we actually want to talk to you man-to-man about because of the seriousness of it. I was like, oh my god, what could this possibly fucking be, right? So, I went ahead and I had a conference call with Curse and their management and everything. And basically, here's how the situation went. And none of this is in writing because they said they couldn't put it in writing. This was something they wanted to be informal on a call. But basically, they said, here's the deal, Phil.
Oh, I just saw something that was super fucking savage. How did King Henry VIII like his coffee? Decap? That's good. I like that. I like the thinking of that. That's pretty fucking good. Oh shit. Big up Silent Weapon. That was... That's pretty fucking good. That is pretty fucking good. Actually, you know what, Lewis? You know what I'm saying? Because you've been around for a minute too. And actually, let's hit Silent Weapon with that too. All right. Holy shit. That was a good one. That was actually pretty good. I like that one.
We know who you are, and we know you've been around for 10 years, and we actually like your content.
I'm good.
Like, we know who you are and what you're all about, and we support you. And since you signed on with us a year and a half ago, because at that point it had been almost a year and a half that I was with them, there have been many times when people have tried to come up against you and say that you do horrible things on YouTube, and they've false flagged your videos, and they said all this negative shit. Now, because we're your partnership network, all right, we have to review those cases to actually find out what's going on. And the bottom line is, we have gotten to know you over the past year and a half because we review your cases so much for all the false flagging. We know you don't do anything wrong. We've seen your content, and we know that everything is good. In fact, your content is getting more in line with being more acceptable on YouTube. You don't do the risque stuff, the more adult-oriented sexual content and stuff like that you used to do back in the day. You've changed for the better. And I kind of explained to them, you're absolutely right, because the reason that I did that was because Twitch. I wanted to be a part of Twitch. I wanted Twitch to be a major thing, my streaming, and I had to kind of conform more to what their terms of service were going to be. And doing that, I have to kind of, not water myself down, but become less of a provocateur and more of just an entertaining, chill streamer. And they understood that. They said, yeah, we can actually see that from when we watch your videos. We get all these false flags that you did these terrible things. We look at your video, nothing like that at all. Your actual streaming content is good. Okay? But, basically, here's what happened. They said, here's the problem. In 2018, YouTube...
Cats thought chocolate. I like that. I like that. By the power of golden. That's hilarious. 7 years debunked. A is like wine. Holy shit. Gorilla's feces flavor.
YouTube has completely changed their mentality when it comes to partnership networks. Okay? It used to be that partnership networks were a great positive for YouTube, that YouTube would basically say, if you really want to have ads on YouTube, you really should be with a partnership network, because that puts the responsibility on the partnership.
I want to rock iced coffee. I know you didn't say the iced coffee part, but but that might be good. That might be good. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to go back and get a bunch of these names. It's gonna be really hard. Like, I've seen some really funny ones, but that King Henry VIII one. I remember that one for a long time. I'm gonna write that one down. Oh, I'm gonna definitely write that one down. That was funny. That Tevin's tears. Tevin's tears. What's up, Dark Day viewers? Holy shit. The cat that got the cream. The cat that got the cream. That's dope. Yeah, we're gonna have to start a new season of Snort Bucks though, for sure. I'm gonna have to start taking names. I'm seeing some funny shit here. Declan! You're such a savage! You're such a savage, Declan. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, you guys are the Subaru special. Oh, you guys are animals. Absolute animals. Yo! Oh my god, those are good ones.
Network to make sure that all the content coming out on YouTube is kosher, and it's the partnership network's responsibility to make sure if one of their partners screws up, to make sure that partner gets in line, and it can actually be held against the partnership network. If, let's say, for example, I put out a video where I'm naked and I'm obviously violating YouTube policy, then Curse would have gotten in trouble for that. Okay? But the good news is I never did anything like that. Everything I ever did was in line with YouTube's terms of service or whatever. Never had a problem.
He's a piece of crap. He's a lying piece of crap.
But what I was being told was, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Once again, my business has been massively negatively affected by the trolls who claim that they don't mean to hurt me, that what they're doing is just to make me improve or whatever. So here's what actually happened with Curse, alright? Curse in 2018 had to institute a new policy, a new agreement they had with YouTube, that if they were going to continue to operate, they had to now manually review every single report that came in for one of their partners. Okay? So here's what...
Rogers, you're right. Every product should have a description. Huh. Okay. Here's what I will more than likely do, to be honest. Because there's a lot of good ones. I haven't seen a bad one yet. Not at all. I haven't seen a bad one yet. Dude who had the King Henry VIII, Declan's was hilarious. All of you guys have had some really funny ones, actually. I'm going to pick out some of these names, and then I'll go to them directly for descriptions of it. And we'll see if we can make that happen. Because I'm seeing some 7 meets of June. I see some good ones here. Oh shit! I see some really good ones. Sharp salted caramel. Oh my god. Heavy roach flavor. I see some good ones here. I really do. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and then I'll have to reach out to some of you guys on some of this shit. Oh, there's some really, really great ones here. Holy shit. We could definitely go ahead and just develop a whole menu off this. This is incredible. Alright, let's continue. Holy shit.
I would do a stream, and during that stream, something would piss off a
the man from Renton says Snort. Now, what is that? Is that a coffee? Is that a tea? Oh, shit. The least forbidden Frappuccino? Toxic Totally Brew? Urban... Was that Urban Roach Roast? You guys are... You guys are gonna... well, this is the last part of the... This will be the last part of the stream, so... Boy, you guys got me... Oh... Oh, this is good. This is good. This is good. Holy shit. This is good. Alright, let me continue.
Or something would piss off one of the people who illegally steal my content, and they would basically make a meme out of something that happened on a stream, and then those people watching that stream would go mass report me to YouTube, saying that I did something wrong during that stream, in line with like that meme or whatever was going on. And Curse would get 100, 200 reports in one day that I did something wrong, all saying the same memes. A lot of them were basically copy and pasted from different YouTube accounts, but the same thing over and over. So,
oh my god, wheelchair walnut, re-tea, the mixed bag, was that across the country coffee?
They would get 100, 200 things on their fucking desk and say, what the hell is this? What, and they would start looking at them and say, this isn't legit at all. It's all bullshit against Phil. It's people basically trolling Phil, but because of our new agreement with YouTube, behind the scenes, we now have to manually investigate every fucking case, and we have to close each one manually. Now, initially, Curse backed me and said, no, this is not Phil's fault that this would happen.
I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct.
This is, he's not doing anything wrong. We're looking at his content. There's nothing wrong with his content. He's not inciting these people.
Fuck you. You're a liar.
These are people who literally just make their living or get their jollies off of making fun of Phil, and they start these negative memes and then mass report to YouTube just as a trollish measure to see if they can hurt him, and they backed me to a point. But basically what they said is it got to the point where there were certain things going on. For example, the state tax situation, where then they would mass report, oh, Phil is scamming his viewers in this video, go check it out. And there'd be, 100 fake reports. And the person from Curse would spend all fucking day having to manually close 100 reports from 100 different YouTube accounts, saying that I had violated the terms of service when I didn't.
You think I'm the villain? Go fuck yourself.
And it basically got to the point where the actual manpower of closing false logs against me was more expensive than keeping me as a partner. So they were making money on me, but the money they were making was less than the manpower it took for them to have to manually close all these logs. And I said to them, well, in this case, this is a special case, obviously, would it actually be a bad thing for you to just ignore it? Because I've been here for 10 years. I rely on YouTube income.
Oh, this fuckboy. Okay, first things first. Copyright chocolate chip. Let's see, Cat's Cuck Coffee. Twitch loves me, iced coffee. Some good ones here. Anyway, all right, so let's go to this. Oh my gosh. So this idiot right here, he's in this meeting with Curse. They're telling him, hey, you're basically not making us enough money to warrant keeping you compared to the amount of reports that are being placed upon you every single day, right? DSP is being told that all these people are trying to report him daily, where one person is being designated for an 8-hour shift to just break down and close all these logs. And he thought he had enough gall, if you will, to sit there and say, why don't you just ignore those reports? Why don't you just let me have a pass? He was brave enough to do that. Think about what they're telling him. We got all these people at your neck daily, which is enough for them to cut him loose. And he's like, oh, well, I understand that. Why don't you just ignore those reports? Why can't you just let me go? Like, why don't you just let those go and let me go upon my business? I'm not doing anything wrong, dude. So just ignore that and let me have my way. And for some reason, excuse me, he thought that would happen. And then he's not making them no money. They let off with that hey, Phil, you're not making us nearly as much money as it costs to have this person do all these reports. Oh, so I'm a deficit. Well, why don't you just go ahead and cut that person off? Go ahead and let that person file for somebody else or work on somebody else's account, and then just let me run ruckshot, essentially, and not have any repercussions for me. This idiot really thought he was going to tell these people this and thought he was going to get away with it. Oh, that's fucking amazing. That is fucking amazing. All right, let's continue. Holy shit. Wait a second, Joe Rogan, he told Spotify to give him that they should do video streaming just for him? If that was the case, why did he just stay on YouTube then? Or wherever, yeah, YouTube, I think. Why did he just stay on YouTube then if he wanted that? Wow, you're right though, it is less delusional though. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Make my living. I need this income.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
So if you were to, say, just ignore those reports and not have to put in those hours or whatever, save yourself the money, right? And they said, no, we can't do that because, God forbid, I have a bad day and this is the day when I actually do violate the YouTube terms of service or something. If I get in trouble, they get in trouble. And they said, we can't have a person, as a liability, especially someone like me who wasn't making them a lot of money. Let's be honest, I'm a small-time guy now on YouTube. I'm not a huge guy anymore. And they said, not that you don't make us money, you don't make us a ton of money. If you were making us tens of thousands of dollars a month hand over fist, then maybe we would be willing to put up with it. But for the amount of money you're making us, there's no way that we can risk that one day we don't review something that you did, and then it becomes legit, and now we get slammed financially from YouTube with fines and fees, or maybe get penalized because of that. So basically, we had talks, okay, back and forth for about a month and a half. And after about a month and a half of talks, Curse said, we're sorry, Phil, you've done nothing wrong.
This is a situation where, once again, I've done absolutely nothing wrong whatsoever, and I'm getting punished like I did, because I've done nothing wrong, for something I didn't do wrong. I did nothing wrong.
We like your content, but because we have to basically start now trimming people who are not cost effective to keep, we have to basically kind of agree to end the partnership. And I said, I guess I agree, but this sucks. And they said, yeah, basically, Phil, you're not ever going to be able to get partnered ever again.
It's Tevin's fault.
Because
exactly. But how is it that I guess I agree? You don't have any say-so in this. You're done. You're done. Exactly, Gunslinger. You're a liability. You're done. There is no say-so on anything. There is no, you get to chime in and that may change the flow of this conversation and or of this decision. You're just going to take what we give you. And yet, you see how he's framing the conversation to still make it seem like it was an amicable type agreement, right? Like, oh, well, we kind of just came to terms with it. You know what I'm saying? They didn't let me go. They didn't get rid of me, which is what he was starting to say. It's no. We agreed that we have to end this. And then they told him, you will never be partnered again. What? How would they know that? You'll never be partnered with an MCN again. MCNs still exist now. There's no point in you really going to one unless they can offer you a fucking amazing deal. But really, there's no need to do that anymore. Take it for what you will.
Now that this is known, what company is going to do that? Because they know people are going to false report you. And it's the thing is, when you're on your own YouTube channel with your own ads, your own AdSense, that goes through YouTube's report system, which is so terrible anyway. Most of the time, they don't even review things that get reported. And when they do, it's a quick cursory glance. You know what I mean? So that's basically what Curse told me. They were like, if you go by yourself, if you don't have a partnership on YouTube, and you just do your own ads, you're actually safer than you are with us. Because with us, we have to manually review everything. With YouTube, chances are they don't even review it anyway. A lot of people, you know, this happens to them, they're fine. So, this is what happened, is I lost my not that it was super lucrative or anything, but I was making a lot more money on YouTube when I was with Curse than when Curse had to release me from their network. And it was not anything I did wrong. Curse didn't want to get rid of me. It was 100% these fucked up people who steal my content, restream my content, say negative shit about me, and incite these thousands of people to go false report me to YouTube for stuff I didn't do.
So then how is it not your fault? It wasn't, yet again, ladies and gentlemen, it's not just the fact that he wasn't making them money, but it was actually costing them money to keep him on. And they may have been developing a negative reputation by keeping him there. So how is it that I did nothing? I did nothing wrong. Your main job, right? His main job, his main priority, right, is to make them money, is to bring in money. And he was failing at that. Even at this particular point in 2018, he was failing at that. Now, I don't know, or I don't remember at the moment, what was he calling YouTube an archive around this time? Because if he was, then that explains it. The moment you start relegating something to an archive, it doesn't really have any value. It's only there to basically show that you existed and for people to go back and, you know, download shit for editing or whatever the case may be. Other than that, it's not prominent. It's not prevalent, if you will. And he's the one who relegated it to that, not us. You know what I'm saying? So keep that in mind as well. In his desperate attempt to move everybody over to Twitch and try to bleed them for everything, he fucked everything up at home base, or at the ground level, if you will. He basically built a house, terribly, by the way, or a shack. Not even a house, a shack. He built a shack on quicksand. On literal fucking quicksand. Holy shit. Holy shit. Well, that's hurtful. I should go to jail. I should go to jail for that? Yikes. I don't know. I don't know. That seems kind of harsh, though, but you never know.
What? What?
Okay? That's what got me out of Curse, as fucked up as it is. Now, if you guys remember, at that time, when Curse finally did release me from my partnership, everything went wrong on YouTube. YouTube had frozen an AdSense account for invalid click activity that didn't exist. They had actually erroneously frozen it. It took me 3 weeks to get Google employees off their lazy asses to actually fix that issue, which was their internal issue. It was never anything I did wrong. They fucked up. And that was 3 weeks of money that I didn't make on YouTube. Then when the ads came back, it took forever to get them to work properly, and I had a giant dip in income from the months of July through all of August on YouTube because of all this happening. Now, when I finally came back and was able to monetize my videos again, I said, I'm going to do something positive for the viewers. I'm going to make longer videos, okay? But what ended up happening was, because I made longer videos and uploaded way less videos a day, my revenue also dipped. So it was a combination. Number one, I wasn't with the partnership network anymore, so my money went down. Number two, I didn't have ads on YouTube for 3 weeks because YouTube screwed me over. And then finally, when they fixed everything, I was doing longer videos, and that hurt me too. So it was like the triple fucking whammy of things that all happened at once. And my YouTube revenue went from being here to being nothing to being like here. So not even, like less than half, okay? And I'll be honest with you, things got slightly better the last couple of months on YouTube. The reason being, there's 2 reasons. Number one, because it's the holiday season and there's just more ads to go around on YouTube, so my YouTube did artificially kind of increase a little bit income-wise. The other thing is, YouTube, you guys might not have heard this, basically changed the ad policy and made it so that everyone gets the same ads now. So even though I'm not with Curse anymore, I pretty much am kind of getting around the same ads that I would have gotten Okay, maybe, I don't know, because there's no way I could compare because I'm not with them anymore. I don't know what ads that they're getting or not. But they did this big internal change saying that basically people who monetize should be getting around the same ads now, because I guess they've determined it was an unfair practice that being with a partner company got you better ads. Like I said, the big internal push this year, YouTube anti-partner company for some reason. So not only did they make them now monitor every single report, now they made it so that everyone gets the same ads. So what's the incentive of being with a partnership company anymore? I don't know. But basically the problem here is, as I just told you guys, during June, I completely overextended myself to take care of my state tax situation and get caught up. $10,000 plus of non-existent money went to credit cards that I didn't, I maxed everything out. And I'm thinking, okay, as long as everything stays good, I'm okay. And then what happens? I lose my partnership. I'm making no money on YouTube for a month. Then I'm getting way less than half of what I used to make. Now, along with all of this going on, guys, as you guys know, during the summer, we had a situation with a guy who...
He's the first person I've ever heard who said, yeah, I maxed out my credit cards, but everything's still okay. He's the very first person I've ever heard say that. That's definitely not healthy thinking. If you have 5 credit cards, right? I don't know what the national average is, but if you have like 5 credit cards and you have 2 of them close to being maxed, most people are already fucking scared. But you can have 13 or 14 credit cards and they're almost all maxed out. And you're like, but it's still okay. That's a really big disconnect. That's a very, very big financial disconnect with what reality is. Jesus Christ.
At first seemed like he was a generous party who actually wanted to come in and help me, and ended up being someone who was completely the opposite, okay?
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. His name was Tutankhamun, and actually was kind of a godsend. And, oh shit, what the fuck? What the holy shit was that? What the fuck, dude?
Did I, when I told you guys we were going to do certain sagas, right? Did I say that we were going to go over the King Tut or the Tutankhamun saga? Because if I haven't, we need to. Because that shit was like a bad breakup. Like, if you guys think that only Iced Coffee is running around here like some scorned girlfriend, DSP, when Tut left him, was really running around here like some vengeful, crazy girlfriend. Like, that shit was wild how mad he was at Tut.
I was not expecting that whatsoever, dude. And if I look down at the stream chat and everything is tut, 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 it's going to be ban, 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 and then we're going to continue on like normal fucking humans and not idiots.
And the reason I say that, even though his whole intention there was to screw me over in the long run, he helped me out at a time when if I didn't have that extra income, I might have been completely screwed over. Reason being, like I said, I didn't have this YouTube money for like 2 months. I had no YouTube income. And because of that, I wouldn't have been able to even just catch up and pay my bills or anything. Like, I would have had no money. So this guy comes in, all of a sudden, he starts mass cheering. He starts mass gifting subs. He starts tipping me big. And it's great, but all the while, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, who is this guy? Who is this guy who out of nowhere would just show up on stream? Never heard of him. He's not revealing if he's a longtime fan or whatever. He just seems like a guy who's just showing up and throwing money around. Who the hell could this guy possibly be? And the whole time I'm very skeptical that something's going to go wrong, okay? The good news is, after 2 months, Tut revealed himself...
Exactly. Hate Army Watch hit that shit right on the motherfucking head. When King Tut left him, he was more, or Tutmosis, or Tut, whatever. He was more broken up about Tut leaving him than he was with Panda. You're absolutely fucking right. You are absolutely fucking right. He felt a certain type of way about that shit. He really did. Yes, I did watch, we talked a little bit about Super Crazy's video earlier on. It's a good watch. It's a good watch. It's a very good watch. Like I said, he said there might be a part 2. So I want to see what part 2 ends up working out, or how it ends up working out, I should say, before I go ahead and comment on it. But yes, it's a very good watch. It certainly is. As well as the Reds video, which is pinned up at the very top. If you get a chance, check that out too if you haven't seen it. It's a very good video. Very funny. Very, very funny.
To be a troll. One day on stream, nothing negative happened. He starts attacking my moderators and arguing with them and stuff like that. They ban him because, he's basically derailing the stream, insulting. He threatened one of them. I'm going to beat you up and stuff like that, like being a moron. And I emailed him after. I'm like, what are you doing? And basically he emailed me back and said, oh, I don't like you, and I'm going to now get all my money back. I'm going to get all my money back from Twitch, and I'm going to dispute all my tips to you. I'm going to get all the money back that I gave you over the last 2 months, And that was it. Like, he didn't explain himself or nothing. Basically just said, screw you, I'm getting everything back.
And basically the final email, he's like, I want all my money back. And I'm like, you're not getting any money back. This fucker tried to steal money from me.
Then come to find out, he apparently had been talking with other people saying the whole thing was a setup and that basically this was his intention kind of going along to do this and that he was trying to get all his money back to screw me over. And I'm sorry, but, you know, it's such a fucked up thing that someone would try to do that. The good news here is that it didn't work at all. It didn't work at all. I kept everything that he had given me. You know, everything was kept. And this guy's a pathological liar. He went ahead to go to the other distractor streams and other streams and say, oh no, I disputed all that, I got all my money back. He's completely
Now, even though we don't know if Tut actually got all his money back or not, I think he was one of the first people, because I don't believe Mort ever disclosed or debriefed, I should say, on how he ended up doing his chargebacks or whether he won them all or not. But with Tut, he said that he had paid with everything through a credit card. So, and the credit card company will almost always side with you over whoever the merchant is or whatever the case may be. And it's plausible. It makes a lot of sense that he more than likely won it. And Phil was going on, he was raving about that shit for months, about he didn't win, I win, I always win. And he went on like this for months. Actually, maybe over almost a year. And then it started off as, I won, he didn't get shit, fuck him, I win. To, well, PayPal sided with me, even if there was some disputes or whatnot, or even if there was some money withheld, I still kept what was given to me, fuck him, I still won. And then it was like, well, okay, he may have gotten his money back, but I still kept my money, so it doesn't matter. We broke even. Like, the story shifted over time, and it just got him even more mad. Which led me to, if you listen to my videos back at that time, I said that he must have lost that dispute. He must have lost that dispute. And one of the catalysts for that is how mad he was at Tut. He just stayed mad at him. Like, it was over and gone. Even when the Emerald 7 shit happened. Even when the Emerald stuff happened. The Emerald 7 stuff happened. He was still ranting about Tut. And it's like, if you already won, why do you care? Like, why do you care? But he just kept ranting on about it. He couldn't help himself. Like how back in 2017, 2018, 2019, how he used to rant on Tevin. It was like that. Like, he couldn't help himself. Like, he just couldn't let it go. He literally couldn't let it go. He had to hold on to that. It was wild. It was wild. So, like I said, that leads me to believe that he lost. But we'll never know. Yeah, exactly. PayPal doesn't give a shit. It'll always come down to the credit card company. You're absolutely right.
Oh, shit. I kept everything.
That's actually a fair point too, Anime Gun. Sorry, I just like, I'm sure you've posted beforehand. But you're absolutely right. Doesn't matter what Phil usually brags about, he's usually probably lost. And he's just trying to stay face. And it doesn't matter to anybody, but he has to say it in his own head. He has to cement it. The lie has to be cemented and memory locked for him, so he can continue to sell it to everybody else.
PayPal wouldn't have let me keep the tips, over $1,200 in tips, if he got the money back too. He's a pathological liar. This is some kid who probably has daddy's credit cards and is just spend. His daddy just lets him spoil the shit out of this kid so he doesn't have to deal with him. And he just goes crazy on the internet fucking throwing money at people, and his whole intention was to fuck me over, and luckily it didn't work, okay? So, short term, it was a good thing. And the good thing is, all his attempts to fuck me over didn't work at all, and I'm fine. The bad news here is that what happened was my momentum on Twitch got derailed by this guy. Because that month before Tut had ever showed up was the month of July. I had big views. I had huge contributions that month. It was actually the biggest month ever that I'd ever had streaming on Twitch. And that was not with any input from Tut. That was, the viewers before Tut had done that for me. And I was like, wow, if I could keep on this trend, this will be great. Tut shows up. And all of a sudden, because he's throwing money around, everyone's like, oh, well, we got this guy who's super generous. I guess the Phil doesn't really need my support this month. I'll still watch his content, but now I'm probably not going to be doing contributions on his stream because, look, he just got gifted 600 subs, and he just got a ridiculous amount of tips from this guy. And look at that cheers he got during his Dark Souls stream. Why am I going to contribute, right? So what ended up happening was I got 2 months of big support from Tut, August and September, and thank God, because those were the 2 months when I was getting paid for the months when I had no YouTube revenue. So if I hadn't had that...
Okay, so that's our timeline. So let's say July, August, and September, of 2018 was Tut's reign. So I'll go back, and if I haven't already gathered all of it, I'll go back, I'll get all that gathered up, and then we'll go over as much of that as I feel that is necessary, to be honest. Because Tut put a big dent in DSP's support, like, from the overall. Because he's right. As Tut was giving all this money up, other people kind of started to back off. And it was kind of like what you saw with Only Iced Coffee and Swaggins and Straight Cash Homie when they were going through their spurts of, like, they were out here balling like the mayor and shit, like that. But with Tut, it was a bit more distinct. And keep in mind, though, too, Phil, just to give you guys an example of how much of a whore Phil was around this time, is you guys know exactly how adamant DSP is about not playing Street Fighter V. You guys know this, right? He hates that game. This idiot was literally promoting himself out. He was basically pipping himself out, saying, well, you know what? I'm playing Street Fighter V tonight, and Tut loves it when I play Street Fighter V, so, you know, I really hope he decides to drop by. He decides to stop by. Like, literally, Tut could dictate anything on stream, and Phil was essentially going to do it. Essentially. Like, he basically, like how Only Iced Coffee has the run of the mill, or the run of the pig pen, Tut had that before him. And he had it in a real big way, to be honest. And it was disgusting to watch Phil do that. So earlier on, we were already talking about how Phil has a code, he has these set of rules, and he's not willing to break them for anybody. Yet again, what good is the rule? What good is the code if you can't stick to it? If you're not man enough to hold on to it, then what's the point of even having it? So, just something to keep in mind.
I wouldn't have even been able to pay my bills. I would have lost everything. And
exactly, Chris. Exactly. Maybe Tut will come around tonight. Will come around because Street Fighter V is tonight. Yeah, like you're in Amsterdam, right? And you're going past some of those basically they're brothels, and you have the girls advertising in the window. It was like that. It was just like that. It was just like that. So it was Monster Creature Croissant. Oh, that sounds delicious. Can it be a buttery? Can it be a honey butter croissant? Ooh. Oh shit, DSP is about to start a stream. Alright guys, like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and keep going with this. If you guys would need to go ahead and duck out, by all means, like I said, you guys can always watch the VOD later. You know what I'm saying? That's my own question. So like I said, if you guys need to duck out, go ahead, and like I said, I'll catch you guys. You guys can catch the VOD, and I'll catch you guys for whatever the next stream is. But I'm gonna go ahead and continue on with this. Holy shit.
Basically, I had to figure out what I was gonna do because I can't keep the electricity on.
Oh my god! This is great! Oh my god!
And here, let me play this back for you guys real fast. Remember, everything was going so well on Twitch, but now he's talking about, I don't know if I can keep the lights on. We weren't even sure if we could keep the electricity on, ladies and gentlemen.
The bad news here is that what happened was my momentum on Twitch got derailed by this guy. Because that month before Tut had ever showed up was the month of July. I had big views. I had huge contributions that month. It was actually the biggest month ever that I'd ever had streaming on Twitch. And that was not with any input from Tut. That was, the viewers before Tut had done that for me. And I was like, wow, if I could keep on this trend, this will be great. Tut shows up, and all of a sudden, because he's throwing money around, everyone's like, oh, well, we got this guy who's super generous. I guess that Phil doesn't really need my support this month. I'll still watch his content, but now I'm probably not going to be doing contributions on his stream because, look, he just got gifted 600 subs, and he just got a ridiculous amount of tips from this guy. And look at that cheers he got during his Dark Souls stream. Why am I going to contribute, right? So what ended up happening was I got 2 months of big support from Tut, August and September, and thank God, because those were the 2 months when I was getting paid for the months when I had no YouTube revenue. So if I hadn't had that, I wouldn't have even been able to pay my bills. I would have lost everything, and basically had to figure out what I was going to do because I can't keep the electricity on.
Oh, I forgot how loud that shit is when he laughs like that. That thunder snort laugh. Okay, it was January 16th of 2020. Is when he filed for bankruptcy. Okay, cool. So he was talking to the bankruptcy attorney somewhere in like October. I think that was said in the 341 call. I'm gonna need a minute to trying to put my scenario together. But I'm gonna need a minute give me some time to put that scenario together. Because now I've got an ongoing theory. I'm formulating a theory on what this idiot was doing. I'll give it some more time. But big ups on that. Thank you.
Oh my god! That was great! Oh my god! I can't stop laughing!
Okay, so at least it made up for that. But what ended up happening then was when Tut went away last month in October, all of a sudden, because people were now in, I don't need to contribute to Phil anymore because he made all that money, my contributions went way down. And in October, on Twitch, was my worst month of the whole year. I just want you to think about that. The whole year of 2018, the month with the most games, I made the least amount of contributions on stream.
That's your fault. It's my fault. It's Tevin's fault. It's your fault, asshole. It's not me, it's the trolls. It is YouTube's fault.
It was, I didn't talk about it. I didn't want to be negative. Alright? I totally didn't want to do anything in that regard and say anything bad because I was feeling positivity. You guys were showing up and being positive to all my stuff. I didn't want to tell you guys, oh, by the way, everything's turning poorly, right? I didn't want to spoil that, especially the month when I was doing the most amount of games and whatever. But then when the month ended, I kind of looked, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So basically, I made way less in October than I had July, August, September. Now, yes, some of that was because of Tut, but keep in mind, even July, before Tut ever was there, I made way more money on Twitch than I did in October. So
now, are you guys picking up on the scenario? Your fault, Frosties? Yo! Okay, alright, I'm about to forget my train of thought. Do you guys see the scenario here? He wanted all of the massive support that the stream was already giving him, right? But then when Tut came through, he still wanted that support from everybody else, but then he wanted what Tut was giving him on top of it. So he wanted all of his cake and the Snorty frosting and the victory snorts to go with it too. And he really thought he was going to get it. And that's what he's mad at Tut about. And he's sitting here telling them, oh, I'm not blaming you guys. I didn't want to mess up the flow of the positivity or nothing, but I depended on you guys' money, and you guys didn't give that to me. And that's the reason why I'm in the position I'm in now. Yeah, it's Tut's fault, but it's your fault too. But here's the thing. If Tut was still around at this time, would he have blamed Tut? Or would he have just thrown the blame all on the rest of the pay pigs? So keep that in mind.
What I think is that basically, that's what happened. Tut's influence was a short-term gain, but long-term it might have screwed me over. There are people who oh man, I like Phil and I support his streams, but he doesn't need support anymore. And they I saw a decline on Patreon, plus on the streams at once. So it was very disheartening, okay? And the point I'm making is, I didn't change. I didn't do anything wrong. It's just that people thought, oh, Phil's doing insanely well because this guy, right? When in reality, all Tut was doing was putting a band-aid on the fact that I had 2 months with no YouTube revenue, fixing that for me. And
Gouty cake would make an actually great variation of coffee cake. I kind of fuck with that. I kind of fuck with that.
Now, basically how I'm doing now, guys, just so you know, Twitch is I think this month, November, has been a little bit better than October, but it's nowhere near as good as it was.
And that's also another good point. This is a lot of double speak, where Tut helped, but it was also a mixed bag. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
Back June, July, which is what I was relying on. YouTube revenue is up, but nowhere near what I was making back when I was with Curse. And the problem is it's already artificially inflated. You see what I mean? It's already artificially inflated because of the holidays. What's going to happen come January when, woo, it tanks again? Because it does. It always tanks January, February. Ad revenue on YouTube is fucking terrible. So I can't even imagine what I'm going to be making on YouTube come January and February. Alright? So, why am I telling you guys all this? Alright? Well, because here's the situation I'm in now. I was in a situation where I was forced to basically max out my credit cards and everything in the middle of this year to pay off this state tax issue that, again, nothing I did wrong. I got...
Wait, now he's saying that it was state... No, he did say it was state tax. Because he said he owed $5,000 in back state tax, and then he had to pay another $5,000 to the guy who was cleaning that up for him to clean all that up. Interesting. Okay, let's see here. You're right. It's just like how he said that earlier this year that one whale shouldn't be responsible for all the tip goals, even though that's pretty much what's going on up till now, which theoretically shows only iced coffee's not worth. And Wings of Redemption's 500-pound cake. I like that. I like that. That's good. Let's see here. There's one more. Someone had another good point too. Let me see here. Oh shit. There's Paul. Hey Paul. Big ups. There's someone else that said something. God damn it. Okay, right here. It implies that this implies that people only support Phil when they think he needs the help and not to actually support his content. This was actually, I think this might have, that's a great point that you brought up. I think this is actually before Phil was saying this whole bullshit about being a waiter or being a bartender and tipping because they do a good job. I think this predates that. So this was a scenario he was using before he actually fell into that situation. That was actually a great observation on your part. Urinal cake? Oh, you guys. Holy shit. King of verbal acrobats. Exactly. Holy shit.
Fucked over by a previous tax attorney. I got that cleared up and I was like, smooth sailing for the rest of the year. This should be great. Now I just gotta keep doing what I'm doing. I'll make enough money. I should be able to pay everything. Then I lost my partnership with Curse because of trolls. Then YouTube fucked me over for 3 weeks by screwing up my ads. Then I finally got my ads back, but they were way less because I wasn't with the partnership network. Then, when things were on the turnaround, Tut decides to be a distractor and fucks me over, and people who were positively supporting the streams supported less, and now I'm in a situation where I'm like, I'm in almost the end of November.
I don't have a single dollar to put towards my federal taxes this year. Not a dollar. Every dollar that I'm bringing in now has to go towards all my other things.
Utilities, food, cost of health insurance, the games, obviously, buying the games, credit card payments, loan payments, mortgages, everything, every dollar that I have goes out and I'm left with nothing.
In fact, this is not me lying or exaggerating, which I have not done at all in this video, I promise you. Okay, where's the evidence?
Why would you say it that way? This is not me lying or exaggerating. Why would you say it that way? That just...
Fucked over by a previous tax attorney. I got that cleared up and I was like, smooth sailing for the rest of the year. This should be great. Now I just gotta keep doing what I'm doing. I'll make enough money. I should be able to pay everything. Then I lost my partnership with Curse because of trolls. Then YouTube fucked me over for 3 weeks by screwing up my ads. Then I finally got my ads back, but they were way less because I wasn't with the partnership network. Then, when things were on the turnaround, Tut decides to be a distractor and fucks me over, and people who were positively supporting the streams supported less, and now I'm in a situation where I'm like, I'm in almost the end of November.
I don't have a single dollar to put towards my federal taxes this year. Not a dollar. Every dollar that I'm...
Nah, he can't look direct. Yeah, you're right. He's not looking directly at the camera because he doesn't want to give himself away. That's why, like, for example, like the screenshot you see here with him closing his eyes like that, he does that every once in a while to avoid looking at it. Like, you know how he does the little squint thing that we've all heard every once in a while? But sometimes he'll just blatantly just close his eyes and shit. And then when he opens them back up, they're just darting around all over the place. He has a bunch of tells. A bunch of tells. He'd be terrible at poker. He'd be absolutely terrible at poker.
And now has to go towards all my other things.
Utilities, food, cost of health insurance, the games, obviously, buying the games, credit card payments, loan payments, mortgages, everything, every dollar that I have goes out and I'm left with nothing.
In fact, this is not me lying or exaggerating, which I have not done at all in this video, I promise you. Okay, where's the evidence? Present evidence of what you're saying.
The past 2 months, my fucking bank account got overdrawn. Because now, all my payments are different. I get paid around the middle of the month for Twitch, and then like a week after that, YouTube pays me. And it's all screwed up because it used to be within the first 10 days of the month I would make my money from Curse, and cleared good, I could pay all my bills. Now it doesn't happen, and I don't even know what to do because every month I get overdrawn, and I'm not making enough extra money to even put in the bank account to cover that, so it doesn't happen every month. So here's the deal. Okay? I basically sat down and started weighing my options, and I said, what can I do to fix this? What can I realistically do to make things better to fix it? Because I need...
Oh, yeah, the violin's on point. David, so far we got to watch an amazing supercut by Red going over DSP's Sonic Feasting with the King, and we also went over 2018's Twitter drama. That's when he was calling all those other content creators shills over, what was that? Over State of Decay 2. Those are the two things we've gone over so far. And we're in our last video now. Oh shit, what's up, Storm Rage? I ain't seen you in a minute. I ain't seen you in a hot second. How you been? So that's where we're at right now. We're in video number 3 now.
To raise money or do something to make money to pay these taxes coming up next year. There's only a few ways I can do it. Number one would be to try, I don't even know if I could, try to take out more loans, which with my credit the way it is and the amount of debt that I owe, very unlikely anyone would even grant me another loan, and if they do, I doubt it's going to be for the entire amount that I need to pay the federal government for taxes, okay? Even if somehow I piece together enough with more borrowed money to pay the taxes, how do I now pay these new loans? With my money coming in every month and I'm only having enough to pay...
Wait, I'm sorry, I gotta bring this back. He said we're gonna have to pull out more loans.
Of what you're saying.
The past 2 months, my fucking bank account got overdrawn. Because now, all my payments are different. I get paid around the middle of the month for Twitch, and then like a week after that, YouTube pays me. And it's all screwed up because it used to be within the first 10 days of the month, I would make my money from Curse, and cleared good, I could pay all my bills. Now it doesn't happen, and I don't even know what to do because every month I get overdrawn, and I'm not making enough extra money to even put in the bank account to cover that, so it doesn't happen every month.
Now, I want you to think about what this idiot just said, okay? I want you to think about what this idiot just said. I used to get paid by Curse on the 10th. Now he's getting paid in the middle month. We know that he gets paid by Twitch. Well, he used to get paid by Twitch, like on the 15th or 16th. So we're talking about a week, 5 days. We're talking about 5 days. This idiot couldn't think to himself, "Holy shit! Let me call the company. Let me call all of my obligations basically and say, hey, I need you guys to change my billing date. I need you guys to move it back slightly, right? And this way, just go ahead and play with this routine like that." This idiot couldn't get his shit together for 5 days. For 5 days. What's up, Broly? 5 days you couldn't get your shit together. So you let yourself constantly get overdrafted because what? Because you couldn't get on the phone and tell these people to move me back by 5 days. To move some of my bills back. He can't say the mortgage because we know the mortgage is due on the 1st, but he has till the 15th to pay it. And he doesn't pay the mortgage until the day it's due, essentially. What about everything else? All that shit could have waited. All that shit could have waited. No, I'm not expecting him to be Batman. I expect him to be Gout Man. I expect him to get on the phone with the whatever companies that he owes money to and beg and plead about how he has been a content creator for 8 years or whatever bullshit, and he has a legacy on the internet, and hey, I need you guys to push my bills back. That's what I expect. That's what I expect. Not just giving somebody a call to change some dates. Holy shit. That's what I expect. Oh, did he really say? He said it took too long. It takes too long to get on the phone and tell people that, hey, can I change my due date? That numbskull really said that? Now he's saying that his mortgage is due before his YouTube pay. Wait, what? But we know that's a lie, though. We know that the YouTube payment, or his mortgage payment's not due till the 15th. Granted, each and every month it may fluctuate a day or a day forward, a day back. But what's up, Captain? Holy shit. God damn, he just keeps switching shit up. It's terrible. Just terrible.
So here's the deal. Okay? I basically sat down and started weighing my options. And I said, what can I do to fix this? What can I realistically do to make things better to fix it? Because I need to raise money or do something to make money to pay these taxes coming up next year. There's only a few ways I can do it. Number one would be to try, I don't even know if I could, try to take out more loans, which with my credit the way it is...
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. I want to make sure I'm getting this story right. What? Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. That's all right. Thank you playing with your beliefs. Nothing that Phil says makes any sense. I don't know why I'm trying to make logic out of some of that shit. Jesus Christ.
Debt that I owe, very unlikely anyone would even grant me another loan, and if they do, I doubt it's going to be for the entire amount that I need to pay the federal government for taxes, okay? Even if somehow I piece together enough with more borrowed money to pay the taxes, how do I now pay these new loans? With my money coming in every month and I'm only having enough to basically, you know, pay things, and I'm even getting overdrawn, how am I going to afford another loan that's hundreds and hundreds of more dollars a month to pay off? Now, Kat stepped up.
That guy needs to be kicked in the freaking balls.
Okay, this is one of the reasons why I chose this, because I wanted you guys to hear about, you know how people keep joking and putting pressure on Phil about what is Kat contributing? This right here is supposedly when it happened, or what she's actually contributing, I should say.
He's an asshole.
And said, you know, I'm willing to give you even more money out of my paycheck a month. And I'm like, we're already taking so much out. You know, how much can you do? And she's like, you know, yeah, but I love our life together. I love this situation we're in. You know, I love this house. I love everything. And to give that up because of more fucking bad luck would be like a defeatist attitude. And I agree with her, but I don't know realistically if I'd be able to even get enough credit to take out loans to pay these taxes. And that's only a 1-year fix. What happens next year? Will my streams increase more in 2019? Will there be more bullshit with YouTube in 2019 to fuck me over? I don't know what's going to happen. Okay, that's number one. My second option would be a refinance of this house.
By the way, hint, hint. So
now, this is yet again, I think you guys are starting to see the trend. So, Kat said that Kat was already giving up, he said, Kat was already giving up like half her paycheck. Now she's talking about giving up another quarter of that. That's the first nonsense. And even with him saying that, oh, she's talking about giving up even more of her money to try to help us out because she loves this life that we have here together, he's still worried about trying to get more credit cards or more loans. And then we're going into the fun part. We're going into him trying to pull money out of his home, him trying to refinance, which is something that I've told you guys for a while. Now you can actually hear it.
Wow.
Now, I've been trying to refinance this house for 3 years. And every year when I go to do it, I'm told, you have too much debt, not enough equity, not enough income. This year, I went to a different place than the place who I'd been talking to previously. They were a little bit more serious about it and said, okay, let's really look at your numbers and everything. And I actually went and did that over the last couple of weeks. And I'm still not done crunching the numbers. But basically, there's really bad news. Here's the bad news, everyone. When they're judging how to do a refinance, because I have a lot of equity in my house. If I could take a lot of my debt, like my credit cards or loans, and put it into the mortgage, it would dramatically reduce my monthly payments. I'm not even kidding, I looked it up. It would reduce my monthly payments by like over $2,000 a month, it looks like. Holy shit, that's enough for taxes and everything, right? But here's the problem. In order to qualify for a refinance, I need to have 2 years showing consistent income on my tax returns. I don't have that. I made way less money in 2016. Remember, 2016, I wasn't a full-time streamer. I was just reliant on YouTube. And that was a year when YouTube, that was the adpocalypse, right? It was like the end of 2016 was terrible for ads on YouTube and everything. And I made way less money in 2016. I actually had a big increase in my income last year because I started doing full-time live streaming, but it was the state taxes that fucked me over last year why I had no money. So, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, so let's review, okay? Let's review, chat. So this is 2018. Please keep that in mind. He moved out there in 2014. Basically, since he got there. He was trying to pull money out of his house. He's been trying to get his grubby little dirty hooves on the equity of his home since he got out there. That's fucking ridiculous. And then he's like, oh, well, you got to show us. And then the bank's saying you got to show us at least 2 years of consistent income. And we all know his income has kind of been up and down. Those last 2 or 3 years, actually even 4 years, if you think about it, that whole period was kind of rough. So that kind of explains why they still wouldn't let him get the loan. Not even get the loan, but let him get to his equity, which there wasn't much in there to get anyway. So I don't know what he's trying to grab for. On top of that, I'm still not done. On top of that, this guy went to multiple places to try to get one of them to give him, to finally agree to give him the equity out of his home. Now, for any of you guys know your DSP lore, you know why this is important. If not, don't worry. You have me, at least temporarily. When Phil was first trying to find a bank to actually give him a loan to actually buy that house, this house, the Snort Fort in Washington State, he had to go to at least 3 separate banks to get that done. And in the old olden days, right? Like Tevin will remember, you know what I'm saying? Theo might remember. You know, those guys, those early detractors. He has videos or pre-streams or whatever you call it, where he talks about how he was getting more and more pissed off that he had to go to all these different banks and they kept shooting him down. Like, he was really, really pissed off about that. Like, these people wouldn't give him money. So if 3 separate banks or 2 or 3 separate banks had to shoot him down for giving him a loan to buy the home, just imagine how banks are looking at him now that are looking at him now just to refinance it. Think about that. Please think about that. Take that into consideration on what kind of a fucking mess he is. Well, he is, but how big of a mess he was.
Blah 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 blah. I actually have showed I'm making more money now that I'm focused on live streaming. This year, it looks like I'm going to make just as much, if not slightly more than last year. So, as of this year, I have 2 years of consistently higher income where I might qualify for a refinance, but they need 2 previous years of tax returns. So looking at 2016 and 2017, it's not enough. They're going to tell me we need 2017 and 2018 tax returns. Well, my tax returns won't be done for 2018 until April. So now that doesn't work. Guess when the federal taxes are due for me? April. So I can't start a refinance process in April to make money to pay taxes that are due in April. You see what I mean?
And sadly enough, when it comes April, I may need to do another fundraiser to pay my taxes. And this is not an April Fool's joke or anything like that.
Plus, there's still no guarantee. I've got a ton of debt. We don't know, for example, if I did an appraisal on my house here, we don't know what the value would come in at. It's kind of ambiguous. They did a little bit of preliminary research and we're like, it could come in this, it could come in this. If it came in high, you could be good to go. You could pay off all your debt. If it came in low, it's not even worth it to do the refinance. So, I'm basically in a situation where I can't even do it. Like, this was one of the things I was banking on. Hopefully I could do a refinance start in the fall, get it done by the spring. I'll have funds now that I can pay taxes, and then I'll be much better off not having all this credit card debt. I still can't do it at least until probably next year when I have 2 years of consistent tax returns showing more income. So I can't even do that yet. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, I don't even know what else to do. I talk to my parents, and they sometimes, every once in a while, something goes horribly wrong, are able to help a little bit, but they're elderly now. They're at a point where my dad still works full time. He does. That being said, they do as much. They emotionally support me, and every once in a while, if I need such a little bit of a boost or whatever, they've helped me over the years. It's not just this year.
They helped him over the years. So there's someone who I've been speaking to for a hot minute, right? We've talked back and forth for a long time, right? And you were like, hey, if you can ever find that video, let me know. You'll eventually see this. I don't see you on the stream right now, so you may eventually see this. This is what I was telling you about. Yes, big ups to Snort Burnell. This is what I was telling you about. He's been bleeding his parents for the longest. He's been bleeding them for years. And you saw that dirty little scratch on his neck when he had to admit that mommy and daddy were still giving him money for years. Let's bring that back. I need you to get all that. I
need to do another fundraiser to pay my taxes. And this is not an April Fool's joke or anything like that.
Plus, there's still no guarantee. I've got a ton of debt. We don't know, for example, if I did an appraisal on my house here, we don't know what the value would come in at. It's kind of ambiguous. They did a little bit of preliminary research and we're like, it could come in this, it could come in this. If it came in high, you could be good to go. You could pay off all your debt. If it came in low, it's not even worth it to do the refinance. So, I'm basically in a situation where I can't even do it. Like, this was one of the things I was banking on. Hopefully I could do a refinance start in the fall, get it done by the spring. I'll have funds now that I can pay taxes, and then I'll be much better off not having all this credit card debt. I still can't do it at least until probably next year when I have 2 years of consistent tax returns showing more income. So I can't even do that yet. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, I don't even know what else to do. I talk to my parents, and they sometimes, every once in a while, something goes horribly wrong, are able to help a little bit, but they're elderly now. They're at a point where my dad still works full time. He does.
My dad's elderly, but he still works full time. Also, let me lean in Manuel Ban on this asshole who says, what grown ass man needs to still ask his parents for money? Yeah, you guys saw it, but we're not done yet.
But, that being said, they do as much. They emotionally support me, and every once in a while, if I need such a little bit of a boost or whatever, they've helped me over the years. Not just this year, but over the years.
Oh my God.
Why would you admit that? If I need a little bit of a boost, you know what I'm saying? Scratching his neck like a crack addict. Well, if I need just a little bit of that boost, just get me over the hoop, man. Just go ahead and help me out, ma. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you even admit that? Why did you have to even say, if he said, hey, they've been known to help me out from time to time, that's one thing. But then over the years, why did you say that? We didn't need to know that part. That shouldn't have been divulged. What the fuck? Oh, it's terrible.
It's terrible. It's disgusting in my opinion. Like, I'm actually disgusted.
A little bit financially, I can't rely on them anymore. You know, they don't have it. They don't have money to keep giving me for this kind of stuff. So I'm now finding myself in a situation where basically I have between now and April, like say middle to late April, to raise an exorbitant amount of money. You may say, how much? I can just tell you this. This is an estimate of the amount of money I would need to raise between now and April. And by the way, this is the amount of money in addition to me making my normal money that I make every month on stream and every month on YouTube.
In addition to my normal income, I need to raise about another roughly $16,000 between now and April. Roughly $16,000 between now and April.
What? Wait, what?
Now keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is November. This is end of November of 2018, and he needs 16 grand from between November of 2018 and April of 2019. Let me see the X's in chat. Okay? Let me see the X's in chat. Holy shit. Holy shit.
What? What?
Here, that face right there will work perfectly. If Phil's parents get into financial problems, Phil's fucked. Phil's royally fucked. He is royally fucked if his parents get into financial problems, to be honest. Because even to this day, he bleeds them. If they got into a real if one of them gets seriously sick, DSP's in trouble. DSP is in some big trouble. Because we have no idea exactly how hard he's leaning onto them, but I would assume it's equal to what he's doing to the fan base, if not more so, because he knows he can get the money out of his parents. He knows damn well he can pull that money out of his parents. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. But if they ever got sick, I'd say he's screwed. And eventually they will. Eventually they're going to be getting up there in age where his father can't work, and they're going to need to dive into their retirement. Now, I would hope, being that his father's been working pretty much all his life, that he's been able to put some money I'm sure he's put some money to the side. The question is, can that money that he's put aside still support him and his wife and then still prop up Phil? That's the real question.
What? Oh my God!
What the fuck? Whoa!
Do I think he would... All right, David, do I think he would have them stay with him? See, that's hard. See, he can't necessarily put them into a home, right? Because he can't afford that. Now, I don't know if their insurance would cover that. I don't know. But he certainly can't afford it. I would assume his other family members would maybe take them in beforehand. Do I think he would do it, though? I don't know. DSP likes his freedom. You know what I'm saying? He enjoys his freedom. And someone needs to give their office up. So it's either him or Kat. So, I mean, X the doubt on that. But then again, that's me looking at the negatives. Let's look at the positives. Let's look at the positives. Dad has, 2-3 herniated discs in his back? Whatever. Someone to power wash the driveway. Someone to take care of he doesn't have to worry about taking care of the lawn. Basically, Daddy gets to be the handyman. Papa Burnell's the handyman. Mama Burnell does all of the cooking and cleaning, right? Catherine goes to work. And DSP gets to be the king of his own castle. And the only difference is mommy or daddy will occasionally walk into the room and say, are you ready for dinner, Philip? Are you hungry, Philip? Would you like some din-din? Would you like some lunch, Philip? Would you like some breakfast, Philip? Outside of that, he pretty much has it made. The thing is he willing to do that? Is he willing to do that? So that's hard to say. If he brings them in, he's pampered for the rest of their lives. If he don't, he may have to take up the financial responsibility, or his family or another family member would. And like Phil would carry the which way. So that's hard. Chio, that's a good point. They would just hire somebody. They probably should. Or Chio, work with me on this one. Or Catherine becomes their caretaker. Like Catherine's already living there, so she helps assist them with certain stuff. And in turn, she may not even need to go back to work. So you get to spend a couple hours with your in-laws, and then you get to sit down and do what you want. I don't know. That's tough. It's a hard one. It essentially works out. The question is he man enough to beg in his own home like that, knowing that his parents are within somewhat earshot away? I don't know. But if his parents do move in, that bathroom downstairs, the one with the broken toilet, that gets fixed. The air conditioner gets replaced, because his parents aren't going to want to live and squalor and sweat it up. That room actually probably gets cleaned and organized. There's a lot of advantages if mommy and daddy move in. There's a lot of advantages. Mommy and daddy don't mind doing the groceries. You know what I'm saying? And they can kind of just have a leisure day for himself. I don't know. I know some of you guys are like, but hey, there's a lot of advantages. There's a lot of advantages if he moves mommy and daddy in. Just something to think about.
Whoa!
What? 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! What was that?
Oh, yo, actually, one of you guys just gave me a fucking amazing idea that I just thought about. Who was it? Oh my god. Who was it? Oh, I don't see it now. I do see it, but I don't. Damn. Okay, one of you guys had said something about mommy and daddy signing everything over, right? Let's scratch that for a minute. I like that, but let's scratch that. If you think about it, if mommy and daddy move in, don't worry about them signing anything over, right? Mommy and daddy take care of all the bills. Mom and dad they sell their home, right? In Connecticut, they sell their home. Let's say that was you, big ups, dude. They straighten out everything on with Phil's condo, and then they move in with Phil, and then they pay the mortgage. They take care of the utilities. They do everything. And all DSP has to do is sit there and chill. DSP don't have to worry about nothing. Now, everything that he makes literally just belongs to him. Then he can finally straighten his shit out, and then he gets to live leisurely at his whims. I know it's madness, but you know he would do that. You're telling me he wouldn't convince his mother and father to pay the bills for him? At first, it starts off as helping me with some of the bills, but then eventually it starts to paying all the bills. I know. I'm reaching. I'm reaching, but don't tell me that you guys don't think that's not plausible. Think about it, chat. And big ups. And big ups. That was a great bit of inspiration there.
What was that? That was the messiest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life. What the fuck? What? What the fuck? What the fuck?
And what the rest of the board goes unselected.
What the fuck? Are you fucking serious?
That really hurts to say that, because I don't know how I'm going to get it. Like I said, even if I could get loans, even if I could get whatever, it's probably not going to be enough to cover that much, okay? The only option, that's like ultimate worst option, okay, would be sell the house. If I sold this house, I'd probably have enough in equity to pay off a lot of stuff. Obviously, I'd be able to pay the taxes immediately, and I'd have enough equity to probably pay off a bunch of my debt, but there's major problems with that, okay? Number one, My whole business is based off of this office.
Actually, one more thing. Let me add on to that. Excuse me, because someone brought up would he about low tier God. One, that allows him that whole scenario that I just came up with also allows Phil to start traveling, right? So that's a big thing. That allows him to actually have some financial flexibility, if you will, and allows him and Catherine to travel not abroad, but at least to Disney and California and whatever else. But also, if he felt a certain type of way, right, he might actually feel a need to go to go to an Evo. That he can easily just go ahead and put it off as, oh, me and Kat are going to Vegas for the weekend or whatever the case may be, and he might actually show up to Evo. He might do that, to be honest. And as a little side event or whatever, Evo, not that Evo would set it up, but it would be just a novelty to watch. Maybe seeing a low tier God versus DSP first to 10 or whatever could very well be a thing. Not an Evo sponsored event, of course. I'm just saying something that would happen. So that might be his foray to try to get back into the FGC. That might be. I'm not saying... I don't think they throw him out. Honestly, he's not going to make no real noise. Most people wouldn't even know him. They wouldn't even recognize him outside of their, watching a Snort Burnell video or something along those lines. It would be funny. It'd be funny what he would do if he was flushed with cash like that. And if they can get that shit, at least, if they can get some momentum behind a low tier God DSP match on Twitter, then, it'd be interesting to see, how that picks up. But like I said, it's not something that Evo would sponsor. It'd be just like a random thing that they'd be doing. So, just something to think about. But obviously, that money would get wasted. He's not going to save that money. He would spend it almost as quickly as he gets it. But certainly, he would... yes, Low Tier God was banned. I'm not sure if he's been unbanned yet. I know Zero Blast God was unbanned. But I don't know if Low Tier God has been yet. I don't know. It'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see how that play out. But like, that's a what if. That's a big what if.
I put out the high quality streams that I do, and the reason that I'm able to do all this is because I have this dedicated room where I'm not interrupted by neighbors yelling at me. I'm able to have a soundproofed area. You know what I mean? Like, my quality of content has dramatically increased since I had my own dedicated office. That's number one. Number two, to sell this house is an incredibly painstaking thing. Not only would I have to renovate it, because no one's going to buy a house with fucking soundproofing foam on the walls, and, some leak damage that I had when I first moved here to the ceilings, and, basically I would have to have money to touch up the house and prepare it for sale. I don't have...
Wait. Okay, first off, if you guys remember, because Tevin has a back in time for this, where he went through all the vlogs of when they were walking through all those people's homes. All of those homes, those people still lived there. They had stuff on the walls. They had all kinds of stuff going on. So that's the first thing. Secondly, when holy shit, I'm really kind of shocked that he was willing to say that shit. Here, hold on. Let me bring this back.
I had my own dedicated office. That's number one. Number two, to sell this house is an incredibly painstaking thing. Not only would I have to renovate it, because no one's going to buy a house with fucking soundproofing foam on the walls, and... There it
is. He hasn't said it yet, but I know what he's about to say. The leak, it was in the master bedroom closet. He had a hole in the roof. Eventually, the homeowners association did get that taken care of, right? I think that was repaired. I don't know if they actually fixed the inner damage. I would assume they did. If they fixed the roof, I assume they came inside, they went into the crawl space, and they cleared that up too. But if, for example, they didn't, or maybe they didn't get rid of the stain or discoloring or whatever the case may be, what makes him think someone wouldn't buy it? Well, because he was dumb enough to buy it. Wow, never mind. Never mind. Scratch all that. Because this is the same idiot who bought that fucking condo or that townhouse or whatever, and it didn't even have a working AC. Scratch that. Never mind. Never mind.
Some leak damage that I had when I first moved here to the ceilings, and, basically I would have to have money to touch up the house and prepare it for sale. I don't have said money, as I told you guys. I don't have it. In addition to that, I would need to sell a lot of the shit in this house, because more than likely what I would have to do is get a smaller apartment out here in Washington. And I know I can't fit all the stuff that's in this house in the new apartment. You can't leave it all behind. I would have to find someone who could come in and try to sell a lot of the shit from this house. Move again? Oh my god, don't get me started on how much...
Wait, you can't... First off, Phil, you could put that stuff in storage. Whatever, if you really want to keep it, you can put it in storage. But this idiot was willing to pay somebody else to come in and sell his shit. Think about that for a minute. Especially in that nook, most of that stuff is trash anyway that needs to be thrown out. But he's too lazy to throw it out because the trash only allows him to put so much out, and he's too lazy to drive to the dump. Long story. Point being, though, is that he wanted to pay somebody else to come in and list his stuff for sale. To list his shit, to list his junk for sale. If you think about what he's saying, that's what he's saying. Oh, I'm too lazy to put my own stuff up on Craigslist or eBay or whatever the case may be. I'm going to have to pay somebody else to do it. Holy shit.
Cost when I moved last. Moving is a cost. Again, I don't have any of the money for any of this. Okay, I don't.
That's your fault. You created that business model. You created a flawed business model, and now you're saying there's nothing you could do about it? No, it's your business. You created the monster, you unleashed the monster, and now your complaint is, well, the monster's too powerful to control. Well, fuck you. That's your fault.
And, you know, and the other thing is, some people have said ridiculous things. Get another job.
Doing a 9 to 5 would be easy.
DsP, get a job.
Yeah, there you go.
Buddy.
Do you not see that I've already, my whole day is here on stream? Like, I'm here around 9 in the morning, I start work. I get my stream up by 10. I'm here till 4. I have like an hour and a half, 2 hours tops away. I'm back until like 9, 10 at night in here. I have like no extra time to do anything. I can't work another job. No one's gonna have me working, you know, night hours, and I couldn't do it anyway. At my age and everything, I couldn't do it. That's number one.
There's nobody... Wait a second. I have to work every day. I start at like 10:30. I go till 4. I have an hour and a half break, which is a lie. He didn't come back to work or work. He didn't come back to stream back then until like 6:30 or some shit. Sometimes even closer to 7. So really 3 hours. And then I can't get a night shift anywhere. And for my age, I can't work. 30 what, chat? He's 35, 36? And we can't work at his age. It's too late. He's already over the hill. But yet our dad is elderly with 2 or 3 herniated discs in his back, and yet he works full time. Holy shit.
That's not gonna happen. Move back to the condo in Connecticut. I can't. Again, I would need to sell this house, which I can't afford to do. I would have to move all my shit, which I can't afford to do. So literally, like, everything is not feasible. There's like nothing feasible here. Really, the only things that I can do, really hope that our refinance goes through, which it looks like it's not going to. I'm still working on it. It looks like it's not going to happen. Hope that I can get loans that I don't know how I'm going to afford paying, but at least get the loans to pay the taxes. Or a miracle happens, you know? Some kind of really, someone, you know, people who love my content come in and say, we want to at least help fill out in the short term. Now, just to be clear here.
Yeah, let's be clear, ladies and gentlemen. Most people, as they get older, they get tougher. For whatever reason... you know, to an extent, I should say. But for DsP, he literally prematurely aged. He got softer as he got older. This is marshmallow soft. This is cupcake soft at this point. This is really sad. And as pointed out, most of you guys have parents who are still, my parents do. We still have parents who still work. Whether they're bored or whatever the case may be, depending on their situations. So it's funny how, and going back to it, even his elderly father is still working full time, but this lump of coal, pound of cookie dough, can't get off his ass and do it himself. That's scary. Yes, Mickey Mouse Gangster Soft. Who was that? Was that Jack Dragna? Who was the head of the California faction, also known as the Mickey Mouse Gang? I think his name was Jack Dragna. That was before Mickey Cones came in there and cleaned his ass out and took over the gang itself. I'm gonna have to look now. But I think that guy's name was Jack Dragna and whatnot. But anyway, that's a whole nother fascinating story I can tell you guys at a later time and date. But that's a whole nother story. But take all that in. Take all that in. I don't know if Cat or Panda is this soft.
Me being incredibly transparent with all of you. This is for the next year. You know what I mean? What I'm hoping, which again, who knows, because every year I hope and then something goes wrong. The trolls find another way to fuck me, right? If everything stays the way it is on YouTube and stays the way it is on Twitch, and Twitch keeps increasing the way it is, I will actually start to make enough money next year to pay down my credit cards and have money for taxes and all of that. But the thing is, really ideally what I need to do is get a refinance on this house, and I need to tough it out until I can. The problem being, I have no more time, because I have to pay these taxes by April of next year. So, you know, it's a really shitty situation where I have no way out. There's like no actual way to go. I can't sell the house because I can't afford it. I can't move because I can't afford it. I can't refinance because it looks like they won't let me without 2 years of tax return history. I don't know if I can get loans enough to pay the taxes. I can't go rely on my parents. What the fuck do I do? And it's just cascading shit. And it's terrible because Kat and I have an amazing life. Like I said, we have talks where we like to get engaged, we like to maybe get married. The other thing about all of this, which that's really messed up, which I do want to talk about here. My parents are getting older, to the point where I know they're having health problems or whatever, and they don't want to...
Yet again, I was telling you about this. This is where the health problem thing came up. This is how he was slowly but surely setting these people up. You see how he was kind of courting the colt or the pig or the pay piggies? He was getting them set up for what ended up coming later. I'm starting to think that this wedding was planned out, all the way back in like October or November. It sounds like this shit was really in the works because he's setting up the groundwork, the hooves in the sand, if you will. And because this shit is so old, when the waves come up and wash it away off these Galtopian beaches, no one's going to know it, or very few people will even remember it. So keep that in mind.
Tell me fully what's going on because I think that they don't want me to worry, but at the same time I get the feeling that they may be getting ill to the point where they won't be around forever, you know what I mean? And they really wanted me to go visit them next year, and I told them with the situation there's no way, and they actually offered. They said we in this case would be able to like maybe pay your way, pay for your plane tickets or in a hotel in a car, or drive our car when you're out here just so we can spend some time with you know, next year, maybe next spring when things die down a little bit with gaming or whatever, because they want to meet Kat. They're dying to meet Kat. They really
got you, bitch. I got you, bitch. Right there. Right there. You see that shit? Right there. It's right there. Like, I'll bring it back for you guys, but it's right there. This was set up for a minute. I think this was, I mean, like I said, it's all, you know, it's all speculation, it's all theory, but this was set up for a minute. Even down to think about it. Mommy and daddy's sick. Well, no. First, I got all these tax problems. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pay all these bills. Here, hold on. Let me make sure I'm right where I want to be when we start this over.
When I moved last. Moving is a cost. Again, I don't have any of the money
give me a minute.
for any of this. Okay, I don't.
That's your fault.
Yes,
you
it is
created that business model.
Indeed.
You created a flawed business model, and now you're saying there's nothing you could do about it? No, it's your business. You created the monster, you unleashed the monster, and now your complaint is, well, the monster's too powerful to control. Well, fuck you. That's your fault.
And, you know, and the other thing is, some people have said...
Okay, it's right there. It is right there. Like, you can't deny that. He set that Yo, Paul, I feel you on that. Like, maybe I am giving him too much credit, but it's all right there. The groundwork's right there. He sat there and he purposely set it up. Or not purposely set up, but it's set up so well in November of 2018 that it essentially all came into fruition in 2019. There was detractors back then, I'm pretty sure, who were already saying, just like what I was saying back then, that this sounds like a setup. Like, this sounds like the plot. You know what I'm saying? He gets the free trip out there, right? Shit, parents are already talking about all expenses paid for him and Catherine. The marriage can go through. He can bleed his parents for more of this money that he owes in back taxes and on the payment plan and everything, which is funny, by the way, because I want you to think about this. Remember, because I don't know if we went over that video yet. I think I went over a shorter version of it on stream about the 10-year plan. But you remember how he was like, you know, we went out there and we talked about what the plan was going to be and what my situation is and everything like that, yeah? Well, if you think about it, if you listen to what he's saying here, this was the setup, theoretically, for his parents and everything back then. LSB might have been one of those who called it. There was a few people who did. But you're right. I think LSB was one of those people who called it. The setup's right here. He had this shit orchestrated from at least the year before. If his parents are willing to chip in to get them both to go out there, then they were definitely willing to pay for the actual wedding itself. Plus, he can bleed them for some money. Then he's going to bleed the pay pigs for money. Because listen to him. Oh, I want to go out there and see my parents. I'd love to see them. They're getting really sick. They're getting up there in age. But I can't go. I can't afford to. And even though they want me to go, they're willing to pay for me to go. His wording on this was terrible. They're dying to meet Kat while he's saying his parents are elderly and they could die at any given time. This is all the setup. This is all the setup leading into it. It's all here. It's all right here. Holy shit. Just, it's there. I know, Paul. Okay? I know it seems like a reach, but it's all here. Look at how it all fell into place, though. Like, look at how it all fell into place. It didn't fall completely perfectly, but what? He had 2 fundraisers before even going out there, and then he had the fundraiser when he got back. Okay, fair enough. Let me play it back. I'm just saying.
It's ridiculous. Get another job.
Doing a 9 to 5 would be easy.
DsP, get a job.
Yeah, there you go.
Buddy.
Do you not see that I've already, my whole day is here on stream? Like, I'm here around 9 in the morning, I start work, I get my stream up by 10, I'm here till 4, I have like an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours tops away, I'm back until like 9, 10 at night in here. I have like no extra time to do anything, I can't work another job, no one's gonna have me working, night hours, and I couldn't do it anyway. At my age and everything, I couldn't do it. That's number 1, so that's not gonna happen. Move back to the condo in Connecticut, I can't. Again, I would need to sell this house, which I can't afford to do. I would have to move all my shit, which I can't afford to do. So literally, like, everything is not feasible. There's like nothing feasible here. Really, the only things that I can do, really hope that a refinance goes through, which it looks like it's not going to. I'm still working on it. It looks like it's not going to happen. Hope that I can get loans that I don't know how I'm going to afford paying, but at least get the loans to pay the taxes.
Okay, Paul, give me this. Before we get into it, Paul, give me this at least. Just open your mind to me for just a second. Think about at the end of 2017, right? When he said, I have this problem, I have this huge problem, but I can't tell you guys about it. I'm still trying to work it all out. As you know, that was back taxes, allegedly. And it was also moving Catherine in. That was 2017. And think about all the money and support he had, right? Or that he was able to get from that. That was the scheme in 2017. You're telling me he wouldn't try to replicate that in 2018? And just playing off of a different scenario? Because I assume ever since he moved Catherine in and Panda left his bitch ass, that his parents have probably been like, well, we kind of want to meet this girl. Maybe you should come out and see us. You know what I'm saying? So now, if you just put everything into, if you just kind of play everything into, if you put everything into place, if you will, he just replicated the same scheme from before. It's a little bit more elaborate because there's some more moving parts, but essentially that's what the play was, if you will. But like I said, we'll continue, but just take it all in.
Or a miracle happens, some kind of really, someone, people who love my content come in and say, we want to at least help fill out in the short term. Now, just to be clear here, and this is me being incredibly transparent with all of you, this is for the next year, you know what I mean? What I'm hoping, which again, who knows, because every year I hope and then something goes wrong. The trolls find another way to fuck me, right? If everything stays the way it is on YouTube and stays the way it is on Twitch, and Twitch keeps increasing the way it is, I will actually start to make enough money next year to pay down my credit cards and have money for taxes and all of that. But the thing is, really ideally what I need to do is get a refinance on this house, and I need to tough it out until I can. The problem being, I have no more time, because I have to pay these taxes by April of next year. So, it's a really shitty situation where I have no way out. There's like no actual way to go. I can't sell the house because I can't afford it. I can't move because I can't afford it. I can't refinance because it looks like they won't let me without 2 years of tax return history. I don't know if I can get loans enough to pay the taxes. I can't go rely on my parents. What the fuck do I do? And it's just cascading shit. And it's terrible because Kat and I have an amazing life. Like I said, we have talks where we like to get engaged. We like to maybe get married. The other thing about all of it.
And another thing, before he says it, with his hoof in front of his face, he should be ashamed of himself. The fact that I can't depend on my parents to do anything because they're already doing so much. Yet, when you look at the storyline, what did he end up doing? He ended up going back and relying on them to pay for everything and give him tax money, or give him money to supposedly get on this tax plan to start repaying repaying back the taxes. Now, here's my next question to you: which taxes is he talking about? Because he said that he had to pay $5,000 in back business and state occupation tax, plus he had to pay the tax guy $5,000 to actually clean up the mess for him. So theoretically, and he put all that on credit cards. So theoretically, as of November of 2018, the state and business occupation tax was back up to where it needed to be. So what payment plan is he talking about in 2019 when he got married? Are we talking about the state? Are we talking about federal tax? And if so, how long has he been welching out on that shit? Now, granted, we already know that he hasn't paid the federal taxes in like 3 years. You know what I'm saying? We already knew that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Or at least that's what he tells us. Anyway. So, like, you see how convoluted some of this silly shit is?
That's really messed up, which I do want to talk about here. My parents are getting older, to the point where I know they're having health problems or whatever, and they don't want to tell me fully what's going on, because I think that they don't want me to worry, but at the same time, I get the feeling that they may be getting ill to the point where they won't be around forever, you know what I mean? And they really wanted me to go visit them next year, and I told them, with the situation, there's no way, and they actually offered, they said, we, in this case, would be able to, like, maybe pay your way, pay for your plane tickets, or in a hotel, in a car, or drive our car when you're out here, just so we can spend some time with you, you know, next year, maybe next spring, when things die down a little bit with gaming or whatever, because they want to meet Kat. They're dying to meet Kat. They really want to meet Kat, and, you know, who knows when the next opportunity is going to be that I get to see them, if I even get to see them again, depending, you know, they're getting old. And I'm like, man, I would love to commit to that and say that I can, but I don't know what's happening here with all my money and taxes and everything, you know? This sucks. It's just like, and this is why I purposely held all this stuff back from you guys until now, because it was just, you know, you're up to a point where there's so much going on behind the scenes and so much to hide from you guys, because I don't want you to come to my streams thinking about this shit every day, you know what I mean? It's tough. It's pretty tough. And
I'm not going to sit here and every day start talking about taxes and shit. I'm just not. I want to.
Even though that's what he was doing back then, on top of talking about the overdraft fees, which we just saw, and everything else. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to really think about this shit. Like, in some way, shape, or form, he laid down. Yeah. Holy shit.
Be here and enjoy games and hang out with you guys and have fun. That's what this is about. It's not about my tax problems, even though they exist. You guys don't want to hear about that every freaking day, you know? Even when near the end of the year, I need to do some kind of emergency style fundraisers if I have to or whatever, you know, we'll talk about that. You're the one who's causing the problem here. You. Yes, you. I don't know how you can't see that you're the problem. Problem is I need more money. I need fucking money somehow. You know? I'm so low on money.
I would definitely like to go visit my parents again next year, even if it is maybe the last time to go be able to do that, but I can't do that if I don't have money to pay my taxes. I have to stay here to work every day. You know what I mean? And my whole relationship with Kat is on hold, and all this. And the thing is, here's ideal state. If I could find a way past this tax situation, and I could stay the course, I have felt.
Okay, we already heard the wind up. Okay, we already heard the wind up. Here's the pitch. Here's the pitch. And Ring, no problem. Like I said, thanks for coming out. Like I really appreciate anybody who's willing to sit through all of this. It's a lot. But here's the pitch. You know what I'm saying?
So much better positivity these last 2 years, and my streaming, I'm telling you, when I look at how much I'm making, it's going up and up and up. This month of October was kind of a stupid anomaly because fucking fucked everything up with his, you know, him coming in and all those contributions and people saying, well, I don't need to contribute. I get the feeling it's going to go back to where it was eventually. It's going to be better. It's going to get better. But I need to tough it out. I need to get past. I can't have the federal government come April say, well, you didn't pay your taxes, so now we're going to start garnishing money that you make from Twitch or YouTube.
The IRS will destroy me if I don't pay my taxes.
Now I can't pay my credit cards. So now all my credit cards go into default. My credit's completely ruined. They cancel all my credit cards. Now I can't pay for anything because I have no credit anymore. And I have no money to pay for it. You know, then what's the next thing I can't pay? You see what I mean? It's going to become a cascading mess of shit. Ideally, if I could get through paying the taxes for next year, okay, the federal taxes, and then have a year to work on building my streams, making more money. Two things.
This shit's crazy, right? Because it's easy to forget. It's easy to forget segments like this or forget videos like this, right? And so that's why I implore you, all of you, that if you get a chance to go back and watch the old content, watch the old Snort Burnells, watch the old Mr. Huffstuffs, watch the old David Davisons, the Mighty D's, and so on and so forth. If you get a chance to do some of that, binge watch through some of that shit, you'll be surprised what you find. You really will. You'll be surprised what you find. There is more lore out there that has not been gone over since it happened than the current shit. There is just so much out there. There really is. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to try to obviously make my attempt to go over what I can, but goddamn, back in times too. Like, watch the back in times that Tevin did. Because he grabs a lot of stuff and condense a lot of that and gives you some good lore on his own on top of that to complement it. But god dog, dude, there's a lot of shit out there. You know what I'm saying? And there's so much shit out there that Phil can kind of pig-splain a lot of that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? He can, and he usually does. He picks, if someone brought any of this up to him now, he'd say it never happened. He'd more than likely tell you that it didn't happen. Or snippets of it may have happened, or may have been misinterpreted, or whatever the case may be. He barely remembers some of this shit.
It happened. Number one, I might qualify for a refinance once my taxes are done for next year. We don't know yet. There's no way to know because they're not done. Once they're done, maybe I could go back and say, oh, now I qualify for the refinance, having the 2 years of history of this as being my level of income, all right? That's number one. Number two, I can just stay the course and keep, even if it means for 3 years my life sucks and I can't afford anything and I'm literally just going paycheck to paycheck, paying everything, minimum payments or whatever, just to keep floating until I can eventually do this refinance. I think I'm all right. But I'm basically just in a situation.
Now, yet again, did you guys catch that? You know what I'm saying? Let me go ahead and pay everything paycheck to paycheck until I can get to this refinancing. Now, all we do is swap the refinancing and we put in the bankruptcy. That's the only thing we're doing. That's the only thing we're kind of changing in this particular scenario. You know what I'm saying? Move that out and move this in. Jesus Christ.
Where I don't know what else I can do. Like, there's nothing certain to fix the problem. I can't declare bankruptcy because they'll say sell the house. I can't sell the house because I don't have the money to sufficiently sell the house.
Yeah, Anime Gun, it's a lot, dude. Like I said, if you need to step out of it, you know what I'm saying, by all means, man. Like I said, you can always swing back and watch the VOD later. You know what I'm saying? It'll be there. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in at a very small period of time. Same thing, Super Crazy. If you gotta duck out, man, I don't even blame you. It's a lot of bullshit. It is a lot of bullshit.
Moving to the East Coast, back to the East Coast isn't viable. I can't afford it. I don't know if I can get loans to pay the taxes, and I don't know if I can afford the loans to pay them monthly. I don't know how I would. I can't go to my parents for help. Like, see what I mean? Like, everything normally that I would do, I can't do. So, it sucks, you know? I just don't know what else to do. I'm between a rock and a hard place. I really am. I'm between a rock and a fucking hard place.
And again, and you know, I'm the kind of person, I don't like to point fingers. I don't. It's Tevin's fault. And hilarious that I do this for a living, right? And I make way more money than Tevin, even though I have way less viewers. Let's think about that for a second. And that's absolutely correct, Android. You're right. That if someone is illegally restreaming my stream, those are my views. You're right, they are.
I never agreed with that, because if that was the case, they would just go and watch you. And if they weren't, and if there wasn't restreamers around, they would just wait for like the Snort Burnell content, the David Davison content, the Mr. Huff Stuff content. That's what that really comes down to. He just can't accept the fact that there's all these people on these streams or on these restreams watching all these other people, and they're not watching him. He can't accept that, because if he does, he has to accept that these people have some type of talent or some type of charisma or something else, something more than what he provides. And he doesn't want to sit there and deal with that. He doesn't want to sit there and admit that. Soma Julius Cruz is also a good example too. He can't sit there and admit that these people have something over him. Jesus Christ.
But, you know, I know that now, you know, things that I did in the past, bad financial decisions. When I moved out here, I spent way too much fucking money. And I agree with that. But at the same time, the 2015 trolls who fucked me and fucked over my YouTube channel.
This year I got fucked over on YouTube again. because these fucking assholes won't leave me alone and mass reporting me, and I lost my fucking sponsorship. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, cry like a bitch for me. But before you do that, hold those piggy tears for just a second. He already made the mistake of spending, air quotes, too much money moving out there. And then he made the assumption that, oh, the following year, doing the same bullshit that he's doing, he's going to get way more money to cover that loss. Now, granted, every year that you work, you should expect to make more and more money, clearly. But for Phil, it's not just the move. It was the spending habits themselves, which has always been his problem. He overspends every fucking month, and with the expectation of being able to get more money later on. And he never does. And then that's why the begging ends up ramping up the way it does. That's why it's much more entertaining watching him squeal than otherwise. Sorry, I want that crying segment. That's call me malicious if you want, but that's what I want. That's what I want.
But, I know that now, things that I did in the past, bad financial decisions. When I moved out here, I spent way too much fucking money. And I agree with that. But at the same time, the 2015 trolls who fucked me and fucked over my YouTube channel.
This year I got fucked over on YouTube again because these fucking assholes won't leave me alone and mass reporting me, and I lost my fucking sponsorship. I'm sorry, guys. What the fuck is this? Unbelievable.
This is gonna be the whole string.
He doesn't really have depression. He's trying to do that to get sympathy. How much more can I do? And I'm a one man, and a lot of people ask me, Phil, how can you do this?
Look at him. Looking to try to squeeze them tears out. Trying. For his life. For his life. To get them tears out. Where's the tears at in chat? Come on, chat. I know you guys aren't completely heartless, right? Let's get some tears in chat. Let's do that. You know what I'm saying? Let's do that for our boy Phil. You know what I'm saying? He's having a rough time. He's doing the best he can. He can't be expected to do any more work. Where's the tears at in chat? Let's get some sympathy. Okay? Let's get some sympathy. Yeah, Snort went beast mode on his ass in this video. Went beast mode.
Every day, how can you put up with this shit? I just don't know anymore, man.
Exactly, Ring. Literally rock bottom. Literally rock bottom.
I'm trying to make a life here, and all I did for 10 years was try to share my fucking passion with you guys. And now I could lose it all. I could lose my credit. I could lose my house. For what the fuck did I do?
This year, everyone tells me this year was the best year since I came back and I started focusing on streams. Everything's the best I've ever fucking done. And you're gonna tell me now I could lose everything? What the fuck did I do to deserve it? To lose my partnership with Curse? What the fuck?
How are people so evil? How are people so fucked up and evil that this is what they would do to someone? How can you live? How can you morally live? How can you morally restream my fucking content illegally every day and see someone's life falling apart at the seams every day because of the shit you do, the concrete hurt you do to someone every fucking day, and sleep in that fucking bed and get a sound sleep? I couldn't.
We know you don't. That's why you have to drink yourself to sleep every night. But that's not necessarily my problem. At the end of the day, the issue is you. You overspent, and then you kept overspending. That's your own fault. That's your own fault. You can't blame somebody for the mistakes that you made. That ain't got nothing to do with them. You're the one who wanted the flex. You were the one who did all of those moving vlogs to show everything. You're the one who did that bucket list where they were going off and spending all this money doing all this shit. All that extra money he really didn't have. The main thing I'd like you guys to take away from this is how codependent he is on credit cards. This dude literally cannot live without credit. Literally cannot live without credit. He likes the idea. He likes the prestige. He likes the fact that it's not his money, but he's going to spend it like it's his money until he's got to pay that bitch back. And then all of a sudden we got problems. Then all of a sudden we got issues. Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
In a mental hospital. If this is me doing that shit. God damn, dude, that's depressing as fuck. That was my depression. Ladies and gentlemen, depression is caused by eating fast food. Didn't you know that? It's Tevin's fault.
You've seen how I only focus on my stuff. I don't engage with the negativity. I try to make my streams positive. I just try to keep stuff going.
Every single day he comes in, he's toxic. He's toxic. Every fucking day he's toxic. Every day he's here, he's toxic. Yep,
let's see, king of what? I don't know, man. You could say king of debt, king of fake tears, king of empty snorts, king of weak lies. I mean, take your pick. Like, you know what I'm saying? Fill in the blanks. You know what I'm saying? King of stale coffee. Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? King of the salt, of the sugar mounds, king of the salt mines. Like, you know what I'm saying? You could go on for days what he's the king of. King of suffering, certainly, if that's what I think that's what you're actually, you're making the inkling to. You know what I'm saying? King of bankruptcy. King of, take your pick. There's so many ways to go with this shit. And going back to our argument, not argument, because it wasn't an argument, but back to our discussion about whether Phil is evil or not. Like I said, the dude does some really evil shit occasionally. Not even occasionally, mainly. I don't know. I'm a king of excuses. I like that one. But like, is he racist? Not, well, he is racist, but is he fundamentally evil? Like, that's hard to say. King of depression.
Sick.
And now Kat moved in with me and our life together is so good. And to see that might all go away. Can you imagine how she just got here? She already, since she moved here, has changed jobs once to try to make more money and make ends meet. How's it fair to her? She just fucking moved out here, man. You know? She just moved out here to have a life with me, and now that life might end because of shit that I didn't do.
And then using Kat as a shield. Let me bring that back for you. Then he's going to use Kat as a shield.
She moved here, has changed.
Okay, I got to bring it back just a little bit further. Hopefully not too much. Tevin's fault.
Tevin's fault.
You've seen how I...
But yeah, you're going to use Kat as a shield now. Oh, look at what happened with... Look at what my situation is. And now if Kat just moved here. And now she might lose everything. Even though she's giving up, allegedly, 75% of her income to try to keep going. God damn, dude.
Only focus on my stuff. I don't engage with the negativity. I try to make my streams positive. I just try to keep stuff going.
Every single day he comes in, he's toxic. He's toxic. Every fucking day he's toxic. Every day he's here, he's toxic. Yep, I'm toxic.
And now Kat moved in with me and our life together is so good. And to see that might all go away. Can you imagine how she just got here? She already, since she moved here, has changed jobs once to try to make more money and make ends meet. How's it fair to her? She just fucking moved out here, man. You know?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That Kat actually had to change jobs when she came out there, because she had a job allegedly. She had a job when she left Michigan. And then she came over here. It took her like 2 months to finally get into that job. She gets it, or she gets back to work, and then all of a sudden she switches jobs. All of a sudden. Which, you know, people switch jobs all the time. No biggie. But, you know, that was an interesting little tidbit. Let me play that back for you.
Can you imagine how she just got here? She already, since she moved here, has changed jobs once to try to make more money and make ends meet. How's it fair to her?
She switched jobs to make more money, to help contribute. So not only did this girl have a job, I'm going to bring it back one more time. Not only did this girl have a job, allegedly, but she went ahead and dropped that job to make more money, or to try to make more money, and yet DSP can't get off his ass at all. He still has to stay home and play video games.
He's toxic. Yep, I'm toxic.
And now Kat moved in with me and our life together is so good. And to see that might all go away. Can you imagine how she just got here? She already, since she moved here, has changed jobs once to try to make more money and make ends meet. How's it fair to her? She just fucking moved out here, man. You know? She just moved out here to have a life with me, and now that life might end because of shit that I didn't do. I just don't know what to do anymore, you know? All I can do is every day be here and try to be positive with you guys and try to put out positive streams and hope that somehow things are going to work out, but I don't know how they're going to at this point. It's an awful fucking feeling. Knowing that by April, don't find a solution to pay these taxes. This could be the beginning of the end.
Celebratory toast! Everyone, if you have a drink, raise your glass with me, or your can, or your chalice, or your flute, whatever it is that you may drink from. Let's have a celebratory toast of being done with that fucking shit. Salud.
The government comes and tries to either seize shit. I don't know how it works, but they might try to seize shit. They may say, that's it, you have to sell your house. I was like, I can't afford it. Oh, too bad. Don't pay your credit cards. So not only would I lose my house, I'd also be forced to ruin my credit and lose the house at the same fucking time and have...
And still crying about this credit. Still crying about this credit. That's the underlying thing to all of this. He's still crying over this goddamn credit.
Money. It's like, for what? Because they fucked me again. Wow, was it really worth it? Were your jollies really fucking worth it to get me out of my partnership? Was it really fucking worth it to do what you did to me?
Excuse me, guys. That was disgusting and unprofessional.
That now my life might be ruined. A beautiful woman who now I'm starting a life with my soulmate, and now that's gonna fall the fuck apart. I mean, you know what I mean? And not to say that. That's not at all. She's 100% supportive of me. She understands what's going on. I don't want anyone to think, oh God, behind the scenes this relationship's falling apart. It's not.
Fuck that, Phil. You are a dirty, rotten liar.
But can you imagine the tremendous pressure on us now with all this going on? And it's like... I don't even know what to say. I just don't, you know? Well, I'm trying to read with some of the things that people have said. By the way, you guys have been really supportive. You know, I've been dishing, truth from behind the scenes stuff to you guys. That's why I haven't updated the leaderboard or anything. I think it's more important for me to just be talking with you guys and be honest and to be... I mean, obviously, a lot of people were very nice here. So, Grazy Dream gifted a ton of subs, which was really nice. A lot of people are cheering and being supportive. Hank Duma did a large tip. Chocolate Fuzz did a very large tip. Thank you guys. I got an anonymous $10 tip. I appreciate all this. I really do. And,
Thanks for the money, dummies.
Yet again, a replication of what he tried to do in 2017. Thanksgiving of 2017. We went over that video on the last stream where they were sending all of those tips and donations to him. And he was like, I'm exhausted and I'm tired, but I'm happy. Like, he literally tried to replicate the same shit two years in a row. And he even added more bullshit onto it. Yikes.
That's exactly what you fucking are. A bunch of fucking empty-headed idiots who paid me money to get absolutely nothing out of it. Thanks. Wow. A self-help book. Work-life balance for idiots. Work-life balance for idiots. There you go. Pay us more money, idiots. Kids are idiots. Kids are complete idiots. They actually pay me money to do this. That's how dumb these people are.
It's to the point where I know that... I know it's possible to get through it. I've been through so much shit. Dude, guys, 10 years. 10 fucking years. And how many things have I come up against? False copyright strikes. Getting my channel shut down. YouTube adpocalypse. Trying to get me kicked off of Twitch. Trying to get me off of YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, all this stuff has happened to me. Over the years. And I somehow got through it all. I can't believe that this would be the point where I give up. I say I can't beat it. I just fucking give up. I can't do that. Like, that's not me as a person. I know how many thousands upon thousands of people that I myself have motivated across the internet. And a lot of people have told me, Phil, you being positive and overcoming shit inspired me in my life to overcome stuff. I can't let this beat me, but I don't know how to beat it. I don't know how to beat it myself. That's the problem. Every other time I've had a backup plan or...
I don't know how to beat it myself. That's kind of funny. I'm sorry. That's kind of funny. Because we've all seen you beat it on camera. So, of course, you know how to beat it yourself. Anyway, then again, you did have that really discomforting face or whatever. I don't know. I might be just taking jabs at him at this point. But what are you going to do? You know what I'm saying? Gotta punch that air. Gotta shadow box. Because we're so angry.
But no backup plan, just toughing through it somehow worked. I don't know what to do this time. I just don't know.
And in a lot of ways, that's kind of fucked up. Not what I said. What I said is fucked up, but it's funny. But for him, he's like, there's a bunch of people that I've motivated to do better for their lives. So you're okay with motivating these people to go out and get jobs so they can come back to you and give you money for it? So is that what you were owed? Is that the tribute, if you will? Think about that. Like, I motivate you people every day to do better for yourselves. And in turn, I get to reap the rewards for it. You guys go out to these 9-to-5 jobs, you know, that are for losers and idiots and all this bullshit, and you make all the money, and then you guys come back to me and give it to me. Because I'm the one that's giving you guys the motivation to go back out tomorrow and do it all again. That's really fucked up if that's what he's trying to shoot for.
Phil's a scam artist. Phil's just one of the worst e-beggars.
So all I can say is...
Yeah, Phil actually does have an interesting type of motivation, but it goes in the opposite effect. In the fact that you have people who have taken better care of themselves, whether health-wise, whether they change their eating habits, whether they actually get reconnected with like friends and family members. I've heard a lot of people say that Phil has motivated them in ways that Phil didn't mean to, if you will. To be better content creators and whatnot. I've seen a lot of people say a lot of things, you know what I'm saying, to do better for themselves and show it based off of Phil's example. But see, he doesn't want to acknowledge that. He doesn't want to acknowledge that. Even though the real takeaway is to just be a better person, if you will. You know what I mean? Or as best as you can. And just don't end up like DSP. And that's the real takeaway. Just don't be like DSP.
Guys, actually, the truth is, I'm almost out of time. I gotta start going making food for dinner. Kat's gonna be home within an hour, and I want to start to have food ready for her. She's been working her ass off all day today to try to make money for us, and I want to go get stuff, start cooking and everything. So all I want to say is thank you for...
Wait, she had I forgot. I didn't forget about it, but I want to hear this again. She has to... Remember those... Do any of you guys remember when Phil used to leave his streams to go and make Catherine dinner? Like, he couldn't do overtime because he has to go ahead and make some type of late dinner for Catherine. Does anybody remember those times? I kind of remember those times.
You know, I just don't know.
Phil's a scam artist. Phil's just one of the worst e-beggars.
So all I can say is this, guys. Actually, the truth is, I'm almost out of time. I gotta start going making food for dinner. Kat's gonna be home within an hour, and I want to start to have food ready for her. She's been working her ass off all day today to try to make money for us, and I want to go get stuff, start cooking and everything. So all I want to say is thank you for listening, okay? And, you know, thank you very much.
Exactly. Pepperidge Farm remembers. But here's the thing. Does anybody remember him ever cooking food for Panda? Panda would go off and work those long shifts and do all of that. And she was still coming home, cooking, cleaning, you know what I'm saying, doing laundry and all of that. Does anybody remember at all Phil saying, hey, guys, I got to get off stream because, you know, Panda's been working a really hard day. Leanna's been working a hard day. And I need to go out there and make food. Anybody at all? Just throwing it out there.
You know, for everything. I do appreciate it. And I hope, upon hope, that something happens. I don't know if somehow an opportunity pops into my lap, someone offers me something to do something that I can make more money, or the fact that people will step up and be supportive, or I just happen to somehow, by some fucking miracle...
I hope somebody offers me a chance to make more money. I hope you guys step up and give me more money. Holy shit, man. Holy shit.
Qualify for this refinance, which it doesn't look like is going to happen right now, or somehow I get the loans to pay these taxes, something. I hope something, because if it doesn't, I can't. I feel like this whole 10-year journey is kind of culminating at this point, and this is the make or break point where I have to get through it. I have to somehow get through it and not lose everything in the process, and I don't know how, though. You know?
The Phil drama show every day. Stop being a drama queen.
I love drama.
That drama shit.
I love it. I crave the drama.
Relax. Holy chamoli. Holy splamoli chamolis. What is going on? Why can't people just relax? Why can't people just relax? Relax! That's what I don't want on the stream. I don't want people running around like Benny Hill, going willy-nilly, acting chaotic, being all dramatic, being all crazy and you know, all wound up. Instead, we're going to be relaxed.
Alright, well anyway guys, I just want to say thank you. Like I told you, this is more important than me updating a leaderboard or reading out. I want to say thanks to everyone who did contribute during this stream. I'm gonna end it now, and get stuff uploaded to YouTube so I can start cooking, and go from there. And what I'm gonna say is thank God tonight I get to spend some time with Kat. You know, we have Thanksgiving night together. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow, full-time streaming like always. You know, streams and gameplay and everything. And You know, up to this point, I've not allowed this to negatively affect me on the streams, and I'm gonna do my best to not let it moving forward. I got so much positive stuff coming up. We've got ongoing playthroughs I'm doing. You know, we've got holiday events coming up for Christmas and everything. But the thing is, like, you guys know the ways you can help.
Pledge today. Give me your money. Oh, money, 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 money. Give me money, money. Money. No, I want money. Money, money, money that I gotta spend, spend, spend. Endlessly spend money. It's addictive. Money, 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 money. Plugs, plugs, plugs. Help me, money, money, money. Money, 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 money. Ooh, money. Grab the money. Oh, I can't grab those drugs there, too. I got no friggin' horse. No horse and no money. I need money. Well, I need money. It's a cash grab. It's a blatant cash grab. I have to go collect money or something. I'm only in this for the money. Okay.
You know, in particular, the thing that gets me is I know there's people on YouTube who watch the videos on YouTube and think everything's fine because they're not here for the pre-streams and stuff. They don't know. So that's why I'm going to actually upload this video to DsPgaming so people know what's going on with me. And that this is the situation. If ever there was a time to step up and say, okay, Phil, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I've watched it for years. I watch it on YouTube. I always thought you were getting by on ad revenue. If I can help now, I will. That's what I'm hoping for, you know, but I don't know. Miracles don't always happen. I have no answers for you guys at this point. I've basically overextended myself to the point where there is no, okay, what else do you fall back on? And I'm at my wit's end. That's the other thing, mentally, I'm at my wit's end. I can't take it anymore. You get these fucking people who do nasty shit to me daily. Daily. Morally ignoring the fact that they know what they're doing is fucking wrong, and they do it just for fucking jollies or personal gain. They think it's okay. And people who watch that shit, they're like disgusting, vile fucking people. How could you do that? How could you ever do that to someone? You know? What's been done to me is far worse than if someone had beaten to me within my inch of my life, because I could have recovered from that and been fine. The things they're doing to me destroy me financially.
Wait, so because you fucked up and screwed yourself up out of money is more devastating than if someone beat you to an inch of your life. Phil, have you ever seen what someone who's been beat to the inch of their life looks like? Most of them end up handicapped. Most of them can't talk. Most of them lose the ability to use their limbs, as well as other things. There's some real brutality if someone wanted to get into some medieval shit if they wanted to beat you to an inch of your life. Not everybody recovers like in a video game or in a fucking cartoon, Phil. There are fucking UFC fighters. There are mixed martial art fighters, I should say, that took massive beatings and couldn't come back. They either didn't fight the same way or they just couldn't fight at all. And they weren't beat to the inch of their life. It's just maybe they held out a little longer than they should have. Take it for what you will. But you not being able to pay your financial obligations, or you not having the financial freedom that you want, you not being able to use your credit cards, you think is way more devastating than being beaten to an inch of your life. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. But this comes from someone who's probably never been in a real fight before. So, of course you don't know. Get a broken nose, Phil, and then you come back and you tell me some shit. Get a jaw dislocated, Phil, and you come back and you tell me some shit. Tell me what it's like to have some broken ribs, Phil. You know what I'm saying? A dislocated finger. Tell me have that happen. And then you come back and you come talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Before you bring up any of that nonsense. Anybody who's ever been in a fight will tell you that, you know what I'm saying, there's nothing glorious about that shit. Especially if you end up getting hurt. And you can win a fight and still get hurt.
And put me into horrendous situations where even though I work my ass off and people tell me everything I'm doing is good, I could still lose everything. And, you know? I just don't understand it. I don't. Alright, guys. I gotta end this. So that's it. Thank you for at least listen to me dish a little bit. You know, anything you guys can do to support is appreciated. And I hope everyone who's watching this live on Thanksgiving has a happy Thanksgiving if you live in the United States. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. Alright? Thanks to everyone who was very, very supportive on this stream. People were really supportive on this stream. I appreciate it. And tomorrow's another day, and hopefully things are better. Alright, guys? Alright, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you very much. And I'll see you tomorrow. Later.
Help! Save the pig! What the heck? A pig with a party hat. Hello, Mr. Piggy. Piggy. Save the pig, the game. The whole game you're trying to save the pig's life. Help! No. No. That's not how life works. What pasta do you prefer? I prefer a penne. Oh! Easy to eat. Oh! Phil's a faggot. Phil's fat. Phil's a loser. Phil's a beggar. Phil's a racist. Phil's a scammer. DSP's a pedophile. DSP is a thief. DSP is a greedy fuck.
This guy's a bitch.
I have a micro penis. Alright, I'm not dead, but I swear to God I wish I fucking was.
Oh, that shit never gets old. That shit never gets old. You gotta love the classics. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys very much for dropping in. I very much appreciate it. Go out there, enjoy your day. I wish you guys the best with your day, your weekend, just everything in general and whatnot. Like I said, I appreciate you guys coming out. I will go back and I will start go ahead and picking out some of your names and whatnot, and we'll see what can be done with that. Should be rather interesting, and so on and so forth. And like I said, just big ups to all you guys. Like I said, I really appreciate you guys coming out. Woo boy. Woo boy. Fun stuff all around. Take care of yourselves, guys. Later. Thanks for coming again.